Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku could evolve any quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. On April 3, 2016, a child was born into a world marked by prejudice by skin color, ethnicity, class, inequality, and power, but above all by meta-abilities known as quirks. Mugen Shigaraki has lived for more than 2 centuries. He witnessed the conflict between those with meta-abilities and those who were becoming quirkless as they fought for rights. He lived through the transition between eras when quirks once feared became praised and worshipped. Mugen's family was not truly loving. He came from privilege but saw much that his younger brother did not because he tried to shield him. Their mother cared only for shopping, drinking, smoking, and parties. She enjoyed looking stunning but resented Mugen, blaming him from the day he was born. He remembered only her mistreatment. Their father was distant, focused on business, money, women, and illegal narcotics. Others called them the ideal family, but it was only a staged appearance. 6 years later their mother became pregnant with Yoichi. She attempted to terminate the pregnancy, but Mugen discovered it and told a classmate's father, who was well known in the media, that a new brother was coming. Rumors spread. When the scheduled procedure became known, the secretary intervened and Yoichi was born. During Dealvy their mother died in an accident, and Mugen concealed what had happened. After their mother's death, Mugen felt an odd relief. At 6 he took responsibility for his brother amid maids who provided only food and entertainment. He taught himself to read and write, enrolled Yoichi in school, and worked to provide for him. He had to be more responsible and invented reasons why only a maid attended school in place of their indifferent father. Mugen discovered his meta ability at 10 when he unintentionally took the quirk of another student. The girl who had the quirk was terrified when she realized it, while Mugen, having inherited it, found unexpected comfort. Around this time he learned that Yoichi had a fragile constitution and felt his first major breakdown at the helplessness of that knowledge. Things were mostly stable until their father's death, at which point Mugen inherited everything at 19. Isolated from the world, he learned much and succeeded in running the Shigaraki Corporation. The Shigaraki Corps thrived despite the chaos, and by 25 he had become one of Japan's most powerful figures, which drew the ire of many businesses. They searched for something to use against him and found it. A maid had noticed Mugen using his quirk to comfort Yoichi. Mugen had kept Yoichi sheltered from the world, overly protective because of his brother's condition. Yoichi advocated for justice for those with meta abilities who had been targeted in hate campaigns, but he was naive about how rallies and unrest had plunged many nations into instability. When Mugen's meta ability became public because of the maid, Yoichi was taken away and the scandal contributed to the Shigaraki Corporation's bankruptcy. Mugen, hardened by responsibility and a toxic home, developed a pessimistic view of the world and used his intelligence to lead and advocate for equal rights. He began trading meta abilities, building a sizable following. As his influence grew, the government sent assassins to silence him. The attempts failed because some assassins abandoned their missions or ultimately sided with him. Yoichi began to see his brother as a monster for the crimes and harsh measures Mugen adopted in pursuit of a cause. Servants' whispers and Yoichi's objections did not help. To protect his brother from further targeting, Mugen altered Yoichi's quirk. Yoichi resisted rather than feeling grateful, strained by pressure to lead the movement. Mugen's paranoia grew. He locked Yoichi away in a vault to keep him safe. When the military eventually freed Yoichi, events did not unfold as Mugen expected. When Mugen found Yoichi, he was no longer the boy he had raised. Yoichi had become shrewd and some of his ideas diverged from Mugen's, which frustrated Mugen's supporters. The two parted ways, and Yoichi joined an organization that evolved into the Meta Liberation Front. Yoichi died during one of the group's raids in front of Mugen, falling while defending the man he still saw as his savior, the one with spiky ash-blonde hair. Yoichi's death weighed heavily on Mugen, causing him to lose his moral compass and grow cold and calculating. Only a loyal few remained with him. 500 followers stuck by him, He prolonged their lives and traveled the globe to spread his influence. When he learned about One for All, he discovered it was the same type of quirk his brother had possessed. He found that Yoichi had passed this peculiarity to the man with spiky ash-blonde hair. Honoring his brother's legacy, Mugen sought to acquire it and perhaps reach his brother through it. He knew that vestiges always carried a trace of their owners. Mugen had long ago learned how to deal with those who abused quirks. He hunted down the second user who had caused Yoichi's death and put a stop to him. His methods were harsh, and many never understood that his real goal was to defend the rights of people with meta abilities. Even when people called his approach dubious, Mugen kept searching for a workable solution. Finding his brother's oddball users had never been easy for him, especially the third, fourth, and second users. He never stopped fighting for equal rights. A century later, Mugen was still in motion. He founded Byodo Corporation under a different name so no one would recognize him as its leader. Even those who worked there never learned who the CEO truly was. He created strict rules and enforced them firmly. No one was permitted to discriminate against anyone for their quirk or lack of quirk, their social standing, employment, skin tone, or preferred gender. Discrimination of any kind was forbidden, and when employees broke that rule they were dismissed without hesitation. Mugen built a workplace where people felt secure. He instituted a 4-day workweek with Thursdays off while maintaining pay as if they worked 5 days. Salaries were generous, and employees worked harder because they felt valued. When Mugen was 225 years old, he met Inko Midoriya. He was using the name Hisashi Byodo at the time while she applied to be a staff member of Byodo Corporation and a freelance physician for one of Mugen's hospitals. Inko admired Byodo Corporation's commitment to equality and its sense of justice. As long as someone had skill, a desire to learn, and no prejudice toward others, the company welcomed them. Mugen found himself developing feelings for her, the first true love of his long existence, but he felt conflicted. At 2 centuries old, it felt strange to pursue such a relationship. He also believed he had to play the role of a necessary evil to stop the HPSC, and in his heart he feared he was a villain. He did not want to endanger Inko, but fate had other plans. Inko turned her eyes to him and asked if he thought he loved her. Mugen noticed his ears warming and felt like an adolescent. He thought it irrelevant and said he did not want her to enter his world. Inko laughed and pressed further, quoting his own word villain, to ask if that was why he stood apart. Mugen was taken aback that she had discerned so much about him. Inko explained that she had reviewed his background and noticed gaps, but she cared about whether he would dedicate his life to her and love her, regardless of age or reputation. Mugen loved her for her strength and independence. That day, when they tried to give their relationship a chance, Mugen experienced a happiness he had never felt before. When Inko was 25 they married, and a year later they welcomed their son, Izuku. On a stormy night in mid-July, Inko gave birth to Izuku with Dr. Ujiko's assistance. Rain and thunder roared outside, and Mugen was anxious as the time approached. He kept the news of his impending parenthood tightly guarded. Izuku Shigaraki was born in the midst of the fiercest thunderstorm of the night. Mugen used Inko's name to protect the child, but that was his true son. That evening Mugen set up a backup plan. He arranged for trusted supporters to oversee Izuku's education if needed, created emergency bank accounts, secured safe houses and a new identity in case anything went wrong, and asked Makia to keep his wife and child safe. He tried to protect his future as thoroughly as paranoia allowed so that, whatever happened, his family would be safe. Dr. Ujiko encouraged Inko through the labor and Inko gripped Mugen's hand tightly, squeezing with the force of her effort. After the DLVI the nurse helped Inko rest. Dr. Ujiko noted that the baby was unusually quiet and said they would run some tests to be sure everything was fine. Mugen wiped away the blood and took the newborn from the doctor, smiling when the baby reacted and briefly grasped his finger. He introduced himself in the way a new father could, asserting his bond, and the moment felt unexpectedly complete. Dr. Ujiko observed that a newborn who remained quiet after birth was strange and recommended gentle testing to ensure the infant's health. Mugen told his son that the doctor would perform a few checks but reassured him in his own mind that as long as the child was safe and healthy nothing else mattered. He handed Izuku back to Dr. Ujiko for the examinations. When Makia, the wings guard, was allowed to see the child, Mugen asked Makia to protect him. Makia pledged to protect the young master. After an hour of observation, it became clear that Izuku showed signs of early intellect for a baby, and everyone expected that his abilities might increase as he grew. Izuku's first 5 months were remarkable. He was endlessly curious and constantly finding ways to amaze his parents. One day while Mugen was traveling, the current one for all wielder and symbol of peace, All Might, intercepted him. It was too late for Mugen to escape. He rushed to warn Makia and the doctor to remove Inko and Izuku to safety so no one would discover his family. He initiated the emergency protocol and called for an immediate evacuation. Ujiko would obliterate all proof that he ever had a family, and Makia would go into hiding until the time came to return, because the HPSC had breached his emergency funds except for one account in Inko's name and the safe houses under his company. As a precaution, Inko would inject herself with a memory eraser that replaced her memories with false recollections of marrying a hero who had died long ago. Mugen kept a copy of Inko's true memories in case he ever met her again. After the protocol was sent, Mugen fought All Might in a devastating clash. The encounter left Mugen gravely injured and dependent on medical equipment to survive, and he went into hiding until he could be reunited with his child and wife. A quirk is a special, superhuman ability an individual can possess. Quirks are generally unique to their user and are classified into multiple categories. The first person to manifest a quirk was a newborn in the city of Quig, China, who could emanate light from their body. After that incident, people around the world began to manifest different kinds of abilities, though the cause remained unknown. Currently, 95% of the world population possesses a quirk, leaving the remaining 5% mostly the elderly who lived during the dawn of quirks considered quirkless. Quirkless people are rare in this superhuman world, and their scarcity has fostered dangerous prejudice. Over the years, some people developed quirks that appeared dangerous and provoked public alarm. Those abilities were labeled villainous, and the label bred new levels of discrimination. Fights broke out in public, and people began targeting others simply because of their quirk. The government responded by establishing a system intended to protect citizens. Those whose quirks and conduct were deemed acceptable became heroes, while others were labeled villains. This created an enduring cycle of hatred among people who remained human but perceived themselves as superior because of their powers. Years later, this history shaped the life of one family. A 4-year-old boy with white hair and 4 diamond-shaped freckles on each cheek sat clutching a figurine of the greatest hero, the symbol of peace, All Might. His emerald green eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of the power he might someday possess. This child was Izuku Midoriya. Beside him sat his mother, 30-year-old Inko Midoriya, whose lighter green eyes held love and a fierce desire to protect her son. An hour had passed since the doctor performed the routine tests, blood work and X-rays intended to assess the child's health and look for signs of a quirk. The doctor returned to the room with a grim expression and a clipboard in hand. He addressed Mrs. Midoriya and Izuku and asked if they understood that he wished to explain the results. Inko said she understood, though her worry was plain to see. The doctor explained that, since the dawn of quirks, researchers had determined that people who develop abilities have a quirk factor encoded in their body and DNA, which activates when the body is ready. He continued by saying that some people are not born with that quirk factor and remain quirkless for life. With regret, he informed them that Izuku Midoriya would never develop a quirk. Time seemed to stop for Izuku. He set the All Might figurine aside and sat with a broken expression, coming to terms with the possibility that he could not become a hero like the ones he admired. Inko's worry deepened as she considered how much harder life might become for her son. The doctor reassured them that the proper testing methods had been followed and that the blood work and X-rays had all come back negative for a quirk. He expressed his sympathy, and Inko thanked him before they left the clinic. The journey home was quiet. Neither mother nor child spoke until they reached their apartment, where Inko gathered Izuku into a tight, motherly hug that held sorrow and a fierce, protective love. Izuku cried into his mother's shoulder while Inko apologized for not giving him a quirk. He hugged her tightly and apologized in return for being quirkless. They held each other for a few minutes and then decided to turn in early, making the night a quiet one. Izuku slept in his mother's bed to stay close and feel safe. 2 months before Izuku's birth, his father had disappeared. He had white hair, piercing red eyes, and a fire-breathing quirk. Investigators later determined that he had been killed while returning to Japan after a mission in America. He had been a respected hero both at home and abroad. Inko was devastated to learn that her husband had died before meeting his son, and she discovered after the birth that she could not have more children. Isashi. Midoriya had left a will transferring his assets to Inko and Izuku, ensuring their comfort for several years, but Inko continued to work because she did not know how long the money would last. On a weekend morning they slept late, waking around 12:30 p.m. and choosing to spend the day together. Monday came and the small family rose to prepare for the day. Inko took a shower to wake up, then began making breakfast and getting Izuku ready for preschool. She worried that the presentation at preschool might ask each child to demonstrate their quirk, and the thought of how the other children might react made her uneasy. She finished getting ready, prepared a simple breakfast of bacon, eggs, toast, sausage and cheese with fruit and juice, and woke Izuku. Izuku showered, dressed in his preschool uniform, and joined his mother at the kitchen table. After they ate and Inko washed the dishes, they walked to the train station and rode into the center of Mizudafu. The preschool and Inko's workplace, a hospital 5 blocks away, were close enough for her to be nearby in case of an emergency. Inko hugged her son before leaving, and Izuku went into class unaware of what awaited him. He greeted his teacher and took his seat at a table he shared with his childhood friend Katsuki Bakugo, who went by Kaken. They had been close for as long as Izuku could remember. Katsuki was proud and strong. He had recently manifested a quirk called Explosion, which allowed him to create blasts from the palms of his hands. Izuku admired his strength and hoped the quirk presentation would not change their friendship. Throughout the morning the children took turns demonstrating their quirks. When the teacher asked Izuku what ability he had and how it worked, he was overwhelmed by nervousness and admitted that he had no quirk. Silence fell over the classroom. The quiet was broken by snickers that grew into laughter led by Bakugo, and soon more students joined in. The teacher's scowl and clear disapproval only reinforced Izuku's sense of isolation. After dismissal there were lingering snickers as word spread that Izuku was quirkless. Later, Bakugo pulled Izuku behind the school with 2 classmates tagging along. Bakugo mocked the idea that they would both become #1 heroes, saying that Izuku's lack of a quirk made him useless. The other boys echoed the ridicule and goaded him further. A sudden blast from Bakugo's ability sent Izuku crashing into a wall. He slid down, dazed and holding his face. Bakugo called him Deku, a name intended to mean useless, and the word sliced into Izuku's sense of self. He could not defend himself. The group overwhelmed him until he lost consciousness, and they left him there. Meanwhile, Inko arrived at the hospital feeling anxious and worried about her son's well-being, hoping he was all right. She changed into her nurse uniform and prepared for the day. For the most part everything went normally, but she began to hear whispers around the hospital about something she could not identify, so she ignored them for the time being. At lunchtime she went to the cafeteria, and when she opened the door everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look at her with expressions of disgust, amusement, and hatred. Before she could understand why, she felt a hard tap on the back of her head. She turned to see a female coworker holding a food tray and staring at her with open hostility. The coworker approached and told Inko that she had always known she was bad at her job, accused her of giving birth to a child without a quirk, and said that she should leave because she and her son were defects. Inko stood in shocked silence, piecing together how the coworker had learned the truth she was the sister of Izuku's homeroom teacher. Anger rose in Inko at the hateful words. The coworker continued to berate her, insisting she should leave and calling her a burden because of her son's condition. After the coworker left, Inko sat a moment stunned, then thought immediately of her son and whether he was all right. She packed her things, told the hospital director it was a family emergency, and hurried to the school. The school was mostly empty. Inko found Izuku beneath a tree, unconscious with visible bruises and scratches. She gently lifted him and carried him home as bystanders stared because he looked weak and pale. They arrived home just after 6 in the evening. It was late, and she needed to clean and dress his wounds before laying him down. She carefully cleaned dirt and dried stains from his skin, applied fresh dressings, and soothed him as best she could. After tending to him, she checked herself for any head injury, cleaned up, and then placed Izuku in bed. She lay down beside him and held him in a gentle hug she had missed dearly. This felt like only the beginning of what they would endure. 14 years had passed since society began to turn on them. 14 years of being singled out and mistreated for something beyond their control. They had endured harassment, lowered wages, and open ridicule at school and at work. Over time they learned to survive, but they were also planning a way to escape the cruelty and live free from constant pain and fear. To understand that plan, it helps to go back to when Izuku turned 10. Ever since the first targeted attack, life had gotten worse. Physical assaults and constant harassment had become routine. On Izuku's 10th birthday, his body still ached from a beating the day before, though the most recent attack had felt restrained in a way he could not understand. Not wanting to be late for school, he rose carefully from bed to avoid reopening old wounds. His mother had taught him basic first aid after the earliest incidents so he could tend to himself if he had to, or if she also suffered mistreatment at work for having a child without a quirk. Their detractors used the child's condition to harass the family every day and remind them that they did not fit in. Both Izuku and Inko bore scars from past attacks, burn marks, and healed wounds that spoke of repeated violence but not in graphic detail. Izuku wore more of these marks because the children at his school went much further than most. They bullied him relentlessly and sometimes tried to cause him real harm. Still, he remained stubborn and hopeful. He wanted to be a hero and refused to abandon his mother. He lived each day to see her, to hold her, and to protect the small moments of warmth they could find together. Inko had tried to persuade him to quit school for safety's sake, but Izuku insisted on staying. She kept her job for the income. Despite the way employers docked her pay and treated her poorly, it still provided enough for them to live modestly. The savings his father had left remained untouched, and Inko planned to keep saving so that when Izuku finished middle school they could move to a community where quirkless people and those with unusual abilities lived together without discrimination. On the morning of his birthday, Izuku took a warm shower to wake up and to wash away the remnants of sleep. He dressed in a worn school uniform patched in several places from past incidents. As he walked down the hall, he found his mother already dressed for work. On the table she had prepared a simple, healthy breakfast and placed 2 muffins to mark his birthday. Over the years Izuku had preferred smaller celebrations so they could save more. At first Inko had been reluctant, but she agreed after some gentle persuasion, wanting to protect him while keeping their life stable. Izuku told his mother that the birthday party itself was not important, only that they could spend it together and return the favor on her birthday. Every year they spent birthdays together, doing simple mother and son things. His mother greeted him with a gentle hug. She was in pain too, and had noticed that something had been off the previous day. After they separated and sat down to eat, Izuku asked his mother if she felt the same unease as he did. Izuku asked his mother if she felt something was off yesterday. Inko thought about it and agreed that something had felt wrong, as if someone had been planning something. Inko warned that it felt like a deliberate setup. Izuku suggested they keep their guard up just in case. Izuku told his mother to stay vigilant and said he had gathered a lot of evidence, maybe enough to fill 3 books, though he still needed more for the plan to work. Inko said she was still missing a few pages but was getting there. Their plan was to collect as much evidence as possible and submit it to news outlets, multiple police departments, and perhaps government agencies. They had decided on this because previous reports of abuse and statements had been routinely discarded by a police officer who pretended the paperwork was lost. They hoped this wider distribution would prevent the same thing from happening again, but they still lacked some crucial pieces of evidence. After breakfast they finished the dishes and left the apartment for the train station. The bad feeling would not dissipate as they went their separate ways toward Izuku's school and Inko's workplace. Izuku made it to school and said goodbye to his mother before heading to class, but the sense of dread intensified with every step. When he entered the classroom he felt the pressure of the moment, a rising dread that made his skin crawl. Before he could fully settle into his seat, someone grabbed his head and slammed it down onto the desk, knocking him unconscious. Before blacking out, he heard an orderly voice instruct others to take him to the gymnasium and make preparations. 10 minutes earlier, Inko had said goodbye to her son and walked toward the hospital. The closer she got, the stronger the uneasy feeling became. At the hospital, she changed into her nurse's uniform and felt many eyes watching her, which only increased her anxiety. She had just entered the empty changing room when someone approached and put a cloth over her face that smelled like a chemical. She struggled, but the drag took effect and she began to lose consciousness. Before she faded, she heard someone direct others to take her to the parking lot and make preparations. Izuku woke to the murmur of a crowd and the ringing in his ears. He found himself tied and kneeling on a stage, looking out at the entire school gathered in the hall, all seated and waiting. Panic rose in him until the principal stepped forward and hushed the crowd, announcing that they did not have much time. The principal proclaimed that they had gathered to mark a special day in a twisted celebration of Izuku Midoriya. He framed it as a ritualized humiliation, saying that the school's protege and supposed future #1 hero, Katsuki Bakugo, would perform the act that would leave their mark on Izuku. The students cheered, but it was a cruel, triumphant cheer rather than one of joy. Bakugo strode onto the stage with swagger, radiating confidence and contempt. The principal stepped forward and exposed Izuku's back. In a stage display meant to intimidate and shame, Bakugo used a heated tool to press a painful brand into Izuku's skin, leaving a visible mark that spelled the word Deku. Izuku screamed from the intense pain and humiliation, struggling against his restraints, but his efforts were futile. When the ordeal was over, they let him drop. His head hit the floor and he lost consciousness again. They did not leave him where he fell. Instead, they hauled him up and threw him outside beneath a tree. He lay face down, back exposed to the sky, showing the world what he was. 2 hours later, Inko arrived to collect her son. She looked disoriented but managed to reach the school and found him unconscious with a word burned into his back. She quickly covered him with the jacket she had and slowly roused him. He was in pain but managed to stand. They made their way to the train station and waited for their train, drawing curious looks from passers-by that neither acknowledged. The carriage was empty except for them. After 15 minutes they reached their stop and walked to their apartment building. Once home, Inko ushered her son into the bathroom and told him to strip to his underwear and take a warm shower. The water stung his back, but he endured. After a few minutes he emerged wet and exhausted. Inko took him to his room and told him to lie face down so she could bandage his back. She was shaken by what she saw, then photographed his injuries for the evidence file they were compiling and spent an hour carefully dressing the wounds. She felt worn out and decided to take a bath herself. When she was about to leave, Izuku stopped her and looked at her back. She indicated that she, too, had been branded, her mark read defective. He helped her to the bathroom and followed the same routine he had done for himself, then spent an hour and a half bandaging her back. Afterwards they sat on the sofa, staring into space until Izuku broke the silence. Izuku told his mother that they should wait until the last week of his 3rd year of middle school so they could gather enough evidence. Then they could involve the authorities and the media and ensure those responsible were held accountable. Inko hugged him, agreeing that they should wait. For the next 5 years they endured ongoing abuse that left lasting physical and emotional scars, but they believed it would be worth the wait until the day came. Izuku was 14 now. He and his mother had prepared everything. They made copies of every piece of evidence and created digital backups in case the originals were lost. They mailed the information to news outlets and police departments across Japan, and then waited. One day, something happened that would change their lives. Izuku Midoriya was pulled from a flashback about his younger years about protecting a girl with pink hair from a childhood friend whose behavior had deteriorated over time by a slight tremor and shouting in the street. Curious despite knowing he might be late for school, he hurried to the scene. There, a hero was battling an enormous villain. He pulled out his notebook to record the fight and analyze the villain's quirk. Backdraft, a water-based hero, helped with crowd control while Kamui Woods, a rising hero who had been making headlines since his debut 2 years prior, engaged the villain. Kamui Woods announced that the villain was under arrest for illegal quirk usage, vandalism of public property, and endangerment of civilians. The law against public quirk use had been in place for about a century to prevent dangerous displays outside of lawful contexts. Kamui Woods prepared to use his capture technique, lacquered chain prison, to stop the villain's movements. Before he could complete the maneuver, a giant figure flew in and kicked the villain, knocking him out but causing some property damage. The giant was MT Lady, another rising hero who had debuted a year earlier. Civilians pulled out their phones and photographed the heroine as she posed for the cameras. Izuku was fascinated by the quirk he called gigantification, which allowed its user to grow to the height of tall buildings. He wrote everything he could about the ability's strengths, weaknesses, and possible applications for improvement. He was so absorbed in his notes that he did not notice an old man beside him asking whether he planned to become a hero, a thought that made him slightly embarrassed. Izuku told the man he was interested, and the man wished him luck on his journey. Izuku promised he would do his best. Izuku wanted to change society for the better, to reform discriminatory laws so fewer people would suffer as he had. He wanted to help those ostracized for having no quirk, a weak quirk, a mutation, or a stigmatized ability. He dreamed of a world where people were not judged by quirk status, wealth, or appearance but treated equally. He knew it would be a difficult task without power or influence, but he resolved to work tirelessly to achieve it. Over the years he trained to maintain a lean, muscular build fast and strong enough to stand his ground when needed. Izuku had never fought back because he knew he would be punished rather than the person who started the fight, so he let it happen. His body was marked with scars from the beatings he had received over the years. When Izuku realized how late it was, he sprinted to school to avoid being marked tardy, although he expected a punishment even if he arrived early. After a 10-minute run, he reached Aldra Junior High, the bane of his existence. Ever since he had been declared quirkless, students and sometimes teachers had made his life miserable. Rumors spread fast at every new school he attended, and people treated him as powerless. They altered his grades so he would not outscore quirk students, despite his intelligence. He was capable of achievements that made others assume he had an intelligence-enhancing quirk, but it was all his work. To stay safe, he intentionally kept his grades low. The last time he had done well, he had been beaten severely. He hid his abilities until he could escape this life. He arrived at class before it started and sat with his head down. He had learned that making himself less of a threat kept him somewhat unharmed. When the teacher entered with a stack of career choice papers, the teacher told the class to settle down and explained that today's lesson could help determine their futures. The teacher tossed the papers into the air, knowing Izuku would have to pick them up and hand them out, and announced that he knew everyone wanted to be heroes. Several students immediately displayed their quirks, ignoring school rules. All except two kept calm, a white-haired boy writing in his notebook and an ash-blonde boy with his feet on his desk. The teacher warned the class not to use their quirks during school hours and instructed Izuku to clean up the papers and distribute them. Bakugo's habit of calling him Deku had spread, and the nickname was used to dehumanize him. Izuku had learned to accept it without fighting back because resistance only brought harsher punishment. Bakugo stood on his desk and declared that no one in the class could match him and that others might as well be sidekicks to D-list heroes. The students complained that he was arrogant, but Bakugo had been praised since getting his powerful, dangerous quirk, which had inflated his ego and given him free rein to bully weaker classmates. The teacher complimented Katsuki Bakugo as the pride of Aldra and asked if he planned to apply to UA High School. The class murmured about how difficult UA's entrance exam and low acceptance rate were. Bakugo announced that he was the only one who had a real chance at UA, bragging that he had aced mock exams and was at the peak of physical training. He insisted his quirk was far superior to anyone else's and that he would become the #1 hero, more famous even than All Might. The teacher, trying to be amused, added that Izuku also wanted to apply to UA. The class turned their attention to Izuku. He felt exposed and threatened, as if he were in a predator's den. The students began to mock him for wanting to be a hero while quirkless. The taunting escalated until Bakugo used his quirk, sending an explosion that struck Izuku and knocked him into the back wall of the classroom. Bakugo berated Izuku, insisting that only he would apply to UA and that a quirkless student had no place there. Izuku attempted to defend himself, telling them that the rule excluding quirkless students had been removed 5 years earlier and that trying would not ruin everything. Bakugo responded with another explosion that hit Izuku in the chest and grabbed him roughly by the collar. The teacher warned Bakugo that he might get in trouble if he continued and told them to settle the matter after school. Bakugo shoved Izuku back against the wall and returned to his seat. Izuku picked himself up, returned to his desk, and opened his hero journal. The school day continued as best it could for Izuku. Elsewhere, a villain composed of a green, slime-like fluid was on the loose in the surrounding neighborhood, causing mayhem. Crowds nearby ran or hid from the villain. A bystander said there would be no end to the villain's rampage, but a man in a booming voice declared that there would be an end. Classes had ended a while ago and the students had been given an end-of-year assignment due the next week. Izuku packed his belongings as fast as possible and tried to leave before anyone noticed, but luck was not on his side when Bakugo seized his hero notebook and began reading it, then looked back at Izuku. Bakugo demanded to know what the notebook was, ridiculed the title Hero Analysis for the Future, and told Izuku that he should give up on being a hero because he had no quirk. Bakugo taunted him, saying that Izuku was not better than him. Izuku reached for the notebook, but an explosion from Bakugo knocked him to the floor. Bakugo detonated another blast that scorched the notebook as if it had been thrown into a fire, then tossed it out the window into the schoolyard. He approached Izuku and threatened him to stop applying to UA. Before leaving, Bakugo delivered one of the most devastating things Izuku had ever heard, telling him to give up on life rather than cling to a hopeless dream. Izuku was utterly shocked and felt betrayed. He had grown used to cruel words from strangers, but this cut deeper because it came from someone he had once considered a brother. When Bakugo left the room laughing cruelly, Izuku slowly got up, finished packing his belongings, and went outside to look for his notebook. After some searching, he found it in a koi pond, soggy and scorched but still legible. He wanted to get home quickly and avoid people, so he took a shortcut he knew. On his way home he passed under an underpass, still replaying Bakugo's words in his head. He failed to notice a manhole cover sliding aside and a slime-like villain emerging. The villain took form as a mass of green slime with sharp teeth and large red eyes. It towered over Izuku and crept toward him. Izuku felt a presence behind him, turned slowly, and met the creature's gaze. The villain asked for help and then said it needed to hide inside his body. Before Izuku could process the request, the slime rushed over him, trying to envelop him. He struggled, felt air leave his lungs, and began to see stars at the edges of his vision. Panic flooded his thoughts. He wondered if this was how he would die and how his mother would react. Those were his last coherent thoughts before darkness closed in. As Izuku faded, the villain said the process would only take a minute. Then a loud, familiar voice came from behind him, commanding attention and respect and proclaiming that there was no need to fear because help had arrived. The villain panicked and tried to flee, but the newcomer unleashed a powerful attack with a single swing, calling out a signature move. A huge gust from the punch scattered the slime and freed Izuku. Using every ounce of willpower to stay conscious, Izuku saw that his rescuer was a large, muscular man with gravity-defying hair and a bright, reassuring smile. The man lightly smacked Izuku's cheek several times while urging him to wake up. When Izuku opened his eyes, he realized he was staring at the symbol of peace, All Might, standing before him in all his grandeur. All Might noted with relief that Izuku was still alive, praised his distraction of the villain, and explained that he had followed the villain through the sewers, gotten lost for a time, but had managed to find them. Izuku, too stunned to speak, felt a wave of admiration for the hero he had long idolized. He owned All Might merchandise and had dreamed of meeting him properly. Wanted to ask All Might an important question and had even hoped to get an autograph, but All Might said he had to leave and hand the villain over to the police. Izuku decided to jump onto All Might's leg and hold on, desperate for one more chance to ask his question. A short moment of tense silence followed as All Might prepared to depart, and then the two of them left the underpass together. All Might launched into the air and flew at high speed, then felt something strange and looked down to see the boy he had just saved clinging to his leg. All Might demanded that the boy get off his leg. He tried to free him, and in the struggle a small container he had been carrying slipped from his pocket and fell into an alley where an ash-blonde youth and his companions were smoking. Izuku pleaded that if he let go he would die. All Might realized Izuku was right and landed on the roof of a nearby building, where he let Izuku climb down and catch his breath. Izuku collapsed to his knees, pale and panting, then slowly regained his composure and rose to face All Might. All Might scolded him for risking his life. Izuku apologized and said he had to ask a very important question. All Might insisted there was no question worth dying for, but Izuku persisted. Izuku explained that when he was young he had dreamed of changing the world so everyone could live equally, without discrimination based on quirks, wealth, or social standing. He said he had been born without a quirk and had been ostracized, yet he still wanted to be a hero and asked All Might if that could ever be possible for someone quirkless. A puff of smoke accompanied a sudden change. All Might reverted to his civilian form, a thin blonde man with sky-blue eyes. In that voice he told Izuku that he was looking at All Might in civilian form and asked that their exchange stay between them. Izuku nodded and repeated his question, asking if it was possible to become a hero without a quirk. All Might laughed at first, then spoke bluntly and harshly. He explained that heroes face villains far stronger than most people realize, and that those battles often left heroes with injuries that could be fatal to someone without powers. He warned Izuku that trying to be a hero without a quirk would put others in danger and suggested choosing a safer, more practical path instead. After saying this, All Might left the rooftop and descended to street level, leaving Izuku broken and reflecting on every decision that had led him there. He remembered being born without a quirk and the cruelty of others. Feeling overwhelmed, he walked to the edge of the roof and looked down, the height enough to be lethal on impact. Memories of hardship and pain surged through him until something unexpected occurred. A small translucent screen appeared before him indicating that the necessary conditions had been met and a quirk had awakened. The screen announced that Advanced All-for-One had unlocked. The ability granted the user power to take, give, combine, copy, split, evolve, and devolve quirks. Additional functions were described. Quirks of similar nature could fuse into new, more capable quirks, a perception that revealed the nature and limitations of others' quirks, evolution that upgraded the user's quirks to their final stages while removing harmful drawbacks, the ability to separate composite quirks into their parent components, the power to combine quirks to create new effects, and the capacity to permanently copy quirks into a catalog for later use. A failsafe prevented Advanced All-for-One from being taken, copied, or destroyed. Sometime later near Tatooine Station, Katsuki Bakugo and his companions discussed what they had heard. One of them mentioned Bakugo's harsh words to Izuku. They agreed that they had wanted the quirkless boy to suffer, and they were surprised Bakugo had said so to his face. Bakugo asserted that the quirkless boy deserved what he had coming. Bakugo had told himself the world would be better off without that nerd. While Bakugo was giving a harsh speech about Deku, he accidentally kicked a bottle that had been trapping a sludge villain and freed it. The villain immediately began searching for a new host and spotted Bakugo nearby. Meanwhile, Izuku sat on the roof, staring at the screen that announced he had unlocked a new quirk. The notification told him he had acquired Advanced All-for-One, and he stood speechless, unsure what to do next. An explosion sounded not far away and Izuku hurried down the building toward the rising smoke. When he drew closer, he recognized the villain that had attacked him earlier and remembered that during the scuffle when he had grabbed All Might's leg, the bottle must have been knocked loose. He realized his mistake had set the current attack in motion. Up close he saw the villain holding a hostage, Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo did not look like himself. He was frightened, their usual cocky bravado replaced by fear for his life. The crowd of heroes nearby was mostly indecisive. One hero named Backdraft was fighting the flames while the others argued that their quirks weren't suited to the situation. Izuku had already run through several rescue plans in his head, but he had just awakened his quirk and didn't yet know how to use it. Izuku formed a plan. He would quietly copy the quirks of the heroes at the scene by tapping them, then use those abilities to help. He moved through the crowd and tapped each hero on the back. Each tap brought a notification confirming a new ability had been copied and upgraded. He copied a water pump ability that evolved into water manipulation, and he copied an arbor ability that evolved into wood manipulation. He chose not to copy Death Arms because it was strictly an arm-based enhancement and not useful for full-body maneuvers. He pushed past the shouting heroes and examined the villain. The only solid features seemed to be its eyes. Everything else flowed like sludge. Acting quickly, Izuku dodged as the villain fired globs of sludge at him. He spun his bag and flung it at the creature's eye, temporarily loosening its grip on Bakugo and giving Bakugo some space to breathe. Izuku lunged forward and grabbed Bakugo's arm, and in that instant he copied Bakugo's explosive ability. Izuku pulled and managed to free part of Bakugo's upper body, but the villain recovered and launched another attack. Before it could strike, a massive figure with gravity-defying hair leapt in and scooped both teens out of danger. Izuku's copy of the newcomer's power one for all activated and evolved within him as well. The newcomer delivered a thunderous finishing strike, a signature Detroit smash, that struck the villain and sent it flying. The blast's force created a brief whirlwind that snuffed out the flames, and the sudden shift in the air was followed by a light rain. Bystanders joked about how the hero had changed the weather with a single punch. Once the danger had passed, the hero released the two and turned his attention to them. He scolded Izuku loudly, telling him he had only gotten in the way and reminding him that without mastering his quirk he would only cause more problems for everyone. The reprimand was sharp, and people nearby began recording the scene. The exchange was being broadcast live to viewers across the country. Then the hero turned to Bakugo and praised his bravery, offering a contact card in case Bakugo needed help. Izuku stood there, humiliated by the public scolding and the laughter around him, and bolted. He needed to get home and tell his mother about his quirk. He ran as fast as he could, trying to escape the jeers, when he was suddenly cut off by a violent, explosive punch to the face. The blow nearly broke his nose and sent him sprawling. Before he could fully recover, Bakugo struck him again. Bakugo lashed out angrily, accusing Izuku of trying to save him and warning that he should never interfere again. Bakugo stormed off, leaving Izuku bruised on the ground. Slowly he got to his feet and finished the walk home. His mother, Inko, was already waiting when he arrived. Before he could explain, she pulled him into a crushing hug. In the moment of contact, he found that he had copied her weak telekinetic ability and it evolved into a more refined psychokinesis. The hug left him winded, but it also released him from the hold so his mother could examine him closely. Inko noticed his bleeding nose but determined it did not look broken and guessed that Bakugo had caused the injury because of the scorch marks on his face. Izuku nodded in confirmation. Inko considered giving that boy a piece of her mind, but Izuku stopped her. He told his mother that he had awakened his quirk that day. Inko thought he was joking, but he insisted and revealed that he could copy other quirks and make them his own. He had already copied 4 quirks, including hers. Inko found that amazing. He explained that he could take, give, copy, evolve and divide quirks, and offered to take her quirk, evolve it, and return it so she would be stronger and better able to protect herself. Inko hesitated but ultimately agreed. He placed his hand on her head and a black flame appeared as he felt her quirk lift away. He slowly took it, evolved it, and returned it. When he asked how she felt, she said it felt like her old quirk but slightly different. He suggested she try lifting the coffee table to test its strength. Inko focused and, after a few seconds, the table began to float. Amazed that she could lift something larger than a mug, she set it down gently, looked at her son with tears, and hugged him so tightly that he lost consciousness. He regained consciousness later. That weekend Izuku decided to test the quirks he had copied. He came downstairs to find floating appliances around the house doing various tasks. His mother greeted him in the kitchen and asked him to sit. A plate of eggs, bacon, toast and pancakes floated onto the table with a glass of juice. She joined him and they ate. Midway through breakfast, Izuku told his mother he planned to test his new quirks at the trash-strewn beach and maybe start cleaning it up as training. Inko agreed and told him to be careful. After finishing breakfast he set off. People laughed at him because of what had happened the day before, but he did not care. He was determined to prove them wrong. A 10-minute walk brought him to the beach, which was clogged with debris. Trash had washed ashore and continued to pile up as people added more. The authorities had not intervened. Izuku pushed through the debris until he found a clear stretch facing the sea and decided to train there. He began with water manipulation. He started small, pushing and pulling the water in wave-like motions until control came naturally, as if he had always had the power. He discovered he could also create water by drawing moisture from the air, forming spheres of water at will. He intended to practice wood manipulation but found no fresh soil, so he postponed it. He then turned to the explosion quirk, uneasy about having that ability but curious. He trained from tiny detonations to larger blasts and experimented with triggering bursts from different parts of his body. He discovered he could activate them from his feet, which gave him brief propulsion and allowed limited flight, though it required intense concentration. Next he tapped into the advanced one-for-all power he had sensed the day before. Energy built within him as he started with small doses throughout his body. Dark light and lightning-like arcs danced along his skin as the output increased. He felt the power reach its peak but held himself back. He reduced the intensity to a manageable level, faced the ocean, and released a single punch that split the water and sent a shockwave that cleared some clouds. Sensing there was more to that power, he sat and entered a meditative stance to look within. As he concentrated, several abilities unlocked and evolved. Float became flight, Black Whip became construct, Danger Sense became danger prediction, Smokescreen became smoke manipulation, FA Gene became kinetic stockpile, and Gear Shift became velocity manipulation. When he opened his eyes, he tested the new powers. He practiced flight by gliding above the beach and getting used to the sensation of weightlessness. He formed black energy constructs into simple shapes. They felt malleable, like clay, and easy to control. He produced smoke from various parts of his body and created dark clouds above to dim the sun while shaping them subtly. He learned that kinetic stockpile collected and stored kinetic energy, which he could later release, similar to how his other power accumulated force. Finally, with velocity manipulation he picked up a rock, froze it in midair, then accelerated it to maximum speed. When it struck the sea it produced a powerful splash and sent waves outward. He spent the weekend practicing and refining these abilities. On Monday morning he woke earlier than usual with a strange feeling that something was going to happen, whether good or bad. He took a quick shower, dressed in his school uniform, and found his mother already ready for work and finishing breakfast preparations. After she finished, they sat down and ate until Izuku asked if she could feel it too. Inko said she could and that she was hoping nothing bad would happen, but if it did, at least they could defend themselves. Izuku agreed. They finished breakfast and went to the bus stop. People were still snickering about last week and making fun of Inko for being his mother, but she ignored it. She was used to it. They arrived at their stops and went to school and work, though the uneasy feeling never left them. Inko dropped Izuku off, said her goodbyes, and went to work. Izuku walked through the school gate to more laughter, but he ignored it and made his way to class. The lesson was mostly about future career choices, and by lunch he had not brought anything to eat. He went to the library and sat by the window, looking out at the front of the school, and what he saw lit up something in him. Several black vans with SWAT markings drove up to the school gates. Dozens of officers in black unloaded and began making arrests with swift, coordinated moves, detaining teachers, staff, and students alike with firm but controlled force. Detective Neo Mesa Tsukachi, the human lie detector, stepped out of the vans in his trench coat and hat and walked among the arrested, then paused at an escalating scene. Bakugo was loudly protesting, insisting he was the future #1 hero and demanding to know what they intended to do. The officers reported that a suspect was resisting and moved to surround him. A brief, flustered exchange about equipment ended when they opened the van and brought out high-pressure water devices designed to neutralize certain quirks. They activated them in a synchronized move that soaked Bakugo from all sides and left him furious. Bakugo threatened them, and his anger grew more intense, but the officers reacted quickly and professionally. They tackled him in a coordinated restraint maneuver, secured him with quirk-canceling cuffs, and escorted him into the vans filled with detainees. Izuku watched the arrests, thrilled and riveted, taking pictures of the operation. The detective approached him and asked if he was Izuku Midoriya. Izuku confirmed and assumed the detective was the person he needed to speak with. The detective asked him to follow. Before leaving, Izuku asked if the raids were also happening at his mother's workplace. The detective confirmed that they were and said Izuku would meet her back at the station. Nearby, a coworker shouted angrily at the officers and threatened consequences, and the officers moved in to restrain her as well, using the same method as before to secure her. Izuku told the detective he would need help with something when they arrived at the station, and the detective promised to help as much as he could. They left the school amid many arrests and a crowd that gave Izuku hostile looks. The detective noticed and said he would include that in the reports. The drive to the station was quiet, Izuku staring out the window until they arrived. Inside the station they entered a room with a table and chairs where Inko was already waiting. They sat and began to talk. Izuku asked the detective to call in whoever was watching them because he felt the matter involved that person as well. The detective complied, and a small, unusual figure entered the room and climbed onto the table. The figure introduced himself as Nizu, the principal of UA, clarifying that he appeared to be a chimera creature. Izuku observed that Nizu was a chimera and likely the result of experimentation. Nizu admitted that he had been experimented on and asked how Izuku had recognized his quirk. Izuku explained that he, his mother, and Nizu had similarities. Nizu had been experimented on because of a powerful quirk, Izuku had been used as a quirk testing subject and abused, and his mother had been exploited at her workplace. Most importantly, Izuku said, they had all been branded as a reminder that they belonged to those who had used them. Nizu confirmed that they were victims of cruelty and then asked about Izuku's own quirk. Izuku requested help registering it. The detective noted that official records listed Izuku as born quirkless. Izuku said his quirk had awakened only last week and that he had been unable to register it because it was too dangerous for the government's protocols. When Nizu asked why, Izuku revealed the name of his quirk, Advanced All for One. Both the detective and Nizu reacted with concern at the name. Izuku guessed that this quirk had appeared before. Nizu acknowledged that someone had possessed a version of it in the past, but it had been less developed. He asked what made Izuku's quirk different. Izuku explained that Advanced All for One allowed him to take, give, combine, copy, split, and evolve any quirk. Izuku explained that he had already copied and evolved 5 quirks, and that one specific quirk had revealed 6 hidden quirks within it. The detective asked what that specific quirk was. Izuku answered that it was called One for All, which he believed he had copied from All Might and evolved into Advanced One for All. Over time he discovered it contained hidden quirks. Nizu and the detective exchanged confused looks, since they had thought One for All could not be copied, but they resolved to think on it further. Nizu then proposed that they would help with quirk registration but would have to classify it as top secret to prevent others from coming after Izuku. He suggested they turn their attention to Izuku's education and his mother's employment. Izuku explained that they had already planned for schooling. He would take online classes until he completed several advanced degrees while continuing to clean the beach in preparation for the UA entrance exams next year. Inko admitted uncertainty about employment. She had saved money to move before Izuku awakened his quirk and evolved hers, and she had considered nursing but feared hospitals might not accept her. Nizu listened and considered an alternative. Nizu proposed that they move into a dorm on the UA campus. He offered to build a dorm near his own, in the forest section of the campus, where Izuku could continue online classes until the entrance exam. He arranged secret pathways allowing Izuku to leave the campus a few blocks away to continue cleaning the beach, permission to use school facilities after the school day, and a position for Inko as an assistant to Recovery Girl with pay. Izuku and Inko exchanged a brief telepathic confirmation and agreed that the arrangement would solve many of their problems. Izuku said he liked Nizu, noting that Nizu seemed like someone to trust with bold plans. Inko smiled at Izuku's dramatic phrasing and agreed to the plan, promising to support him all the way. Together they accepted Nizu's offer. Nizu said he would make the necessary preparations and asked them to pack their belongings and be ready to move the next day. Before Nizu and the detective left, Izuku asked if he could copy their quirks as well, believing they might prove useful. Both Nizu and the detective consented. Izuku reached out and copied their abilities. The high-specs quirk evolved into peak human mind, and the polygraph quirk evolved into fact or fiction. Izuku thanked Nizu and prepared to leave. Nizu reciprocated the farewell. The quirks Izuku had copied and evolved were catalogued. Advanced 1 for all allowed its user to continuously generate and store energy over time, building a steady accumulation that could power the body, enhance physical abilities, or be released as powerful energy attacks when needed. He also possessed flight, which enabled free movement through the air. Construct, which let him shape a dense, dark energy into barriers, projectiles, or structures, and danger prediction, which granted an instinctive sense of imminent threats and heightened awareness of hazards. He had smoke manipulation for controlling and creating smoke in both defensive and offensive forms, kinetic stockpile to absorb and store kinetic energy for later release as strength, speed, or explosive power, velocity manipulation to alter the speed and movement of objects or people, and psychokinesis to move and exert force on objects mentally. He retained explosion, a quirk that allowed him to create explosive effects, water manipulation for controlling water, and wood manipulation for shaping and growing wood and plants. Fact or fiction gave him the ability to discern the truthfulness of statements through a perceptual interaction with reality. Peak human mind granted cognitive abilities at the maximum potential of the human brain, including enhanced memory, rapid learning, advanced problem-solving, and near-photographic recall. After the conversation with the detective and the principal, Nizu and the detective drove Izuku and Inko home so they could start packing. Izuku felt excited about training his new powers and body and hopeful about discovering additional quirks in the future, particularly a regeneration ability or one that could alter bone composition. They packed for a few minutes and were nearly finished. Only the furniture pickup and moving remained. While they waited, they took a moment to celebrate that the plan had succeeded and that they had taken a step toward freedom from the abuse they had endured. A short while later, they continued with the remaining arrangements to finalize their move. Now they strove to become stronger, taking on the world with a new fire lit in their souls. Izuku also had an idea that had been on his mind ever since he met All Might. The All Might mech had to go. Every time he saw it, it felt like salt in a wound. Inko asked why he would sell those, mostly because of the time he had spent collecting them, but she understood after he explained what had caused his quirk awakening. She helped him sort the merchandise into categories from least to most expensive. They took pictures of everything and posted them on an auction site, where Izuku planned to wait until he got an acceptable amount. When they finished, they called it a night because tomorrow would be the start of their new lives. The next morning, Inko woke Izuku to tell him breakfast was ready. He dragged himself out of bed, put on black shorts and a white t-shirt with the words, "T-shirt," printed on the front, and made his way to the kitchen. His mother had prepared a delicious spread of eggs, bacon, sausage, toast, and juice. He slid into his seat at the dining table and waited for Inko to join him. When she returned with a stack of pancakes and sat down, Izuku thanked her for the meal and dug in. They ate quietly, enjoying the many combinations of flavor. After 10 minutes there was nothing left, not even a crumb. Izuku insisted on washing the dishes so they could pack the last of the remaining items. It was not long before a knock sounded at the door. Inko answered and was greeted by Principal Nizu with movers behind him. Nizu greeted Mrs. Midoriya and remarked that they had a long day ahead. Inko replied that they had rested enough and guessed the people behind him were there to pick up their things. Nizu confirmed that and added that he was also there to give them a ride back to campus, which would be only a 15-minute drive. Inko went to fetch Izuku so they could leave. They grabbed what they needed and headed out to the black sedan waiting outside. The movers followed close behind as they drove off. During the ride they made small talk. Nizu explained that the construction of their house had been completed the previous night and that he had added basic furniture and necessities in case they needed essentials. He described both rooms as having comfortable queen-size beds, wardrobes, work desks, and a small private bathroom in case the main one was occupied. The kitchen was stocked with food for a month and would be restocked every other month. He mentioned a backyard gym for private workouts and summarized the arrangements. Inko protested that it sounded like too much. Nizu dismissed that, saying they were neighbors and he wanted them to feel at home. He added that Izuku would have a meeting with him and Recovery Girl to work out where and how Izuku could help. Nizu then addressed Izuku directly, reminding him that the school's gyms and other facilities were open for training but warning him not to overdo it. He was unsure how Cementos would react to the constant destruction of mock cities. Izuku could not promise restraint but thanked Nizu sincerely for helping them. Few people would go out of their way like that. Nizu replied that they were alike in important ways and needed to stick together to survive. After 15 minutes of driving, they reached campus and parked near the forest. Nizu jumped onto Izuku's shoulder and pointed them in the direction of their house. The walk through the woods was peaceful. The few animals that lived there made way for them, and some even greeted Nizu. Izuku observed that the animals seemed to like Nizu. Nizu explained that he was still an animal and had known most of them since he started at the school. Some had been rescued from homes affected by deforestation. They arrived at 2 houses that looked the same, built from tough wood with reinforced concrete supports and a tidy yard with a stone path leading to the front door. They went inside and explored the place, finding it comfortable. When the movers arrived, they began carrying everything in and placed boxes in their rooms and the living room. Izuku and Inko expressed their gratitude, and the movers left. Nizu excused himself, saying he had business to attend to before the meeting the next day, and wished them good night before departing. Left to unpack, Izuku and Inko spent a few hours arranging their belongings. When they finished, the house was in order and they could relax, but Izuku decided to check the backyard gym for light exercise to assess his physical strength. He trained for a few hours until it began to get dark, finishing his last set before heading inside to shower so he would not miss dinner. Inko had prepared pork cutlet rice bowls, and when Izuku came to the kitchen she was waiting with steaming bowls. He sat down and they began to eat. There was some small talk until Inko brought up whether he would go to the beach the next day to start cleaning up. Izuku said he would, then planned to begin his online college lessons when he returned and do some light workouts and quirk training. Inko warned him not to push himself, reminding him that he had less than a year before the exam and needed to be at his best to show everyone he intended to become the greatest hero. Izuku thanked her and promised to make her proud. Inko then expressed a brief, quiet wish for him to find happiness in his personal life. Izuku turned beet red, nearly choked on his food, excused himself, and went to bed early. Tomorrow marked the start of his road to becoming the greatest hero. Izuku followed a training regimen designed to build strength and flexibility in a condensed, efficient way. Each morning after breakfast he completed 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 pull-ups, 100 sit-ups, a 10-kilometer run, and progressive weight training in the gym, increasing the load as his body adapted. Around midday he went to the trash-strewn beach and cleaned it in small, careful sweeps. He picked up small bottles, discarded appliances, and basic building materials. He kept some of the building material in case it proved useful. Over time the beach became noticeably cleaner. People still made fun of him sometimes because of what had happened the previous month, but he ignored them, confident they would eat their words one day. In the late afternoon he returned home to study. He had applied to the University of Tokyo to begin a course in chemical engineering for the first month of the school year. Nizu helped with the application and arranged an intelligence assessment that revealed Izuku's remarkable intellect. With that information, the university agreed to an accelerated plan. Each month he would study a course of his choosing, and a compact, year's worth of exams would be administered at the end of the year to determine advanced placement and possible PhD progression. At night he traveled to one of the fake cities to train and master his quirks. He began with advanced OFA, testing the energy he had been storing for the past month. By feeling it out, he realized the stored power was enormous on a scale that could cause catastrophic destruction if released unchecked. To avoid accidental devastation, he tested at very low outputs, discovering that anything above a small percentage would have catastrophic effects, so he limited himself to 1% during practice. At that level he gained enhanced speed, strength, and adaptability but still needed combat experience. He trained on Nizu's pre-programmed dummies to learn basic fighting and began developing unique techniques to use with advanced OFA. He developed a technique called impulse, where he placed his palm on a flat surface and flexed his upper body muscles to send a focused shockwave of kinetic energy through the surface and into a target. With more energy it could act like a spring-loaded blast. He created Flick by pulling back one finger in a snapping motion to fire a condensed air projectile. With increased power, it could form a concentrated air cannon. He also devised second impact. When he threw a punch or kick, the resulting air pressure could act as a delayed follow-up impact carrying similar force. If the initial strike landed, the air pressure compounded the damage, and with more energy invested, second impact could multiply its effect. Next, he explored quirks nested within advanced OFA, starting with flight. He soared through the fake city at extremely high speeds, repeatedly breaking the sound barrier. When he augmented his flight with energy from his stockpile quirk, his speed grew even greater, requiring careful control to avoid unintentionally leaving the atmosphere. Combining flight with advanced OFA, he developed a move called Grizzly Magnum. Izuku gained tremendous momentum in flight, pulled his arms back, then came to an abrupt stop and launched both arms forward to produce a massive air cannon capable of punching through structures until its energy dissipated. He then tested construct, manipulating energy tendrils into defensive or offensive shapes. The constructs were limited in size up to the scale of small cars without additional stored energy, so creativity and efficient use of power were necessary. With more energy from his stockpile, constructs became larger and stronger, potentially reaching the size of a small house. He combined construct with advanced OFA to create Black Spear. He coated his hand from wrist to fingertips with condensed energy and formed a sharp, spear-like point to strike targets. The construct coiled like a spring and added advanced OFA for increased power, unleashing an attack that traveled at incredible speed and instantly neutralized anything in its path. Danger prediction worked well on its own and could not be used offensively, so he combined it with construct to create ultimate defense. Whenever he sensed incoming danger, both quirks would automatically activate to protect him. Ultimate defense remained always active and would warn him if someone proved too dangerous. Next came smoke manipulation, which proved easy to control and suited stealth missions. He developed basic techniques for covert operations. Cloud. He created dark clouds that resembled storm clouds, useful for blending into natural clouds during night missions. Fog. He generated dense black fog that concealed his presence and interfered with acute senses. Sleep. He surrounded an opponent with heavy smoke that rendered them unconscious, allowing him to neutralize threats without lasting harm. Kinetic stockpile functioned like advanced OFA, accumulating kinetic energy from movements until he chose to use it. The most interesting quirk was velocity manipulation. Its uses focused on offense and mobility, and when combined with other quirks it became devastating. He started by manipulating small objects, progressed to large concrete slabs and small cars, and eventually challenged buildings. Using a fraction of advanced OFA, he launched a building into the sky and halted its motion. At maximum power, the building shot into space and was never seen again. He developed a highly destructive class of techniques tailored to the quirk's potential. Recoil. He readied a fist, poured in energy from both stockpiles, and struck a target. As soon as contact was made, he reversed the momentum and amplified the force, producing an immense dispersal effect that completely neutralized the target. True Black Spear. He replicated the flicking motion of Black Spear while infusing both stockpiles until the construct fully covered his arm. Upon release, he accelerated the spear to extreme velocity. If the attack struck a planet, it would cause catastrophic planetary-scale devastation. He spent the first month training with those techniques and planned to move on to the next phase after finishing his exams. Izuku felt giddy after finishing his first exam and earning his first PhD. He had set new standards with perfect scores across multiple tests. He celebrated with Inko, and Nizu laughed manically. Izuku felt truly excited to see what the future held. The next course would be astrophysics. He wanted to explore the cosmos after helping repair society, though that would have to wait. His training regimen increased dramatically. He began running 20 kilometers regularly, adapted quickly to the tougher routine, and his body became more muscular and dense, giving him greater versatility and a higher weight limit. He could lift large appliances like washing machines and fridges and, with effort, small cars. The beach was steadily cleaner than when he'd started, and he resolved to keep pushing. He had reached an intermediate level in hand-to-hand combat and was approaching expert rank. He refined existing skills before moving on to more advanced techniques. Now it was time to master a new quirk in his repertoire. Water manipulation was the quirk he wanted to master because control of water meant control of the oceans. He practiced at the beach because UA lacked a suitable facility. He began by pushing and pulling water in wave-like motions until the flow became second nature. He learned to feel water rather than simply command it, sensing every movement around him, from moisture in the air to water in the soil and people's bodies. Over time he became fluid in his control and could freely shape water as if it were an extra limb, even creating water by extracting moisture from the air. He developed techniques that fit his evolving fighting style. Drought. He drew moisture from an area until it formed a giant sphere of water above him, which he could manipulate as a base for other techniques. Hydra. Given a large body of water, he could form a dragon-like water construct to attack or defend. With only ambient moisture it was weaker but still usable. Water bullet. He condensed water into compact spheres and propelled them at supersonic speeds. Adding more water increased the force on impact. Satisfied with his progress, he prepared for the exam and aimed to set a new standard for the next generation, as he had in chemical engineering. 3. Izuku sat in his room holding his astrophysics PhD, proud that he had once again set a new standard, and he had already begun studying for a PhD in computer science. The course was straightforward, but he was particularly interested in hacking and the stock exchange as practical skills that might prove useful if hero work didn't pan out. He noticed that the current bid for his old All Might merchandise had reached 734,122.50 yen, roughly $5,000. It was a decent sum, but he hoped it would climb a bit more before he sold it. In the meantime, he increased his regimen and made it more difficult. The routine became 3 times harder as his weight training reached astonishing levels. He could easily lift cars and small buses, and his body grew more toned and compact. His muscles seemed forged of steel from how tough they appeared. His hand-to-hand combat rose to expert level and was now approaching mastery. He still needed refinement, but he was well on his way. Izuku carried a small bus across the gym when someone approached him. The newcomer had pink dreadlocks and goggles, and wore a greasy overall with gloves. Mei Hatsum introduced herself and asked if he was going to use the bus he was carrying. Izuku explained that he was discarding it and getting another one, and asked why she wanted to know. Mei said she was wondering if she could take the engine parts to use for her inventions, which she called her babies. Izuku expressed concern that engine parts might be dangerous and mistakenly asked if she was too young to have children. Mei clarified that she meant inventions and confirmed she was an inventor. Mei identified herself as Mei Hatsum, future CEO of Hatsum Industries. Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya and guessed she planned to apply to UA, which Mei confirmed. She said she intended to apply to the support course so she could create devices for people who struggled with their quirks or health problems, but she was missing many materials. Izuku told her he had sorted through discarded parts and separated what could be useful, and offered to give the materials to her if she promised to make it into the support course. He said he would need an inventor on his team when he worked to change the world for the better. Mei asked if Izuku was also applying to the support course, noting the gear he collected looked like it could be for inventions. Izuku said he was aiming for the hero course because he wanted to create a world where people did not have to worship heroes or treat them like gods. Mei asked why being a hero would help more than politics, and Izuku explained that heroes had public voices and large followings, including politicians and officials. He imagined what he could accomplish with that backing to push for a world with less corruption and greater honesty. Mei admitted she had never thought of it that way. Izuku extended his hand for a handshake and told Mei to promise. Mei enthusiastically accepted and shook his hand, leaving it streaked with grease and producing a brief sting. Izuku arranged for Nizu to deliver the materials to her and gave her his contact information. Mei asked how he knew the principal of UA, and Izuku said he could not say, but that she would be seeing him often once she got into the school. He offered a cheeky grin. Mei squinted suspiciously and then shrugged. After giving Mei his number, Izuku finished cleaning. He called Nizu and asked him to deliver the collected materials to his new friend. Nizu was surprised that Izuku had made a friend so quickly, but he was happy that Izuku had someone new to trust. Over the past 10 years, Izuku had grown distant from people outside his mother, Nizu, the detective, and Mei. He trusted only those three because other interactions had often ended in ridicule or harm, so he rarely opened up to others. Next on his list of quirks to practice was wood manipulation, so he went to the forest area within UA. At first he was unsure how to control the quirk, but he realized it responded like water. He had to feel the power to understand it. He sat in a lotus stance and focused, sensing the earth pulsing with life. He felt the plants and trees as living, breathing things. Before long he synced with nature and began practicing ways to use wood. He started by growing small flowers and saplings until he could produce a fully grown tree. The techniques he developed emphasized defense and offense. Wood clones. Izuku created clones made of sentient wood that followed his commands and instinctually protected him. Wood golem. Izuku formed a large humanoid golem to guard him and act as a sentry, using its size to gain advantage in battle and overwhelm larger forces. Sudden growth. Izuku could generate a dense forest over a designated area or his current location, and the forest acted as an extension of his will, allowing him to control every tree within it. Deep forest emergence. Izuku summoned a network of roots that restrained and opposed threats in their path. The roots could draw moisture from organic matter they touched, causing rapid dehydration that could incapacitate or neutralize opponents if necessary. He was pleased with his level of control. There was room for improvement, but for now he needed to focus on his upcoming exam. Month 4 arrived. Izuku Midoriya was the youngest person to ever earn 3 PhDs, and he was preparing to pursue a 4th in quantum mechanics. He was fascinated by advanced physics and its intricacies, so he prepared for the rigorous exam that would test him. He grew bored at times because he already knew most of the material and still had to follow the same rules as everyone else. During classes he concentrated on the few topics he had not yet mastered. Over the following weeks, Izuku and Mei became close friends. He still had not told her where he lived or the full nature of his quirk, but he was slowly opening up. He worried she might judge him for having what some considered a villainous quirk, but her personality suggested otherwise. He had been slowly opening up about his past, how people had treated him and his mother, and how they both bore the same mark on their backs. Mei had told him she had faced discrimination because her quirk was considered weak, though she had never been physically harmed, only verbally abused. Her mother's support had kept her steady, and Izuku felt even more upset at a society that ranked people by quirk status. He became more determined than ever to help change the world, with Mei at his side. His training had reached the peak of what he could physically do. A week into the month he had officially become a master of hand-to-hand combat, and he began considering formal weapons training. Nizu advised that he would need Snipe for that, but Snipe was not ready to reveal himself, so Izuku focused on refining his fighting styles until they were unbreakable and unpredictable. The trash-strewn beach was nearly clean. Only a few large vehicles remained. He knew he could clear the rest quickly with his quirks, but he decided to save that for next month so Mei could see him finish the job. She had told him she would visit family during the last week of the month and would be gone for much of the week, returning the following month. Meanwhile, his weight training had paid off. He had a lean, dense physique, not bulky like All Might but compact and powerful, able to lift heavy vehicles as if they weighed nothing. That strength meant he did not have to rely on his quirks as much. The next quirk he explored was psychokinesis. It was intuitive for him, and he tested its limits. Moving old tanker trucks and challenging the structure of buildings felt almost effortless, down to manipulating individual grains of sand. He cataloged several applications. He named one technique freeze, which allowed him to immobilize targets by surrounding them with focused psychic energy, halting motion in an area until he released it. Another technique, which he called brain dead, could disrupt neural function in a targeted way, rendering opponents unconscious or otherwise incapacitated. It was particularly dangerous to anyone without strong regenerative or quirk-based defenses. Barrier let him condense and shape his psychic energy into defensive shields of varying sizes, nearly impenetrable and capable of protecting him from most threats. He taught Inko some of these moves but warned her about brain dead, wanting her to be able to protect herself if he could not be there. With that, it was time for an exam. At this point, Izuku half-joked that there should be a doctorate for collecting doctorates. He seemed to be the only person alive who had earned 4 of the most difficult degrees. The first few weeks were quiet, filled with studying and the occasional certification. He signed up for chartered accountancy after someone placed the bid he had hoped for. The bid was 1,541,657.25 yen, roughly $10,500, and the buyer wanted to meet in person. Izuku was cautious. It felt risky to meet a stranger, but the buyer arranged to meet at a police station where he knew a helpful detective worked, so Izuku agreed and let his mother know he would be out. She warned him to be careful. He sat on a bench with a box of organized All Might memorabilia he no longer wanted. He relaxed until a man approached, a former sidekick to All Might, dressed in a yellow shirt with a polka-dot tie and green hair streaked with yellow. The man, Sir Night-Eye, asked about the seller's online handle. Izuku cringed internally at the username and responded with mild annoyance. Sir Night-Eye asked, before they proceeded, why Izuku was selling the limited edition mech. Izuku replied that meeting one's heroes could be disappointing. Sometimes they turned out to be different from the ideal one imagined. Sir Night-Eye listened skeptically, perhaps a little offended by the reference to All Might, but Izuku handed over the box nonetheless. Sir Night-Eye inspected the items to make sure everything was in order, then handed Izuku an envelope of money. Izuku verified the payment, and they parted ways. Izuku went home, worked out, and prepared to meet Mei so they could finish cleaning the beach. He had been planning to tell her the truth about his past and his quirk. Mei had always been like a beloved little sister to him, and he wanted her to know he would always protect her. He even considered whether he should offer to help her develop a quirk for self-defense, though he suspected she would decline. He found Mei waiting near an old truck and sat beside her. They talked about whatever came to mind and slowly moved into more personal territory. Izuku described how he had gotten his scars, how he had spent much of his life considered quirkless, and finally revealed the brand on his back. He explained how All Might had triggered his quirk awakening and what the quirk could do. When he finished, Mei pulled him into a tight, reassuring hug with the same fierce warmth as his mother. Mei promised she would stand by him and work together to change the broken system that had allowed those injustices to happen, for the better, no matter what it took. After that heartfelt conversation, Izuku set aside time to practice the last quirk in his arsenal, one he disliked because its original owner had caused half of the scarring on his body, but he knew he could use it for a better purpose. Explosion was not a quirk he liked, yet in his hands it could become something disciplined and precise. Watching Bakugo use it had imprinted its basic mechanics on him, and Izuku found he could combine it with other abilities to develop powerful techniques. He developed a set of signature moves. The combination of advanced OFA and explosion produced a technique he called Final Flash, in which he gathered sweat into both palms while channeling advanced OFA to build an intense charge. When released, it created a focused blast that devastated everything in the direction he targeted in an over-the-top, anime-style display. Pairing velocity manipulation with explosion let him create delayed explosions. By coating his knuckles with sweat and punching a point, he could slow the target's velocity to a near stop, briefly nullifying kinetic effects before ramping velocity back up to release the charge. The result was a dramatic, highly destructive burst with amplified range and force. He knew there were other combinations he could invent, but he was missing quirks that would add extra firepower. The last 5 months had flown by. Izuku had earned 10 PhD degrees, more than anyone else in recent memory, and his investments had paid off. He had put money into small businesses and a local hospital, and most of his earnings were earmarked for a quirkless charity and orphanages so others would not have to struggle as he once had. He worked to perfect every technique to the highest level, even crafting combinations that were dangerously powerful. His body reflected relentless effort, muscles defined and lean. He had also noticed a change in his eyes. Instead of a single forest green, his irises now blended forest green with a blazing crimson, a pattern he called Crimson Forest because it looked like a small, controlled fire burning inside his gaze. He helped Mei prepare for the support course entrance exam so she would not be caught off guard and could achieve the highest score possible. He had placed a great deal of trust in her, something he had never expected to do. After his training, he jogged back to UA and joined the other students for the exam. He recalled to himself that this was the story of how he would become a symbol. Izuku stood at the UA gates and took in the scene. He had been here for almost a year, but the bustle of the campus still made him pause. As he stepped forward toward the exam hall, he did not notice the principal watching through the entrance cameras, sipping tea and scheming a small prank. Niza decided to have a little fun and pressed a button that nudged a loose brick into Izuku's path. The brick caught his foot, and although he would have fallen, he steadied himself using flight. Feeling as though someone had reached for him, his reflexes took over and he grabbed the hand that had dared to touch him, prepared to retaliate. He stopped when he looked up and saw a round face with a constant blush and brown hair with two tufts framing it. She wore a female school uniform he did not recognize. She spoke, politely asking him to let go because he was hurting her wrist. Realizing she was right, he released his grip and immediately apologized, admonishing her not to grab people out of nowhere. She explained that she had thought he was about to fall and had only tried to help. He nodded and continued on his way, already thinking of some playful payback for Niza's meddling. The exam room was packed with students from across Japan. Some had multiple arms, another had an avian head, and one was extravagantly dressed for the occasion. Izuku found an empty seat and waited as the room filled. After a few minutes, a man in a trench coat entered and introduced himself as Ectoplasm, the proctor for this portion of the exam. He bowed briefly and told the students to settle down, reminding them that the first step in becoming a hero was courage and that their presence here already demonstrated it. His words eased some of the tension in the room. Ectoplasm explained that the written portion would test how they answered truthfully and honestly, then produced a gray fluid that took the form of multiple clones. Each clone moved through the rows distributing the exam papers while the room settled into a quiet focus. Ectoplasm reached Izuku's desk and handed him a much thinner stack of papers than everyone else received. Ectoplasm explained that the principal had instructed him to give Izuku a specific exam the principal had personally prepared, and he said he did not know its contents but wished Izuku luck. The exam was a single sheet with one question: where did Quirks originally come from? Izuku often discussed theories about Quirk origins with Nizu, and they would spend hours speculating without any decisive evidence. Even without answers, Izuku enjoyed those conversations. Their bond felt like that of an uncle and a nephew. Ectoplasm announced that he would be leaving and would return within 3 hours, reminding the students to answer honestly and not to cheat because heroes do not cheat. After Ectoplasm left, the exam began. Many students began to cheat, and only a few answered truthfully. Izuku studied the question, thought over everything he had read about Quirks, and began to formulate his answer. In his written response, he argued that evolution was the primary cause of Quirks' emergence. He explained that living organisms adapt to environmental changes, and those adjustments can be passed to offspring until a new balance of adaptability develops. As humans evolved from apes, they changed how they communicate, walk, and think, relying more on logic than instinct. Increased brain function led to the development of words and sentences, which accelerated cultural and technological evolution. Over long spans of time, early humans lost much of their body hair, made simple clothing from animal hides, and crafted tools and weapons for hunting. Families formed, led by heads who provided for and protected the group while teaching the next generation. Later developments, such as the discovery of electricity, sparked technological revolutions that further advanced human capabilities. Quirks, Izuku proposed, represented an evolutionary breakthrough that interrupted the previous trajectory of technological progress. Once Quirks appeared, society began to assign value based on Quirk strength, and those without Quirks were treated as lesser. This shift caused social structures to prioritize Quirk ability over collective technological advancement, slowing or stalling developments that might otherwise have continued. Technology that did persist tended to be support gear for heroes and villains, so overall progress was much slower. Izuku wrote for 3 hours until the bell rang, signaling the end of the exam. Ectoplasm returned to collect the papers and instructed the students to proceed to the auditorium for a briefing on their practical exam. Everyone filed out and made their way to the auditorium, A large room with rows of chairs and pamphlets laid on the seats. Izuku walked to a chair, picked up the pamphlet, sat down, and began to read. The pamphlet explained how the practical would start and what to expect. It described the different kinds of foe villains they would face, each with a point to collect and a difficulty rating. The one-pointer was a green, single-wheeled robot with sturdy metal and large arms. The two-pointer resembled a mechanical scorpion and was slightly larger. The three-pointer was the biggest of the three, imposing with 2 sets of non-lethal missile launchers. The pamphlet also warned briefly about zero-pointers with a single blunt instruction: run. Present Mike opened the briefing with a dramatic shout and started to recap the same information Izuku had just read. He was interrupted by a student with glasses who challenged the presentation, claiming the pamphlet mentioned 4 villains and accusing the school and the lecturer of incompetence. The glasses-wearing student then turned to Izuku and demanded that he leave for appearing not to pay attention. Izuku stiffened at the interruption and the accusation. He opened his eyes slowly. They glowed crimson, and anyone who met his gaze felt an overwhelming fear that rooted them in place. Izuku focused that presence on the student with glasses, and the student immediately looked terrified and on the verge of panic. Present Mike, rattled by the sudden turn in the room, stammered and asked the student to sit down so he could finish the explanation. Izuku relaxed his focus, his eyes returning to normal, and closed them again. Present Mike finished the short, helpful explanation, wished everyone luck, and told the examinees where to change into more comfortable clothing before heading to their designated exam areas, which were replicas of fake cities. Izuku changed into black sweatpants, black shoes, and a black long-sleeve shirt. On the bus to the exam site, Izuku ended up sitting near the student with glasses. He also noticed a girl with pink skin and horns, a flamboyant blonde student who seemed to sparkle, and a floating pair of gloves that drifted beside someone. The student with glasses scolded Izuku for staring and said his behavior made others uncomfortable. Izuku found the remark increasingly irritating but ignored it and turned his attention to the upcoming exercise. While waiting at the fake city, Izuku used Quirk's sight to scan for useful quirks among the other examinees. Most of the quirks he saw would be helpful for rescue work or other practical tasks. The doors to the fake city opened slowly, and Izuku prepared himself. He decided not to rely on his quirks this time. He wanted to see how strong he was on his own. When the opening was wide enough for a single person to enter, he bolted through with force, cracking the ground beneath him and sending debris scattering. People nearby complained about him cheating, but Present Mike cut them off, yelling that there were no countdowns in real battles and ordering everyone to move. Examinees surged into the fake city, some pushing and others leaping over one another. Izuku had already reached his first targets by then. At an intersection he encountered 3 one-pointers that immediately attacked. The first robot threw a right hook. Izuku ducked, grabbed its arm, vaulted onto it, and sprinted toward its head. When it tried to swat him away, he leaped over the other arm and delivered a powerful dropkick to its head, sending the robot cartwheeling and rendering it immobile. The other 2 one-pointers attacked from either side, launching metal fists. Izuku caught both fists, dug his fingers into the metal, twisted in the air, and threw the fists back at the disabled robot. They collided with a metallic clang, and Izuku came down with another precise dropkick that sent sparks and mechanical parts flying as the robots shut down, awarding him 3 points. His next target was a 3-pointer. It detected his approach and began firing non-lethal missiles. Izuku grabbed one of the missiles, twisted, and sent it back. The missile struck the 3-pointer, causing it to topple and go offline, which added 3 more points to his score. From out of nowhere, 2 small 2-pointer bots charged at Izuku from 2 alleyways, attempting to strike with their stingers. Izuku grabbed the first stinger and swung it, sending the first bot into its sibling. He followed with a right hook that disabled the downed unit and knocked the other offline, earning 4 more points. A group of 5-pointer bots surrounded the white-haired boy, all with fists raised menacingly. Izuku met them with his crimson eyes and centered himself, activating his fearful presence. He saw them hesitate. In a flash, 2 nearby one-pointers were in his hands. He tossed their heads aside to warn the others, and several of the bots began to back away. Izuku did not allow their retreat and disabled 2 more by hurling the components he had taken, then closed in on the fleeing unit and shut it down, adding 5 points to his score. 3 3-pointers attempted to flee, but Izuku moved swiftly and overwhelmed them, smashing and disabling the bots until they were nothing but scrap, adding 6 more points. A 2-pointer was used as an improvised projectile, knocked into 2 1-pointers and taking out 2 more, which added another 6 points to his total. Izuku heard screams from a nearby street and found 10 1-pointers cornering a pink-skinned girl. He formed black gauntlets with his construct and ran toward them. One bot noticed him and was struck by a gauntlet-covered fist, its head flying into the others and alerting them. The remaining bots hesitated when they realized who had attacked their sibling, but Izuku pressed the advantage and systematically disabled them, leaving them as scrap metal. He ensured the girl was unharmed. She was frightened but relatively okay. He checked on her once more before continuing on. He spotted another cluster of enemies, 5 2-pointers searching for students to intimidate. Wanting to test his gravity manipulation, Izuku applied it to his gauntlet fists and felt as if he were holding the moon. He adjusted the force so his punches carried the weight of a building. Approaching the 2-pointers, he struck one with a blow that launched it into its siblings and caused them to collapse on impact, impressing him and fueling his curiosity about gravity. Soon after, he found a group of 5 3-pointers firing missiles at students. He focused gravity around them and increased it until they grew heavy and immobile. They were flattened into useless metal sheets, yielding even more points. Izuku was excited to explore new applications of his powers. In the observation booth, the panel of observers watched the screens intently. A woman in a tactical suit and mask noted that some applicants used reconnaissance to their advantage while pointing to footage of a masked participant whose 6 arms transformed into scanning sensors and a girl with headphone jacks filtering threats. A figure resembling a living block of cement observed that some relied on raw strength, indicating participants who could harden their bodies like stone or turn themselves to steel. Ectoplasm commented that others depended on speed to blitz through obstacles, and another observer, dressed in an astronaut-like suit, nodded in agreement as they all took in the varied approaches of the applicants. Nizu watched a screen that showed contestants with engines on their calves running at top speed and commented that the most impressive one used all of their attributes to the fullest. The anthropomorphic creature known as the rat god Nizu watched Izuku both defeat and help participants across the field while Inko stood nearby with a proud smile, seeing her son take the first steps toward changing society for the better. Midnight asked Nizu if he knew the participant with white hair. Nizu explained that the boy was his nephew. Everyone present except Nizu and Inko reacted with surprise at the revelation. Nizu clarified that the boy had become his nephew 10 months earlier. Another staff member questioned why Nizu had not simply recommended the boy instead of letting him take the exam. Inko answered that the boy was her son. Midnight expressed confusion about never having seen him on campus before. Nizu said that he had hidden the boy to let him focus on himself first, and that the boy had a troubled past Nizu preferred not to discuss. Midnight asked why the boy had not been recommended. Inko explained that her son felt he did not deserve a recommendation and had not earned that privilege like the others. A man wearing a headpiece resembling construction machinery asked why. Nizu said the boy had only recently awakened his quirk. Midnight pressed for clarification, and Nizu specified that the awakening had occurred 10 months ago during the sludge villain incident. Someone else recalled that All Might had reprimanded the boy at that time, and Nizu confirmed that it was the same incident, adding that All Might's rebuke had helped trigger the awakening. Nizu admitted that he would not have blamed the boy if he had turned to the wrong path in that moment. A short woman in a pink dress and lab coat with a belt marked R asked what the boy's quirk was, since he had shown several abilities. Nizu said that he could not disclose the nature of the quirk until they had permission from the detective, from Izuku, from Inko, and from himself, because the matter was delicate and could cause major problems if it became public. Midnight asked when they would learn the truth. Nizu said he would call the detective to meet them at the school for a staff meeting, because he needed to address the matter regarding Izuku. Ectoplasm noted that Aizawa would not be present, as he was in Okinawa on a mission helping his successor. Nizu asked if Aizawa had named who he chose. Ectoplasm said only that Aizawa had told him the successor was strong. Nizu then turned his attention back to the participants to see how they would handle the surprise. He pressed a large red button labeled "Do Not Push" despite the warning, which sent a rumble through the arena. Izuku had just helped a purple-haired participant who looked like they desperately needed rest when he heard screaming and felt the ground tremble. People began fleeing without regard for those they pushed aside, and Izuku was annoyed at their cowardice. They were supposed to be the next generation of heroes, yet were running like frightened bystanders. Looking toward the source, he saw 3 enormous bots, the size of buildings, rampaging through the area. They were the 0-point bots and they looked intimidating. Izuku mentally noted that he should have checked what his uncle planned to do with the money he had given him. Then he heard a call for help and activated Quirk's sight to locate the source. He identified a person trapped under rubble whose quirk involved light refraction, someone whose body reflected light. Without hesitation, Izuku sprinted at top speed, appearing to teleport to the trapped person. He cleared the debris carefully, lifted the person to their feet, and carried them to the safety of the gate area. Once the rescued person was secure, Izuku faced the approaching bots and decided to act. He walked toward them calmly despite insults and jeers from the crowd. He intended to test a new technique he had developed using gravity, and the bots were ideal targets. Concentrating, he used psychokinesis to lift 2 of the 0-point bots into the air and hold them there. Observers fell silent and watched in awe at how easily he controlled the massive machines. Soon they heard him start talking. Izuku reflected that sometimes he questioned why people use their power to oppress the weak. He wondered whether it was because they saw themselves above others, because they enjoyed making the weak suffer, or because they feared that the weak might one day rise and become stronger than anyone alive. He admitted that he himself had become strong, not yet the strongest, but determined to keep growing until people recognized that the weak could become the strongest of all. He declared that he would become a symbol for the weak and lead them so everyone could live equally in a flawed society. That was why he was there. He raised his right arm, formed a black gauntlet with his construct quirk, and prepared an attack. His quirk combination included advanced OFA at 5%, kinetic stockpile, construct, velocity manipulation, gravity manipulation, and psychokinesis. He activated a move called Erase. He jumped high and launched his fist. The moment his fist struck the test robot, it vanished in a burst of energy that swept outward and cleared everything in its path. The energy carried beyond the immediate test area and traveled toward 3 more mock city blocks before losing momentum. Everyone was stunned. They had just witnessed a single strike capable of clearing large sections of the testing field, and the crowd was grateful that the person responsible was applying to be a hero. Izuku landed safely, returned the other 0-pointers, and their presence snapped the participants out of their trance. He approached the invisible person he had rescued, used Quirk's sight to check on them, and asked if they were all right. The rescued person said they thought they had sprained an ankle. Someone reassured them that they would be taken care of. 2 people approached, Recovery Girl, a short older woman, and Inko Midoriya, Izuku's mother, a woman with green hair and forest green eyes wearing a knee-length dress and a lab coat while carrying a large first aid kit. Inko served as an assistant nurse to Recovery Girl. Inko asked everyone with minor injuries to raise their hands so she could treat them, and she told those with serious injuries to sit and wait for Recovery Girl. Nearly half the people sat down to wait while Inko treated the rest. It did not take long for everyone to be patched up and begin leaving, but Izuku waited for his mother and Recovery Girl to finish. Inko told her son that Principal Nizu had called a staff meeting about something important and had requested his presence because it involved him. Izuku guessed the meeting would concern his quirk and that Detective Tsukachi would be there. Inko confirmed that a few people wanted to meet him, and Izuku agreed to go. The 3 of them made their way to UA's main building, making small talk along the way. Recovery Girl warned him to stop being reckless. Despite Izuku's power, he still respected the experienced doctor's strength. They reached the building and went straight to the staff meeting room for a classified discussion. When they entered, every UA staff member was present except Aizawa and Yagi, and Detective Tsukachi was already there waiting for them to take their seats. Izuku sat in front of everyone while the staff stared at him in awkward silence until Nizu broke the tension by praising his performance. Nizu commended Izuku for an excellent written exam and said his theory was among the closest to understanding why and how quirks were born. Izuku replied that, given more time, he could have written a 15-page explanation and that it could wait for another day. Nizu then moved on to the practical exam and announced that Izuku had outdone himself, even surpassing All Might's previous record. Nizu explained that the prior record had been 200 points and Izuku had beaten it by 48 points. Izuku, puzzled, asked where the extra points had come from, since he had thought he only had. Nizu clarified that a secret aspect of the exam awarded 5 points for helping each fellow participant. Because Izuku had assisted all 36 participants in his zone by neutralizing bots threatening them, he had gained 180 additional points. Nizu welcomed Izuku Midoriya to UA. Inko immediately rose and embraced her son tightly, beaming that he had finally been accepted into his dream school and promising they would celebrate later. Izuku hugged his mother back and promised to make her proud. Inko replied that he already had, and Izuku insisted he would make her even prouder. The detective interrupted gently to move the proceedings along, and both Izuku and Inko apologized. The detective noted that a few people were missing. Nizu informed the group that Aizawa was on a mission and Yagi was with his successor. The detective added that one successor had already been found, though Nizu did not know who it was yet. Nizu said that person would be recommended. The detective warned everyone in the room that what they were about to learn must not be revealed, because if it got out it would cause mayhem. Present Mike questioned whether the matter was really that serious. Izuku then revealed the nature of his quirk. Midnight asked for clarification. Nizu reminded the room of the villain All for One, the so-called symbol of evil from 15 years earlier, and asked if they remembered his power. Power Loader recounted that All for One could take and give quirks, and asked what that had to do with Izuku. Staff members began to connect the dots and grew tense. Ectoplasm and Hound Dog reacted with stunned murmurs. Izuku disclosed that he possessed an advanced version of All for One. He could not only take and give quirks but also copy, combine, split, and evolve or devolve quirks. He reassured them that the quirks they had seen were only those he had copied. Most of the staff relaxed a little but remained cautious. Nizu stressed that the information must not leave the room, and the UA staff acknowledged his instruction. The detective said his part was done and requested that when Toshinori returned he be contacted so the detective could explain everything. Izuku then asked a favor of the staff. Could he copy all of their quirks in case of an emergency when they were not available? Nizu saw no problem and told Izuku he would be expected to take charge if the teachers could not assist. Any legal concerns about quirk usage would be handled by Nizu and the detective. Izuku agreed to take on the responsibility if the teachers allowed him to copy their quirks. Present Mike agreed to let Izuku copy his quirk, which evolved into a form of voice manipulation. Cementos consented and his abilities were copied and evolved into earth manipulation. Snipe agreed and Izuku copied a homing type effect. Midnight agreed on the light-hearted condition of being taken out to dinner afterward. Izuku, embarrassed, accepted. Somnambulist allowed a copy to be made and Izuku acquired an evolved form that produced fear-inducing effects. Ectoplasm permitted his cloning ability to be copied and it evolved into a doppelganger capability. Power Loader asked for help in the support studio with inventions. Izuku agreed to assist Mei if she enrolled. Izuku copied Iron Claw, and it evolved into Knuckle Claws. Vlad King, still skeptical, allowed a copy that became Blood Manipulation. Lunch Rush, unsure how their quirk would help, asked for Izuku's assistance in the kitchen and agreed to the copy, which evolved into Refined Culinary Mastery. Recovery Girl urged Izuku to use the power to help others. Izuku promised to do so and said he planned to give a copy of her healing quirk to his mother to assist in the infirmary. Recovery Girl responded that this would be wonderful. 13 warned that her power was very dangerous and asked him to be careful. Izuku assured her he would exercise caution. He copied her black hole ability and it evolved into black hole manipulation. The staff noted that when combined with gravity manipulation, this yielded a synergy that produced spatial manipulation. Hound Dog reacted with a deep bark as Izuku copied his ability to communicate and bond with canine traits. That power evolved into a dire wolf form. The moment Izuku manifested the dire wolf aspect, Nizu and Hound Dog felt their hair stand on end, sensing an alpha presence. It became difficult for them to meet Izuku's eyes, and everyone noticed a regal aura around him. After the ordeal, Izuku was told that classes would start in 2 weeks and that his uniform would be delivered the next day. He used the time to learn and master his quirks with the help of Doppelganger. He had copied and taken many quirks. Gravity manipulation allowed him to control the pull between masses. Healing let him restore living organisms to healthy condition. Dire Wolf permitted transformation into a powerful wolf hybrid, granting enhanced senses, speed, and strength, and causing animals and those with animal-like quirks to recognize him as the alpha. Black hole manipulation gave him the ability to create and shape regions of intense gravity. He was cautious with it because of its danger, though he understood the concept of a white hole counterpart. Spatial manipulation let him distort and bend space on a wide scale. Doppelganger allowed him to create, command, and dismiss duplicates that returned their knowledge to him. Earth manipulation gave him control over mineral and earthen materials. Fear toxin produced a gas that heightened fear in targets. Homing effect enabled objects to track and lock onto targets. Knuckle claws produced retractable claws from his knuckles. Voice manipulation let him change and imitate tones and sounds. Blood manipulation allowed control over blood. Culinary mastery made him an instinctive, highly skilled chef. Over the next 2 weeks, Izuku practiced and polished his abilities. The doppelgangers sped his learning, and he kept up rigorous physical training to avoid slacking. He experimented carefully with black hole manipulation but judged it too dangerous to test fully, so he focused more on culinary mastery in the meantime. He also prepared for an upcoming date with Namuri Kiyama, known as Midnight. Rumors had painted her as provocative off-duty, but Izuku discovered she was simply a dedicated hero and teacher who cared about protecting people and training the next generation. For the date, Izuku chose a picnic near the forest so he could get to know her as a person rather than as a hero. He prepared many small portions of different delicacies so she would not be overly full. He packed a large picnic basket and carried a blanket over his shoulder, dressing in sweatpants, a long-sleeve black shirt, and comfortable black shoes. Izuku arrived early and set everything up so she could relax when she came. He understood how difficult it could be to balance teaching and hero work, and he wanted to make her as comfortable as possible. It took him 5 minutes to finish arranging the spot, and then he sat and meditated briefly while he waited. 10 minutes later, Namuri emerged in a bright blue dress, dark blue shoes, her hair tied in a ponytail and sunglasses perched on her head because it was sunny. Izuku cursed himself for forgetting an umbrella, then got an idea. He stood and used his wood manipulation to grow a cherry blossom tree for shade. The tree was a little too big, but it was too late to worry about that. He turned and faced Namuri, who was slightly blushing at the kind gesture. They stared at each other for a while until Izuku finally broke the silence and greeted her, noting that it was good to see her. Namuri asked to be called Namuri, since she was not in hero form. Izuku agreed and asked her to take a seat because the food was getting cold. They sat and Izuku offered her one of the many dishes he had cooked. When Namuri tried a bite, she squealed in amazement at how delicious it was. Namuri told Izuku that it was the greatest food she had ever had, even more delicious than lunch rushes. Izuku chuckled and said that lunch rush would be heartbroken if he heard that. They ate in peaceful silence, enjoying each other's company, until Namuri asked Izuku questions about himself. Namuri asked how Izuku was enjoying staying at UA and mentioned that Nizu had not said anything about his staying there over the last 10 months. Izuku explained that it had been great. He said that during the first few months he mostly worked on his PhDs and his body, then moved on to perfecting quirks he had already copied. Namuri expressed surprise that he had PhDs and asked if he was too young for university. Izuku clarified that he was young, but he had taken online classes that only took him a month each and that he currently had 10 PhDs and was thinking of getting more. Namuri reacted with disbelief at the number, and Izuku added that he considered himself extremely intelligent, even more so than Nizu. Namuri wondered why he was attending school if he had already finished university. Izuku replied that he wanted to get his hero license to change society. Namuri asked how he intended to change society. Izuku explained that people often treated the weak poorly and that the strong abused their power without consequence. He said that the Hero Commission was not doing enough and that even All Might was, in his view, contributing to the problem. Namuri asked how All Might fit into this concern. Izuku argued that All Might's famous line about anyone being a hero sounded like truth but felt like a lie to him. What All Might had really meant, Izuku believed, was that anyone could be a hero if they had a strong quirk. Namuri agreed that flashy quirks often brought fame and fortune to heroes who prioritized themselves over saving lives. Izuku said that he wanted to stop society from worshipping the strong and from repressing the weak. He wanted a world where everyone stood on equal footing, with no discrimination against the quirkless, those with weak quirks, mutation quirks, or so-called villainous quirks. He said he wanted to become a symbol, though he was not sure what kind of symbol yet, and that he would gladly fight for the weak and protect them no matter what. Izuku finished speaking with a determined glint in his eyes that showed how serious he was about his goal. Namuri blushed at how focused he was and wished she could be by his side to help, but she resisted acting on those feelings since they had only known each other for a few hours. They finished their picnic. Namuri helped Izuku pack everything up, and they went their separate ways, aware that tomorrow would be the first day of UA and that Izuku was in for an unwelcome surprise. The next morning was very bright. Izuku lay face down on his pillow, exhausted from 2 weeks of intense training. His body was still recovering from the previous day's workout, when he had thought it would be a good idea to spar with several clones while blindfolded. Although he could predict danger to some extent, keeping up with 10 copies of himself at full speed had been challenging and not his brightest decision. He was tired but forced himself out of bed because he did not want to be late for the first day of class. Inko had already left and had left a note on her son's desk saying she had gone to the annual orientation, which would start in an hour, but Izuku did not know that yet. He took a cold shower to wake up and relieve some of the tension in his muscles, telling himself that working through fatigue was part of the training rather than relying on healing to fix everything. While he was in the shower, Izuku sent out a clone to prepare a healthy breakfast so that when he was finished he could eat and leave. He spent about 30 minutes in the bathroom, then exited and hurried to his room to change into his school uniform. There he found a note and panic set in because he only had 30 minutes to eat before he had to run to the main building for class. He dressed quickly and went to the kitchen, where his clone had prepared a healthy but unnecessarily large breakfast. Clone 1 announced that he had arrived just in time and had prepared a breakfast optimized for maximum energy conversion, with some extras in case Izuku wanted more. The original Izuku said he did not have time for such a banquet and needed to get to school right away. He grabbed some fruit, pancakes, and bacon using his psychokinetic ability as he dashed past. Clone 1 warned him not to eat and run at the same time and asked what was to be done with all the food. The original Izuku told the clone to eat it. Clone 1 protested that he gained nothing when clones dissipated. Before leaving, the original Izuku created 2 more clones to help. Clone 2 said they were there to help with the disposal of the food. Clone 3 added that he was hungry. Clone 1 complained that he had prepared all that food for Izuku only to see him leave with just fruit and a pastry. Clone 2 reassured Clone 1 that at least the food would not go to waste. The original Izuku hurried through the school halls, unfamiliar with the building and a little lost. He walked through corridor after corridor until he saw the sign for Class 1A above a comically large door. He wondered for a moment whether there were students as large as the door, but then he heard shouting from behind the closed classroom door. The voices were painfully familiar, and he took a deep breath before opening it. He found an unwelcome scene. Katsuki Bakugo sat with his feet on a desk, as arrogant and hostile as ever, arguing with Tenya Ida. Tenya demanded that Bakugo remove his feet from the table, saying that he was disrespecting school property and the students who had used the desks before and after them. Bakugo replied with a sharp, contemptuous retort and made it clear he did not care about Tenya's background, threatening that Tenya should back off or face consequences. Tenya replied indignantly that he came from a respected hero family and would not tolerate being spoken to in that manner. He identified himself as Tenya Ida, little brother of the turbo hero Ingenium and the top of his class at Semi-Junior Academy, and insisted he would not accept such disrespect. Bakugo sneered at the idea of Tenya's elite background and said he would enjoy putting Tenya in his place. He let off a small controlled explosion in his hand, then turned his attention to the person who had just entered the room. Izuku Midoriya stood where Tenya Ida had noticed Bakugo staring. Ida stepped forward with brisk, cutting hand motions intended to intimidate and introduced himself, saying he had been meaning to talk to Izuku. Izuku ignored him and phased through Ida, demonstrating a new application of his spatial manipulation quirk, ultimate intangibility, which allowed him to be simultaneously intangible and tangible. He could make physical contact and attack while remaining untouchable, and he could turn this state off if he chose. Ida was startled, but Izuku made a beeline for Bakugo. Bakugo, surprised that Izuku had a quirk, grew angry at the very idea of his presence. Izuku approached and asked why Bakugo was here. Bakugo returned the question, asking why Izuku was here. Izuku stated that he had earned his place at the school and that Bakugo should be in prison for his past actions. Bakugo reacted furiously and demanded how Izuku knew about that. Izuku replied that he was the one who had ensured Bakugo would face consequences for his behavior at their previous school. Bakugo accused Izuku of ruining his reputation and nearly costing him his chance to get into this school. Izuku answered that was intentional, but added that he now needed to find Principal Nizu and ask why Bakugo was on campus. As Izuku moved toward the door, a large yellow cocoon blocked his path and asked where he thought he was going. Izuku said he was going to speak to Nizu about a student who should not be here. Bakugo reacted to the insult with outrage. The yellow cocoon responded that Nizu was currently conducting an important orientation for the rest of the school. Meanwhile, in the auditorium, Nizu was explaining how to present oneself, saying that grooming and pleasant scents made a good first impression. Back in Class 1A, Izuku said the orientation might be important but that dealing with the disruptive student was more urgent. The yellow cocoon told him he did not get to decide who could stay at the school and insisted that only Nizu had that authority. When Izuku argued, the cocoon instructed him to take his seat because everyone else was already seated. Izuku decided he would have an important talk with Nizu later and took his seat between a pink-skinned girl and a pair of floating clothes students he remembered saving during the entrance exam. The cocoon moved to the podium and unzipped, revealing a tired-looking man with long black hair, dark eyes, and a scruffy beard wearing a gray scarf, baggy black sweater, loose black pants, and tackle boots. The man introduced himself as Shota Aizawa and said he would be the homeroom teacher for the next 3 years. Aizawa laid out blue gym uniforms with white stripes and told the students to grab a set, change in the appropriate locker rooms, and meet him on the field. The students complied. In the boys' locker room, Izuku was already changed and about to leave when a red-haired student with sharp teeth approached cheerfully and introduced himself as Eijiro Kirishima, saying it was super manly to meet Izuku and offering a handshake. Izuku hesitated but used his quirk sight to scan Kirishima's power. Quirk's sight revealed a hardening quirk that allowed the user to harden parts of their body for protection and offense. Seeing the quirk's usefulness, Izuku accepted the handshake. The hardening quirk transferred to Izuku and then evolved into a stronger form, which Izuku recognized as diamond armament. Izuku told Kirishima he appreciated the introduction but needed to get to the field. He phased through the students blocking the door and arrived at the field to find Aizawa waiting. Using quirk sight on Aizawa, Izuku identified an erasure-type quirk that could nullify other quirks when the user looked at them, with some exceptions. Izuku considered that such a quirk might be useful if he could touch Aizawa without being noticed, but he remained cautious. He scanned Aizawa carefully, looking for any opening, and steeled himself for whatever came next. Soon everyone else began moving toward the two who looked ready to fight at the sound of a gun, but Aizawa stopped watching them and focused on the class that had just arrived. Aizawa told the students that Midoriya was the only one who had taken punctuality seriously and that they needed to improve, since being late could be a matter of life and death. He then announced that they would be doing a quirk assessment test. The round-faced girl who had met Izuku at the gates of UA asked about orientation. Aizawa replied that each teacher could run their class as they saw fit and that they would not waste time on a pointless orientation. Meanwhile, Nizu explained that the best way to make a good cup of tea was to let it steep in hot water to bring out the flavor. Back in Class 1A, Aizawa told them they would perform a set of basic exercises and tasks to gauge their current level and that this time they would use their quirks. He looked at Izuku and informed him that, since he had placed first in both the written and practical entrance exams, he would go first. Most of the students were surprised that Izuku had earned first place in both exams, while 4 of them were displeased. The first was a tall girl with long black hair in a ponytail and a single bang across her face, who carried a composed, aristocratic air. The next was a boy with split-colored hair, one white side and one red side, whose heterochromatic eyes and burn marked the other half, with a reserved expression. The other 2 were the student with glasses and the boy nicknamed for his small, fluffy appearance. Aizawa tossed a soft ball to Izuku and instructed him to step into the marked circle and throw the ball as far as he could, using his quirk if he wished, without stepping out of the circle. Izuku wanted to test how far he could go with just his normal strength, so he adopted a pitcher's stance, readied his arm, took a deep breath, and launched the ball with all his force. As the ball left his hand, a shockwave surged outward, whipping up wind and temporarily blinding several students. The ball sped skyward until it reached the clouds, then descended. Aizawa checked a device and reported that the throw measured 3,000 meters. He observed that, judging by Izuku's performance in the entrance exam, that distance could have been greater unless Izuku was holding back, and he made it clear he would not tolerate half measures in his class. Aizawa then reminded everyone that these tests were designed to find how far their limits extended and that he expected them to give their all. The pink-skinned girl reacted with excitement at the chance to use quirks. Izuku warned that she had just made things interesting. Aizawa raised the stakes by announcing that whoever finished last in the tests would be expelled with immediate effect. The class reacted in stunned outrage. The round-faced girl objected that it was only the first day, but Aizawa explained that life was unfair, natural disasters and villain attacks happened without warning and people suffered, and that heroes needed to strive to make the world safer, adopting a plus-ultra mentality. They began the tests. For the 50-meter dash, many students used their quirks in creative ways to post good times. The student with glasses produced an impressive 1.59 seconds. When it was Izuku and Bakugo's turn, Bakugo taunted Izuku aggressively and threatened him for interfering with his future. At the signal, Izuku vanished and reappeared at the finish line, recording a time of 0.01 seconds, which stunned most of the class. Bakugo finished in 3.57 seconds, furious that Izuku had outperformed him, and he shouted his outrage. In the standing long jump, most students cleared the sand pit. Izuku's performance was extraordinary. His jump covered a distance 3 times the length of the pit. In side-to-side steps, a short boy with grape-like hair took first while Izuku placed second. In the grip test, a strong student with extra arms achieved first place at 540 kilograms, and Izuku followed closely with 500 kilograms. Izuku could feel Aizawa watching him with his quirk active, but he did not let it distract him. During push-ups and sit-ups, Izuku kept going without pause until Aizawa finally told him to stop and take a break. The long-distance run eliminated many students by the 3rd lap. Only 3 continued: Izuku, the student with glasses, and the well-off girl who rode an electric bike between laps. After 10 laps, the student with glasses gave up, leaving Izuku and the rich girl still going. Aizawa called the race a draw because it was taking too long, which annoyed the rich girl. Aizawa compiled all the results and displayed the standings on the scoreboard. The final ranking placed Izuku Midoriya in 1st, Momo Yaoyorozu in 2nd, Katsuki Bakugo in 3rd, Shoto Todoroki in 4th, Tenya Ida in 5th, Fumikage Tokoyami in 6th, Rikito Sato in 7th, Mezu Shoji in 8th, Tsuyu Azui in 9th, Mishiro Ojiro in 10th, Achiko Uraraka in 11th, Mina Ashido in 12th, Eijiro Kirishima in 13th, Hantasiro in 14th, and Yuga Aoyama in 15th. Koji Koda, Kyoka Jiro, Denki Kaminari, Toru Hagakure, and Minoru Mineta were present. Aizawa announced that Izuku Midoriya was expelled. The class reacted with shock. Izuku had placed first in the assessment. Izuku asked why he was being expelled. Aizawa explained that he had reviewed the entrance exam footage and the test, and had seen that Izuku had been holding back and had not used his quirk during the trials. Aizawa told Izuku that the point of the tests was to demonstrate quirks, not physical strength, and ordered him to perform the ball-through exercise again using his quirk and to go all out. Aizawa warned that if Izuku held back at all, he would be expelled. Aizawa tossed a ball to Izuku as he delivered the ultimatum. Izuku protested that he would go all out and warned that any damage would be Aizawa's responsibility. As he stepped into the circle, Izuku unexpectedly created 10 doppelgangers, surprising both the class and Aizawa. A very large shadow appeared, hidden behind the gymnasium, causing 2 onlookers to exchange worried looks. Izuku instructed his doppelgangers to create as many barriers as possible around every building nearby, to reinforce them, and to absorb and return kinetic energy while keeping the class safe. The doppelgangers acknowledged and scattered to the surrounding structures. Some used wood and earth manipulation to form huge multilayered barriers around the buildings and the students. Others reinforced those barriers with psychokinetic shielding and gravity manipulation to maximize their strength. The duplicates then braced themselves, ready to channel the incoming kinetic energy. The barriers were described as strong enough to withstand an enormous explosion. Izuku prepared to unleash the most powerful throw he had ever attempted, hoping he would not accidentally devastate the city. He announced that he would only use 10% of his advanced power because the energy being generated felt astronomical. He equipped a reinforced gauntlet on his right hand and combined multiple techniques. A portion of his advanced ability, kinetic stockpiling, velocity manipulation, psychokinesis, spatial manipulation, and controlled explosive force. The ball in his hand filled with a dark aura. Rocks shifted around him and his eyes glowed crimson as he prepared to release it. Izuku threw the ball. It vanished from sight, and for a moment the clouds above seemed to thin. One of the doppelgangers urgently advised everyone to cover their eyes. They complied just before a massive, anime-style explosion burst out, followed by a powerful shockwave and an earthquake that shook the area. The blast produced a deafening roar and a sudden pressure wave that lasted for several seconds. The scene was chaotic but presented in an over-the-top, stylized way rather than anything graphic. Inside the auditorium, panic spread as the blast had occurred very close to the school. Nizu urged everyone to remain calm, said he believed he knew who was responsible, and instructed students to return to their classes while staff investigated. The students complied and moved back toward their rooms. Staff members went outside and found huge reinforced barriers surrounding the school buildings. The barrier's presence and the magnitude of the blast left many of them stunned. Aizawa remained momentarily speechless, still absorbing what had happened, until one of Izuku's clones approached and explained the situation. The clone told Nizu that they had been conducting a quirk assessment to test their limits. The clone said Izuku had placed first but had been threatened with expulsion for not using his quirk during the test, so Izuku had agreed to go all out and had warned that any damage would be Aizawa's responsibility. When Nizu asked where the real Izuku was, the clone indicated that he was still behind the barrier and that they had kept it up to prevent wider destruction. They would let him out now. The doppelgangers lowered the barriers, revealing Izuku standing on a pillar in the center of a vast, deep crater. The gauntlet hands smoked from the strain of the technique. Izuku looked at the damage he had caused and sighed, clearly regretful that he had let his emotions take control. He crouched and placed his hands on the ground, using earth manipulation to fill the crater. After he finished, the landscape appeared as though the crater had never existed. He noticed that the barriers had disappeared and watched the doppelgangers close in to transfer the kinetic energy they had collected. When the transfer finished, he turned and saw Aizawa, who stood speechless, opening and closing his mouth as if trying to find words. Izuku stepped forward and reminded Aizawa that he was lucky Izuku had still helped. Otherwise there would have been no planet left to live on. Aizawa gave an awkward, stammered compliment. Izuku began to leave but noticed the staff emerging, presumably to check on the aftermath, and walked toward them, specifically toward Principal Nizu and his mother, Inko. Izuku told them that they needed to have a serious talk and that Detective Tsukachi also needed to be called. Nizu and Inko followed him, leaving behind teachers and students frozen like statues. Aizawa then instructed everyone to return to the changing rooms, put their uniforms back on, and head to class to collect their syllabi. The crowd silently complied and dispersed. In Nizu's office, Izuku, Inko, Nizu, and Detective Tsukachi sat together. Nizu asked what problem required Tsukachi's presence. Izuku explained that it was about Katsuki Bakugo and why he was free instead of being in jail. Tsukachi produced a book wrapped in black cover and red tape and explained the situation through a recollection. 10 months earlier, Tsukachi had gone to the interrogation room to speak with the Bakugo family. He carried evidence that he believed implicated Katsuki in very serious offenses. When he opened the door, he found Katsuki restrained at the table while Masaru and Mitsuki Bakugo sat on either side, visibly upset. Tsukachi took a seat, set the evidence before him, and introduced himself as the detective there to question their son, the primary suspect in a grave case. Mitsuki angrily demanded to know what had happened to bring their son there. Katsuki vehemently denied any wrongdoing. Tsukachi responded that the evidence suggested otherwise. Masaru asked what evidence Tsukachi had. Tsukachi described that the case involved a range of serious accusations, including violent and abusive behavior. Before he could finish, 2 men in black suits carrying briefcases entered and interrupted. The men said their client was being questioned without his lawyer and that they were there to defend him. Tsukachi stood by the evidence and the severity of the accusations, but the lawyers argued that their client would not be going to prison. Instead, they explained he would perform community service and work for their organization until he graduated, framing it as a better use of his potential given his quirk. They implied that their employer had the influence to prevent criminal charges from being pursued and suggested that challenging them could have consequences for Tsukachi's career. With no immediate recourse, Tsukachi had been forced to let the Bakugos go. Back in the present, Tsukachi confirmed that this had been the reality. Izuku concluded that the HSPC had covered for Katsuki in exchange for him working for them. Nizu noted that it was still unclear who the boss was, though it sounded like someone with ties to the commission or powerful connections. Izuku agreed that it was the best guess they had. Inko asked what they should do now. Izuku admitted he did not know. He had hoped the trouble would have ended a year ago, but it kept resurfacing. Nizu offered to try transferring Izuku to Class 1B, but Izuku declined, saying he would handle the matter professionally. He added that he had hero duties the next day that might help him shake off the stress. Nizu thanked Tsukachi for coming, and Tsukachi took his leave. Izuku said he needed to change and go back to class, since there was still about an hour left in the day. Inko said she would see him at home, and Izuku agreed. Izuku left the principal's office and went to the changing room to put his uniform back on and return to class. Izuku stood at the foot of his classroom door in his uniform, hearing voices on the other side, mostly whispers about him. He drew the sliding door open, and every eye in the room turned to him. The attention made him uncomfortable, so he kept his head down and walked to his seat. When he sat, the silence continued and the stares did not let up. Izuku asked what was wrong. A tense quiet lasted for a moment until Mina Ishido spoke up, pointing out that he had thrown the ball earlier like it was a high-tech cannon and asking how he could respond with only a single word. Izuku said he did not know what else to say. Mina then introduced herself and explained that her quirk, acid, allowed her to produce a corrosive liquid from her skin. She stuck out her hand for a handshake, and Izuku accepted. Tsu Azui introduced herself as Tsuyu but said friends could call her Tsu. Her quirk was frog-like abilities. Mashireo Ojiro introduced himself and explained that his quirk was a tail. Yuga Aoyama cheerfully announced his name and described his naval laser quirk. Denki Kaminari introduced himself and explained his electrification quirk, which let him store and discharge electricity as a defensive aura. Eijiro Kirishima said his quirk allowed him to harden parts of his body. Mizo Shoji identified himself and described his dupli arms, tentacle-like appendages that could transform into duplicate body parts. Rikido Sato introduced his sugar rush quirk, which temporarily increased his strength after he consumed sugar. Koji Koda used sign language to speak, and Izuku translated that his quirk, Ani voice, allowed him to communicate with and command animals. Koda thanked Izuku for translating, and Izuku said it was no problem. Kyoka Jiro introduced herself and explained that her earlobes functioned like headphone cables, letting her listen in unusual ways and project sound. The three of them noted how Jiro's ability, Koda's ani voice, and Mina's vocal strengths could work together to shape sound and project it in useful ways. Hantus Siro introduced himself and explained that his elbows functioned like tape dispensers. Fumikage Tokoyami identified himself and described his dark shadow, a sentient darkness he could control. Toru Hagakure said her quirk made her invisible. Minoru Mineta introduced himself and described sticky ball that grew from his head and could adhere to most surfaces. Momo Yaoyorozu introduced herself as an heir to a large company and explained her creation quirk, which allowed her to produce objects from available materials. Izuku privately thought she came across as a little snobbish. Tenya Ida apologized for any awkward first impressions and introduced himself as the younger brother of a well-known hero and the next heir to his family's agency. Izuku thought Ida presented himself formally. When asked about his own quirk, Izuku explained that it was a copying ability. He confirmed that many of the quirks people had just described were among those he had copied before. Most of the class introduced themselves and mingled politely. A few students kept to themselves. Katsuki Bakugo teased Achiko Uraraka in a way that made her blush, and Shoto Todoroki sat quietly, brooding at his desk. By the end of class, Izuku had begun to make acquaintances with many of his classmates except for the three who remained distant. They all went home to rest. Tomorrow would be the first day of hero training. Izuku's copying quirk had allowed him to duplicate several abilities at different times. Among the quirks he had copied were a diamond-like defensive armament that could coat the body or objects in a hard, crystalline layer, a creation ability that produced artificial, inorganic matter and objects, a darkness-manipulating presence that shaped and controlled shadows, electricity manipulation that could generate and guide electrical energy, sound manipulation that could create and shape audible waves, and a light refraction aspect that altered how light interacted with the body. The next morning, the white-haired Izuku woke up 2 hours earlier than the previous day, having learned his lesson about waking late. He sent a doppelganger to prepare breakfast while he took a brisk cold shower to fully wake up. The cold water splashed from the shower head and cleared his mind. His doppelganger called him down for breakfast, and Izuku hurried, dried off, dressed in his uniform, and went downstairs to find the doppelganger setting the last dish on the table. The meal was healthier than he would have made for himself but lighter than the previous day, and Izuku thought the doppelganger had learned not to overdo it. The doppelganger informed him that there was an hour before classes started. Izuku mused about how long he had lingered in the shower and admitted he had lost track of time. The doppelganger urged him to hurry or the food would get cold. Izuku grumbled but agreed and ate. After finishing, he left the doppelganger to clean the dishes and headed to school with about 10 minutes to spare. He arrived in time to see much the same scene as before, Bakugo teasing Uraraka, Todoroki quietly sulking, Yaoyorozu talking with Jiro, Kirishima and Sato arm wrestling while Kaminari, Ojiro, and Siro cheered them on, Koda and Mineta in a low conversation with Tokoyami and Shoji contributing occasionally, and Ishido, Hagakure, and Azui engaged in their own conversation. The classroom buzzed with the easy chaos of students settling in for another day. Izuku found the school life strangely foreign. The cheery atmosphere felt odd after most of his life had been pain and hardship. He had never really known true happiness, but maybe here he could. He took his seat and waited patiently for class to begin, watching his classmates go about the usual pre-class routines. 5 minutes later, Aizawa entered the room and activated his quirk, his eyes taking on a faint red glow that quickly quieted the students. Once order was restored, Aizawa announced during homeroom that the last PRD would be their first chance to learn how heroes train, but he did not say who would be teaching it, leaving everyone to wonder about the mystery instructor. Aizawa finished the announcement. First PRD began with math, taught by Cementos, who covered basic concepts the students were expected to know, though Ishido and Kaminari struggled. Second PRD was social studies on hero law, taught by Aizawa with his usual gruff demeanor. He focused on what heroes should and should not do during emergencies. Third PRD was English with Present Mike, who brought boundless enthusiasm and shouted through his lesson. Izuku quietly used sound manipulation to lower the volume to a normal level, and Jiro silently expressed her relief. Fourth PRD was oddly ectoplasm. Rather than power loader, but ectoplasm made sure everyone understood the material. Lunch was mostly uneventful. Izuku sat alone enjoying his katsudon until Jiro, Yaoyorozu, Azui, Ashido, and Hagakure joined him, each carrying their food. Ashido asked if they could sit with him, and Izuku agreed. They all ate and made small talk. Jiro thanked Izuku again for quieting present Mix shouting, and Izuku replied that he understood, since he also had sensitive ears. Azui, calling herself Tsu, admitted she felt uneasy near Izuku because her instincts reacted as if an alpha were nearby. Izuku explained that the quirk he had copied recently had animal aspects and that it could feel intense because he had trained it. He also mentioned he gained passive abilities from that quirk. Tsu asked if she could stay near him to calm herself, and Izuku agreed. She relaxed and thanked him. Ashido brought up the journalists who had been at the gates that morning. Yaoyorozu found them troublesome for asking about All Might teaching at the school. Jiro mentioned the rumor that All Might might teach there. Izuku reacted with anger at the thought of a fake teaching instead of saving people, though he did not voice violent intent. Hagakure asked how many quirks Izuku had copied so far, but the question was cut off by a loud alarm that announced an intruder on school premises. Panic spread as students pushed and shoved. Izuku's temper flared at seeing students crowd and squeeze the girls in the chaos, so he took action. He first used Quirk Sight and Zoom to scan the campus. He observed that most cameras at the gate belonged to journalists, but he also identified two quirks he did not recognize. One at the gate that caused anything it touched to crumble to dust, and another in the teacher's lounge that generated a dark fog acting as a portal. Izuku created 4 doppelgangers and sent 2 to the gate and 2 to the teacher's lounge. They used spatial movement to phase through walls and investigate. The original Izuku moved through the cafeteria, climbed onto a table, floated above everyone using fly, and employed sound manipulation to silence the crowd. He then used an imposing presence to steady the students and force their attention. They felt a sudden, unnerving fear and looked up at him. Izuku reprimanded the students for panicking and leaving classmates hurt. He ordered them to help the injured and clean the mess, and identified the intruders as the paparazzi who had somehow entered the grounds. Outside, they saw the journalists and 2 of Izuku's clones holding the gate to prevent further entry. The students complied and returned to their classes in an orderly fashion. Once the cafeteria was clear, Izuku recalled the memories from his clones in the teacher's lounge. He headed to the gate to meet the clones and found present Mike, Aizawa, and Principal Nizu there. The clones had repaired a damaged wall and were examining the dust left behind. Nizu asked what had happened. One clone explained that when the alarm went off, they scanned the campus and found 2 unfamiliar quirks, a decay-type ability at the gate and a warp-gate-type ability in the teacher's lounge. Another clone clarified that the original Izuku had sent them to investigate. The original Izuku reported that the intruders had taken only the month's class schedule and nothing else. Izuku observed that someone had destroyed the wall to trigger the alarms. Izuku realized the incident had been a distraction used to steal the schedule from the teacher's lounge. He did not know exactly what the perpetrators planned, but it looked dangerous. Nizu agreed that it was troubling. Izuku asked Nizu what was planned for the month. Nizu replied that 2 weeks from that day they were scheduled to go to the USJ for rescue training, though it seemed they might need to cancel. Izuku thought the options over. Izuku argued that canceling would signal they knew about the plot, but keeping the schedule might allow them to catch whoever was responsible. He told Aizawa he did not think the schedule should be changed. Aizawa reacted angrily and asked if Izuku was out of his mind. Izuku countered that they could use the situation to their advantage. Nizu asked how that would work. Izuku suggested that if something happened at the USJ, he could handle it and capture the mastermind while keeping everyone safe. Aizawa warned it was too risky and questioned what Izuku could do if they were attacked. Nizu reminded Aizawa that he had seen Izuku's abilities in action. Aizawa remained unconvinced. Aizawa and Nizu argued quietly about Izuku's readiness. Aizawa insisted the boy had no proper training, and Izuku told Aizawa that he was capable of handling himself. Nizu agreed with Aizawa at first but then admitted that Izuku was the strongest of his pupils at the moment, even stronger than All Might in his prime. Present Mike reminded Aizawa that he had seen Izuku's strength. Aizawa frowned but relented, stipulating that if anything happened, Izuku must protect the other students while Aizawa dealt with the threat. Izuku replied that if Aizawa appeared to be struggling, he would step in. Aizawa agreed and walked away. Nizu told Izuku that if anything went wrong, he had permission to intervene, and that any useful quirks he discovered could be taken for study while dangerous ones should be kept away from people who would use them to harm others. Izuku acknowledged this and returned to class. Classes went on. 5th PRD was Computer Tech with Power Loader, who explained computer parts and the basics of hacking. 6th PRD was Modern Hero History with Midnight. Several students were distracted during the lecture, making Midnight uncomfortable, and Izuku used his fearful presence to restore order. Afterward, Midnight thanked him. The final class of the day was Heroics. Izuku hoped All Might would not be teaching, because he thought he would have trouble focusing. Some classmates speculated about who the instructor might be. The door burst open as All Might entered in his loud, exaggerated manner. Students reacted with excitement. Uraraka noted that the rumors were true, and Kirishima admired the manly presence. Izuku scowled at All Might, his crimson eyes fixed on the hero. All Might smiled at the room, but his expression shifted when he saw Izuku scowling. He wondered aloud why Nizu had accepted someone who had suddenly developed a quirk and suspected, without proof, that Izuku might have a connection to an old enemy. He shouted that he would teach them what it took to become respected and versatile heroes, and then announced that their first lesson would be battle training. All Might revealed cases numbered 1 through 20 that contained the hero costumes the students had designed and requested on their application forms. He explained there might be minor changes, but asked everyone to suit up and meet him at Gym Gamma. He dashed out to the gym, and the students collected their cases. Izuku set his costume on a table and used matter creation to make slight adjustments until the fabric glowed and settled. The changes were minor, and then he packed it up and went to change. At Gym Gamma, the students wore a variety of costumes, some tactical, some simpler. Uraraka complimented Bakugo on his costume and blushed. Bakugo returned the compliment with his usual brusque demeanor and made Uraraka flustered. Ashido admired everyone's costumes, and Hagakure thanked her while calling Ashido's design stylish. Someone noted that Midoriya had not come out yet. Footsteps echoed from the tunnel as Izuku emerged in his hero costume. The suit had been reinforced with a light but durable fiber and resisted temperature changes. He wore red shoes with reinforced soles to aid powerful kicks, protective leg coverings, a dark green reinforced jumpsuit with a red utility belt containing a first aid kit, and elbow-length reinforced gloves with blue accents. He completed the look with a dark, ragged-looking reinforced cloak. The overall effect was serious and unconventional, making him look intense rather than flashy. The students gathered to begin battle training under All Might's instruction. He had a menacing aura around him. Hagakure complimented Midoriya, telling him he looked cool. Ashido added that he seemed mysterious, and Mineta observed that he came across as intimidating. Izuku thanked them, then turned his attention to Hagakure and Yaoyorozu with a question about their hero gear. Izuku wondered aloud about the practicality of some costume designs, and asked whether Hagakure used a specialized suit for her invisibility quirk or if her setup was different. Hagakure chuckled nervously while Yaoyorozu blushed with embarrassment. Izuku sighed and requested a small favor. He asked Hagakure for a single strand of hair, just a fingertip's worth. Ashido teased him, surprised by the request and pointing out that he had not yet asked Hagakure out. Izuku explained that it was not what Ashido was implying and that he simply wanted to try something. Hagakure agreed to trust him but warned him not to do anything strange. Izuku reassured her that he would not be a creep. Yaoyorozu produced a pair of scissors and handed them to Hagakure. Hagakure provided a tiny amount of hair, which became visible as a light lime green strand when released. Holding the hair, Izuku used his matter creation quirk to form a sphere of bright green light from the strand and the surrounding matter. The others watched in amazement as he approached Hagakure and asked to see her back. She complied, and Izuku placed the glowing sphere there. The light began to envelop her, forming gently and wrapping around her like a protective shell. When the light died down, everyone saw that she was wearing a black jumpsuit with knee and elbow protection. And what amazed them most was that the suit could turn invisible. Kaminari exclaimed that it looked incredible. Yaoyorozu declared it amazing. Ishido asked Midoriya what he had done. Izuku Midoriya explained that he had made a suit that could turn invisible by using hair and surrounding matter to form it. Hagakure asked how he had managed it. Izuku said he could copy quirks and, when they had been introducing themselves, he had copied some of theirs, only the ones he could actually use. Mineta shrugged that he had no problem with that. Yaoyorozu wondered why Izuku's version of her quirk behaved differently. Izuku clarified that his copy did not rely on producing his own lipids. He could rearrange nearby atoms or existing material. Noticing Yaoyorozu's costume was revealing, Izuku asked her to turn so he could adjust it. She complied, and he placed a hand on her shoulder briefly to steady her. She blushed, and then a bright red light enveloped her as her outfit shifted into a more practical, modest hero costume with her support gear secured. The new costume still allowed her to use her quirk while offering better coverage. Izuku commented that the new costume was an improvement. Ishido noted that such a quirk could be useful in emergencies. Izuku reminded everyone that they needed to get moving for their hero training. As they walked away, Izuku felt Bakugo's glare on him. Bakugo warned that he would make Izuku pay for the rivalry between them. The class arrived at Gym Gamma, where All Might stood with his signature smile. All Might told them they already looked like bona fide heroes but had much to learn, and that today's lesson would be a heroes versus villains match. He explained the setup. The students would split into two-person teams, with one team acting as villains guarding a nuclear device they intended to deploy and the other acting as heroes who must stop them. If the heroes captured the villains or reached the nuclear core before time ran out, the heroes would win. If the villains held the core for the whole time or captured the heroes, the villains would win. Questions flew from the students. Kaminari asked if failure would mean expulsion. Ojiro asked whether the bomb could be moved. Aoyama fretted about his cape's appearance. Bakugo asked how much damage they could inflict. All Might answered that failure would not lead to expulsion, the bomb could be moved during the 5-minute preparation PRD at the start, and that only minor, non-lethal damage was permitted. Ida asked whether they could choose their teammates. All Might said they could not pick friends as partners for the exercise. Izuku explained that heroes often have to team up with whoever is available in an emergency, so they should be prepared to work with strangers. Ida asked how partners would be chosen, and All Might explained that they would draw ball from boxes. Matching letters would form teams. All Might held 2 boxes for drawing. The students each picked a ball. The pairs were revealed on a screen. The teams read as follows. Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Achiko Uraraka. Team B, Mishiro Ojiro and Mizo Shoji. Team C, Toru Hagakure and Kyoka Jiro. Team D, Eijiro Kirishima and Momo Yaoyorozu. Team E, Koji Koda and Fumikage Tokoyami. Team F, Siu Ajui and Mina Ishido. Team G, Yuga Aoyama and Minoru Mineta. Team H, Rikido Sato and Denki Kaminari. Team I, Hantashiro and Tenya Ida. Team J, Katsuki Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki. When Izuku noticed Uraraka's disappointment at being paired with him, he asked All Might whether he could participate alone. All Might checked and allowed it. Uraraka then asked if she could join Bakugo and Todoroki instead, stumbling over her words as she tried to cover her mistake. All Might turned to Bakugo and Todoroki for their consent. Bakugo agreed and Todoroki nodded. Uraraka joined Team J, leaving Izuku alone as Team A. Yaoyorozu suggested that going in alone might be an unfair advantage. Izuku acknowledged that life was unfair but said they had to get stronger and move forward. Everyone turned their attention back to All Might. All Might activated a randomizer to determine which teams would be villains and which would be heroes. The results paired teams as follows. Team I villains versus Team F heroes. Team G villains versus Team H heroes. Team D villains versus Team C heroes. Team E villains versus Team B heroes. Team A villains versus Team J heroes. Izuku realized he would be opposing Bakugo, which also presented an opportunity to observe and potentially copy Todoroki's quirk if the chance arose. He felt Bakugo's glare and heard soft snickers from others, while Todoroki watched quietly. All Might signaled the start of the match and the students prepared for the indoor trial. readying themselves for an intense but controlled heroes versus villains exercise. Team I versus Team F. Ida moved the nuke to the top floor and Zero set tape everywhere to make it difficult for Azui and Ishido to get in. Ishido used her acid to melt the tape and clear a path while Azui camouflaged herself and slipped past to the nuke. With Ishido distracting Zero and Ida, Azui reached the device and secured it, giving Team F the win. MVP, Mina Ishido. Team G versus Team H. Aoyama stayed with the nuke while Mineta produced sticky spheres to make everything tacky. Kaminari and Sato rushed in and became stuck, allowing Team G to claim victory. MVP, Minoru Mineta. Team D versus Team C. Yaoyorozu set a series of traps while Kirishima guarded the nuke, but Jiro used her quirk to locate and reveal every trap. Hagakure turned invisible and quietly made her way to the nuke while avoiding the traps, securing the win for Team C. MVP, Kyoka Jiro. Team E versus Team B. Shoji used his quirk to locate the nuke while Ojiro charged in but met Tokoyami and Dark Shadow. Tokoyami emerged victorious in the confrontation, and Koda directed insects to capture Shoji, handing the match to Team E. MVP, Tokoyami. Fumikage. It was time for Team A versus Team J. All Might announced over the intercom that the villain team had 5 minutes to prepare and that they could start. Izuku entered the building and made his way to the room where the nuke sat in the center. He thought through what he knew and how each classmate might act. He decided he could not place the nuke on the top floor because Uraraka would likely enter from above. Bakugo would want to confront him head-on, and Todoroki would try to finish things quickly. Izuku realized he did not yet know the full extent of their quirks, having only seen ice used earlier, so he used his quirk sight and zoom to observe them outside where they were waiting for the test to start. He identified their quirks. Todoroki's half-hot, half-cold quirk allowed ice and frost from the right side of his body and fire and heat from the left. Uraraka's zero-gravity quirk removed the effects of gravity from objects she touched with the pads on her fingertips. Bakugo's explosion quirk allowed him to excrete nitroglycerin-like sweat from his palms and ignite it to create explosions of varying sizes. Izuku also recognized One for All as a transferable quirk that stockpiles energy through generations and can be passed from one user to the next. Realizing that One for All had been All Might's quirk and that All Might had chosen Bakugo as a successor, Izuku felt unsettled. He was not pleased by the choice, but he steeled himself and formulated a plan to deal with the situation. Izuku manipulated space to distort everyone's perception of the hallways and reshaped the corridors with earth manipulation into a labyrinth. He created doppelgangers to send clones through the building to lay traps using matter creation. When he finished, the 5 minutes were up and the test began. All Might signaled the start of the exercise. Before anyone could react, Izuku used darkness manipulation to seize Todoroki's legs and pull him into the shadows. Izuku then neutralized Todoroki and bound him in wooden restraints, waiting for the others to act. Bakugo reacted with fury, accusing Izuku of catching them off guard and instructing Uraraka to approach from above while he took the front. Uraraka used her quirk to float to the top and enter through the emergency staircase, but when she opened the door a glue trap exploded and hardened instantly, immobilizing her. That left Bakugo on his own. Bakugo ran through corridor after corridor, spinning in circles and growing increasingly frustrated. He lashed out with explosions as he searched. From the shadows, Izuku taunted Bakugo, calling him pathetic and questioning his strength. Bakugo demanded to know how Izuku knew about his connection to All Might and grew angrier when Izuku refused to answer. Bakugo escalated into a crude insult, which Izuku cut off. Izuku emerged from the shadows and delivered a heavy uppercut with a black, diamond-armored gauntlet fist, powered by a precise combination of 1-4. All and stored kinetic energy. Bakugo was sent crashing into the ceiling, stunned and knocked out. Izuku warned Bakugo not to speak about his mother before walking away. The match ended with the villains declared the winners. Later, everyone gathered in the observation room. All Might asked who the MVP of the match was. Yaoyorozu raised her hand and explained for the group that Izuku had changed the building's interior so the map was useless, laid traps throughout, neutralized the primary threat of Todoroki, captured Uraraka in a trap, and then confronted and incapacitated Bakugo with a single decisive strike, effectively winning the match. All Might thanked Yaoyorozu for the explanation and dismissed the students, instructing them to change back into their uniforms and return to class before he hurried away. Most of the class headed to the changing room, but Izuku lagged behind, thinking. He remembered when All Might had saved him and Bakugo and given someone a card to use if they needed help. He suspected that had been used to request All Might's intervention in exchange for a price. That still did not explain why someone had one for all. Izuku decided he needed to speak with Nizu because something did not feel right. Izuku arrived at the changing room last and found it empty. He changed quickly and returned to class, sat quietly until the final bell, then packed his things and went straight to Nizu's office to talk. Izuku walked in and found his uncle Nizu preparing tea and setting up a chessboard, as if he had been expecting him. Izuku greeted him and asked if he had been expecting a visit. Nizu replied that he had a feeling Izuku would come and asked what the problem was. Izuku said that he knew who All Might's successor was. Nizu asked who it might be. Izuku answered that it was Katsuki Bakugo. Nizu reacted with disbelief and asked why All Might would choose Bakugo. Izuku admitted he did not know the reasons, only that it looked like All Might had made some kind of deal with people to help Bakugo, and he wondered what it was for. He sat down and accepted the tea Nizu offered, taking a sip to calm himself. Nizu agreed that the situation was worrying but noted that with their limited information there was little they could do immediately. Izuku voiced his frustration. Nizu told his nephew to remain calm and said they would deal with the problem when more information came, but reminded him that the trip to the USJ was coming up and urged him to be extra careful. Izuku agreed and asked which teachers would attend. Nizu listed Aizawa, 13, and All Might, and added that Vlad King would be there because Class 1B would join them. Izuku asked Nizu to add his mother for extra protection and suggested having a medic on standby. Nizu agreed. Nizu then invited Izuku to a game of chess, and Izuku accepted. They spent the afternoon drinking tea, playing chess, and occasionally speaking seriously about the larger threats they faced. At the same time, Katsuki Bakugo burst into panic in front of a deflated All Might, Toshinori Yagi. Bakugo told All Might that Izuku knew about One for All and that he did not know how Izuku had found out. All Might told him to calm down and said that panicking would not help. He said they needed to think of a way to deal with Izuku, because if Izuku truly possessed One for All, there might be a connection to the major threat they feared. Bakugo demanded to know how they would get rid of him. All Might told Bakugo that he had a plan that would take time and instructed him to keep an eye on Izuku in the meantime, patting Bakugo on the back to steady him. The following weeks were mostly uneventful, except that Izuku became class president despite his reluctance. The votes had gone against him. A few days earlier, Aizawa had told the class that they needed to make a choice that would influence their futures, which caused nervous chatter among the students. Aizawa announced that they would choose a class president. Everyone fell silent except Izuku, who expressed relief at something ordinary happening. Aizawa silenced him with his quirk and reminded the class that he did not care how they chose their president, only that they be quiet about it. They had until the end of the PRD. After Aizawa settled into his yellow sleeping bag, the students began shouting nominations. Some, like Mina Ishido and Denki Kaminari, eagerly campaigned for themselves, while Momo Yaoyorozu suggested making the voting process orderly. Katsuki Bakugo loudly insisted he should be chosen, asserting that he was superior to the others. Tenya Ida called for calm, saying they needed someone they could respect and rely on in a moment of crisis. When his classmates teased him about wanting the position, Ida admitted that he did, but insisted on a fair vote. Tetsu Kirishima teased him, and Tsuyu Azui wondered how they would decide when they barely knew one another. Yaoyorozu complied with Ida's request and prepared a box and paper for voting. Izuku thought he should avoid getting involved and intended to vote for Yaoyorozu, who seemed capable. After the votes were collected and tallied, Ida announced the results. Midoriya 12 votes, Yaoyorozu 2 votes, Ida 1 vote, and Bakugo 1 vote. Ida announced the outcome with a discouraged tone and declared Midoriya president and Yaoyorozu vice president. Bakugo loudly demanded to know who had voted for Izuku, and Denki offered that Izuku might be strong, perhaps stronger than the others. Izuku argued that leadership should not be based solely on strength. Tsuyu pointed out that Izuku was also intelligent and could act quickly when needed. After a moment of consideration, Izuku reluctantly agreed to accept the role on the condition that everyone follow his emergency rules without hesitation. The class agreed, with the exception of Bakugo and Achiko Uraraka. Aizawa then rose and formally dismissed the class. Over time, Izuku made decent friends with most of his classmates. They were different from those at his old school, and he often wondered how they would react if they knew the full truth about his quirk. It was also obvious to him that Bakugo and Uraraka were dating. He did not understand the pairing, but he observed how she behaved during training and noted similarities with Bakugo's old self. The day before the USJ trip, Aizawa entered to make an announcement. He told the class to prepare for a field trip focused on a different type of training. When asked what kind of training it would be, Aizawa presented a board that read rescue training and explained that Class 1B and 3 other teachers, including himself and Vlad King, would join them. After he left, Izuku mentally prepared for a potential attack but felt that something about the situation was off, and he hoped he had not made a mistake. Fire manipulation allowed a user to create and shape flame through the rapid oxidation of material, releasing heat, light, and reaction products. Ice manipulation allowed a user to form and control ice and freeze water into solid states. Air manipulation allowed a user to create and shape the atmospheric gases around them. Elemental manipulation allowed a user to create and control the basic components that make up matter. It was 7:55 on a Wednesday morning when the pro-heroes Kamui Woods and MT Lady confronted a villain known as Habit Headgear, whose head had an unusual shape. Habit Headgear had an innocent family held hostage and threatened to harm them if anyone interfered. Habit Headgear warned the heroes to stay back or he would kill the family and leave their blood on the streets. The family reacted in terror, pleading for the heroes to save them. One begged for anything to be done, another promised rewards, and one frantically confessed not having even cleared their browser history. The family's hysteria and regrets only made the situation more tense. Habit Headgear ordered them to be quiet and threatened them again. Kamui Woods recognized the danger and described the situation as getting worse, while MT Lady worried aloud that approaching could put the hostages at greater risk. The heroes hesitated, weighing the options. Suddenly, a large man with gravity-defying hair in a bright yellow suit arrived and struck Habit Headgear down in a single powerful blow, incapacitating the villain and rescuing the family. Kamui Woods and Lady recognized the newcomer as All Might in a yellow suit and prepared to thank him. All Might said that there was no time and that he was already late, then leaped and flew toward UA, leaving the two pro-heroes confused. At 12:50, Class 1A, dressed in their hero costumes, headed to the buses and chatted idly among themselves. A loud, obnoxious voice called out at them, challenging them as an inferior class. The students turned to see their sister class, 1B, and heard the voice of a tuxedo-clad blonde who laughed theatrically and taunted class 1. Bakugo bristled and approached the blonde, demanding to know who the intruder thought he was. The tuxedo-clad blonde mocked Bakugo, calling him a Pomeranian and asking if he was upset. Bakugo and the tuxedo-clad blonde began shouting at each other, each attempting to intimidate the other, and their loud confrontation amused both classes as it continued. Someone approached Izuku. She wore a blue cheapao and a domino mask, her orange hair pulled into a ponytail. She stopped in front of him and apologized for the other boy, explaining that he was bitter about not getting into Class 1. Izuku shrugged it off and excused the student nicknamed the terrorist, then introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya and told her he was the president of 1A. The visitor introduced herself as Itsuka Kendo, class president of 1B. The rest of the class came forward to introduce themselves as well. Izuku used Quirk's sight to identify their quirks and to determine which might interest him to copy. Itsuka Kendo's quirk was Big Fist, which allowed her to enlarge one or both hands to enormous sizes. Izuku noted its usefulness for hand-to-hand combat and surprising an opponent. Yosetsu Away's quirk, Weld, let him merge things, organic or inorganic, at a subatomic level. Izuku saw its potential for closing wounds and reinforcing damaged structures. Senkaibara's gyrate permitted him to rotate parts of his body at high speeds, a quirk good for precision strikes. Toguro Kamakiri's razor-sharp produced large blades from his body, suited for frontal assault. Shirhai Kuwaro's black allowed him to merge with anything dark-colored, useful for infiltration and stealth. Yui Kodai's size granted the ability to alter the size of objects she touched. Izuku judged it useful for rescue operations. He copied size, and it evolved into size manipulation. Kinoko Komori's mushroom let her generate and spread fungus spores. Izuku thought the right combinations could be dangerous. Ibara Shizuki's vines gave her controllable, thorny vines in place of regular hair, excellent for trapping enemies and reinforcing structures. Juroda Shishida's beast allowed transformation into a large, monstrous form, useful for defense and offense. Nairenjiki Shoda's twin impact created a second impact remotely at the site of an initial strike, suitable for long-range attacks. Pony Tsunatori's horn cannon let her detach and launch her horns as projectiles, another long-range option. Tetsu could turn his skin into a steel-like substance for defense and offense. Setsuna Tokaige's lizard tail splitter allowed her to split her body into pieces and control them telekinetically, good for distractions and infiltration. Manga Fukudashi's comic materialized onomatopoeia into the real world when spoken, useful for large-scale attacks. Juzo Hananuki's softening turned touched objects semi-liquid, useful for trapping or slowing enemies. Kojiro Bando's Semidine sprayed a glue-like substance that could trap enemies and reinforce structures. Reiko Yanagi's poltergeist provided telekinetic manipulation of nearby objects and people, useful for surprise or ranged attacks. Hiryu Rin's scale produced hard scales across the body for protection or projectile use, serving both defense and long-range offense. Kozai Tsubaraba's solid air could solidify air to form constructs like walls and platforms, handy for defense and maneuvering. Nito Monoma, the tuxedo-clad student, had copy, which let him use a quirk after contact with its user. Izuku regarded him as an all-rounder. After both classes finished introductions, a screaming match between the two blondes continued. Itsuka excused herself to rein in their resident blonde, offering Izuku a chance to intervene. Before she could finish, a chilling sensation swept over everyone, an oppressive aura that felt like the presence of death itself. Even the teachers reacted. Vlad King and Aizawa drew breath sharply at how intense it was. All eyes turned to the source and found Izuku staring at Bakugo and Monoma with crimson eyes. Izuku warned the two of them that they needed to behave or there would be a serious problem. Monoma tried to retaliate, stammering incoherently, but Izuku advanced toward the two blondes with a menacing air. The atmosphere thickened and breathing became more difficult as Izuku demanded that they be quiet and board their buses. Both Bakugo and Monoma shouted an affirmative and hurried onto their assigned buses, and others followed the command. Izuku relaxed his fearful presence, sighed, and took a seat at the back near the window, closing his eyes in an attempt to sleep. He thought to himself that it was going to be a long day. The ride to the USJ was mostly peaceful. Students chatted idly about random things and their plans for the day until someone woke Izuku from his nap. When he opened his right eye, he found Tsuyu Azui looking back at him. She had come to ask him a question and apologized for waking him. Izuku invited her to ask. Tsuyu wanted to know exactly how Izuku's quirk worked. She noted that the copies he made seemed better than the originals and asked why that was. Others quieted to listen as Izuku prepared to explain. He asked if they knew what a quirk awakening was, and when everyone looked confused he decided to explain. Izuku told them that after a quirk initially manifests, it was possible for the user to undergo an awakening later in life. A strong emotional catalyst, often intense stress like a life-or-death situation, could cause quirks to evolve instantly. This evolution granted new strength or aspects previously not possible. Yaoyorozu reacted with interest, asking if he was saying that quirk evolution was possible, and others leaned in as Izuku began to explain further. Izuku explained that reaching a final form for quirks was extremely difficult because every generation seemed to produce stronger, more complex quirks, and he asked if anyone knew about the quirk singularity. Yaoyorozu asked if that was only a theory, and Izuku clarified that it was more than speculation. Quirks tended to mix and deepen with each generation, growing in strength and complexity until, eventually, they might reach a point no one could control. Kaminari tried to clarify by proposing a hypothetical child inheriting both electrification and a fire quirk, perhaps combining into a plasma-like ability. Kirishima remarked that such a child would be powerful, and Izuku agreed but warned that there was a catch. Kaminari pressed for details, and Izuku began to answer, noticing that Todoroki seemed tense and that whatever he was about to reveal was serious, but the bus stopped before he could finish. Aizawa announced that they had arrived and ordered everyone out. Izuku apologized and said they would finish the conversation another time. Kirishima reassured him with a friendly comment. The students filed off the bus, stretching to loosen stiff joints and numb muscles. Class 1B joined them, still looking shaken from earlier. Aizawa instructed both classes to follow him. They walked toward a dome-shaped facility where two people stood at the entrance. One wore a protective suit and was known as 13. Beside her stood a slim woman with dark green hair in practical combat pants, lightweight boots, a black tank top, and a lab coat, carrying a duffel bag of medical supplies. Inko Midoriya, the assistant nurse to Recovery Girl. Izuku asked whether All Might was there. Aizawa approached 13 and quietly asked where All Might was. 13 indicated that he was running a bit late, holding up 3 fingers to show how late. Aizawa muttered that of course he was. In the teacher's lounge, Yagi had been taking a breather after doing hero work that morning when Principal Nizu entered. Nizu asked why Yagi was not at the USJ, and Yagi admitted that he had used up his time helping others on the way and had probably overextended himself. Nizu pressed when Yagi could make it, and Yagi said probably by the end of the session. Nizu sighed and told him to get there as soon as possible. As Nizu started to leave, Yagi stopped him to ask about Nizu's nephew. Nizu snapped that there was nothing to discuss, but Yagi persisted, saying the last time he had seen that person he had been quirkless, so it was hard to believe the recent awakening. Nizu reminded Yagi that he had been the cause of that awakening and warned that the boy could have been disastrous if he had turned the wrong way, so they should be grateful he was on their side. Nizu walked away with a frown while Yagi brooded and swore to expose what he believed the boy truly was. Back at the dome, 13 stepped forward to introduce the facility. Kaminari, misunderstanding the acronym, thought she meant Universal Studios Japan, and Mineta joked about the United States of Japan. Izuku looked at Mineta with a deadpan expression, wishing he were home sleeping but resigned to being there. 13 clarified that USJ stood for the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Uraraka burst into excited admiration for 13's hero costume, and Bakugo quietly urged her to calm down until after the briefing. Izuku observed that the pair seemed made for each other, while Inko kept a polite expression and stepped forward to introduce herself as Izuku's mother, speaking in a warm tone. The boys blushed but fell silent under Izuku's steely glare as he warned everyone not to try anything disrespectful. After taking a moment to compose herself, 13 explained the facility. She said the entire building had been created and was controlled by her, designed to simulate different environments the students might encounter as professionals. There was a ruin zone that recreated a damaged urban area with precarious buildings, a landslide zone with sloped terrain and debris, a mountain zone full of rocky cliffs, a conflagration zone mimicking urban fires, a flood zone with a lake and a ship, and a downpour zone that simulated heavy rain and strong winds. Kendo commented that it was a lot to fit into one building, and Yayorozu agreed. Standing at the top of the stairs, 13 emphasized that they would also be learning about quirk safety. Kirishima asked if they had not already learned that when they were younger, and 13 replied that they had only covered the basics. There was much more to learn about using quirks safely to avoid harming themselves or others. 13 used her own quirk as an example. Her ability, called Black Hole, allowed her to create small voids from her fingers that absorbed and nullified matter and certain forms of energy. She warned them about the destructive potential of such abilities and the responsibility required to handle them safely. 13 reminded everyone that their quirks could be lethal if misused. After she finished her long speech, the dome lights began to flicker and the fountain stilled. At the center of the USJ, Izuku noticed a black portal opening and immediately activated Quirk Sight and Zoom to analyze the threat. Dozens of villains poured through the portal, mostly possessing mutant-type quirks with some transformation and emitter varieties. He scanned them carefully. He recognized a man in a tank top whose bones were reinforced with steel. Someone was hiding in the forest area with the ability to disrupt and disable technology. A woman in a black leotard carried poison in her blood that she could use against opponents. The slime user from the prior incident was present, able to transform parts of their body into slime. A mist man in a bartender's suit with a metal brace around his neck stood out. Izuku realized this was the same person who had been in the teacher's lounge and that he could create and manipulate a dark fog that acted as a portal. A pale, blue-haired man covered in hands had been the one to destroy the gate. His touch caused things to break down rapidly. Finally, a huge, beak-faced figure the size of All Might appeared to possess multiple quirks at once: shock absorption, supersonic speed, rapid regeneration, enhanced strength and raw super strength, along with a slight boost in intelligence. Izuku concluded that these were the intruders, and that the situation was dire. Kirishima observed that they even had fake villains among them, but Aizawa cut him off and ordered that those were not fakes. He instructed 13 and Mrs. Midoriya to protect the children and told Vlad to prepare to fight. 13 and Inko moved to gather the kids while Izuku took in the villain's threats. A hand-themed villain asked where All Might was and noted that the former hero was supposed to be here but was absent. The Mist Man commented that, even if plans had changed at the last minute, they could still wound All Might's pride. The hand-themed villain then threatened to draw All Might out by harming the students. Aizawa ordered everyone to evacuate immediately. Izuku tried to volunteer to handle the large, dangerous opponent, warning that Aizawa would be at risk, but Aizawa refused and insisted Izuku protect the children while the pro-heroes took the fight. Aizawa and Vlad leapt down to engage the villains, and the rest of the group moved toward the exit. Someone sensed incoming danger and surged ahead, where a cloud of purple mist began to form. As the mist condensed to reveal the Mist Man, Izuku tackled him and held him down, having copied the Warp Gate ability earlier. The Mist Man struggled beneath Izuku's grip. Bakugo arrived, his hands crackling with explosive energy, and demanded that Izuku move aside so he could finish the Mist Man. Izuku protested, but an explosion erupted that phased through him to strike the Mist Man, breaking the hold and obscuring vision with smoke. Inko scolded Bakugo for his recklessness even as the Mist Man unleashed a surge of purple fog that spread over many of the students. The Mist Man chastised the students for attacking each other, while Bakugo shouted angrily at him. Izuku pushed through the smoke and ordered Bakugo to stop, then directed Tenya Ida to run back to UA and fetch the staff. Ida hesitated, but Izuku repeated the order firmly and Ida obeyed. The Mist Man tried to stop Ida, but another explosion opened a gap in the fog and Ida escaped to alert the school. The Mist Man then used his fog to separate and teleport most of the students to different locations. 13 attempted to help by using her black hole-like fingers to draw in the mist, but the Mist Man warped the portal's flow and redirected it. The redirected force tore a hole in 13's suit and caused a painful injury to her back. With most students already gone and only a few remaining, Inko used the copy of the healing quirk Izuku had given her to treat 13. She told the remaining students to stand guard while she healed. The Mist Man rejoined the hand-themed villain and a bird-like ally. The Mist Man reported that they had separated the students as requested, though one had escaped, likely to alert the school. The hand-themed villain berated Kurogyri for failing as their transport, and Kurogyri apologized. As Inko tended to 13 and kept watch on the exhausted Vlad and Aizawa, she heard the name Shigaraki and wondered why it sounded familiar. Meanwhile, at the flood zone, a portal opened and 5 people fell from the sky toward the lake: Izuku, Tsuyu, Mineta, Shiozaki, and Tokichi. Thinking quickly, Izuku used psychokinesis to gently lower everyone onto the ship. Once they were safe, Izuku surveyed the area with Quirk sight and zoom. He saw that the other students were still at the USJ and appeared to be struggling against villains with strong quirks. Mineta panicked, shouting that they were in deep trouble. Tsuyu urged him to calm down and pointed out that panicking would not help. Togaku agreed and told everyone to think of a plan fast, explaining that there were villains in the water. Looking over the railing of the ship, They could see several foes, all with water-type quirks. Izuku realized the villains did not know what quirks the students had and had sent them where the villains held the advantage. He glanced toward the stairs and saw his mother healing 13 alongside some of the students. He formulated a plan. He would send the others back to the stairs to protect the rest while he dealt with the villains here, then go help the others and bring them back. Shiozaki asked if he was sure and how he planned to bring them all to the stairs. Izuku created a warp gate. This portal glowed green rather than the usual purple. He told them the portal would take them to the stairs. The students hesitated but had no other choice, so they went through just in time as the ship split in half. Izuku looked at the villains and jumped toward the water. The villains jeered that the young hero could not take them down and prepared to attack. Izuku submerged and immediately found himself surrounded. Using Quirk sight, he searched for a specific ability and located a man with an aquatic breathing quirk. Izuku manipulated the water to create a whirlpool that disoriented the villains. While they spun, he used psychokinesis to pull the aquatic breathing user toward him and took that quirk. Then he used psychokinesis to lift everyone to the surface. He flew above them, shaped the water into tentacle-like restraints to immobilize the villains, and created 20 clones. He instructed the clones to rescue the other students, send them to the stairs, and bring him the people who possessed the quirks he had scouted earlier. He also told them to leave 3 specific individuals for him to handle personally. The clones dispersed as Izuku moved toward where Aizawa and Vlad King were fighting. Both teachers looked worn from the battle. In the teacher's lounge, All Might lay asleep while the other staff prepared. Ida burst through the door out of breath and reported that villains had attacked and the students had been separated. Nizu asked what was wrong, and the staff scrambled to gather what they needed. Present Mike loudly called for All Might to wake up. Yagi jolted awake and prepared to move with the others. Back where the clones were operating, Izuku saw they were nearly finished collecting students and restraining villains, but Bakugo and Todoroki were resisting. He had to step in. Izuku opened a warp gate and entered, only to be met by a sudden barrage of ice. He phased through the attack unfazed. A clone reported that Todoroki's uncontrolled ice attacks had nearly endangered other students, forcing the clone to save and knock some of them out. Izuku admonished the clone and ordered him to open a warp gate under Todoroki to send him safely to the stairs. The clone followed the instruction. Izuku then moved on to where Bakugo was engaged in a violent struggle with one of the clones while Kirishima tried to calm him. Kirishima urged Bakugo to trust that the clone was trying to help them evacuate. Bakugo refused to trust the clone and lashed out, calling the clone names and continuing to launch explosions. Some blasts struck Kirishima, who used his hardening to protect himself. The clone noted that Bakugo's behavior was rude, and Bakugo told the clone to leave as he continued to attack. Izuku Original appeared suddenly in front of Bakugo and struck him across the chin, knocking him out cold. Izuku told Kirishima to carry Bakugo back to the others and stay there, because he still needed to take care of something. Kirishima asked if he was sure, and Izuku confirmed. Izuku opened a portal for them, and Kirishima hefted his friend like a sack of potatoes and left, leaving Izuku and his clones behind. Izuku asked one clone if they had captured the villains he requested. The clone confirmed and opened a warp gate, depositing the immobilized villains where Izuku could work. Izuku began extracting quirks. He took steel bones, which immediately evolved into tungsten bones. He took the quirk that had been disrupting electronics, which caused nearby devices to flicker back to life. He took slime mimicry, and he took poisonous blood. After securing those quirks, he returned the subdued villains to the holding area and opened a portal to the plaza. On the plaza, Izuku found Vlad King knocked out and Aizawa pinned down by a large bird-like creature, while Tamura Shigaraki paced and addressed Aizawa with a sneer. Tamura told Aizawa that he could have become a villain with them but instead chose to be a hero for a broken hero society. Tamura declared his intent to one day destroy that system and kill All Might, and since All Might was not present he would settle for Aizawa as a temporary replacement. Tamura reached toward Aizawa, but his movement was halted by an invisible loss of control as something shifted from him to someone else. Izuku had taken Tamura's decay quirk, which immediately evolved into a more refined decomposition manipulation. Izuku observed that Tamura would not be able to use that power for now and stated that it would be of no use to him at the moment. Tamura tried to lunge at Izuku, but his hand passed through as if meeting empty air. The bird-like creature intervened and took the blow instead. The bird-like creature then looked directly at Izuku and, in a hesitant voice, asked whether he was strong. Izuku noted aloud that the creature could speak, and the creature repeated the question more forcefully. Izuku replied that he would answer after making sure everyone was safe. Izuku opened a warp gate beneath Vlad King and Aizawa and sent them and the others up to the top of the stairs. He then warped himself there to speak briefly with his mother and the remaining students. Izuku informed his mother that he would take care of the villains and that he had taken Tamura's quirk, so Tamura was harmless for the moment. He asked if there was anything she could tell him about Tamura. Some students overheard him say he had taken a quirk and exchanged curious looks. Inko explained that the hands-focused villain was Tamura Shigaraki, the mist user was Kurogiri, and the bird-like creature had been created as a Nomu engineer to rival All Might in strength. She warned that something capable of combining multiple quirks was a serious problem. Izuku acknowledged the risk, said he would handle it, and left his clones behind to protect and heal everyone there. Inko urged him to be careful, and Izuku promised he would. Back down on the plaza, Tamura and Kurogiri realized Tamura could no longer use his quirk. Tamura accused Kurogiri, and Kurogiri protested that only their master could take quirks. Tamura angrily claimed that a white-haired kid had taken it. A green warp gate opened and Izuku stepped through with a calm, unimpressed expression. He demanded to know who their master was. Tamura refused to answer, so Izuku suggested that if someone could steal quirks like his, it would be a serious problem, and then guessed that their master was All for One. Both Tamura and Kurogiri visibly reacted to the name. Izuku asserted that All for One was still alive and demanded they reveal his location. When Tamura refused, he ordered the Nomu to kill Izuku. The Nomu, sounding strained, declared that its name was Bruce and launched itself at Izuku. Bruce's blows at first passed through Izuku as if meeting no resistance, and Bruce grew frustrated. At that point Izuku disabled his intangibility and caught a devastating punch aimed at his head, resulting in a shockwave that sent Kurogiri and Tamura reeling. Izuku studied the impact and noted that Bruce's single punch delivered tremendous kinetic force. He suspected the creature was as powerful as, or even more powerful than, All Might. Bruce struggled to free his hand from Izuku's grip. Izuku reminded him that Bruce had asked whether he was strong, and then tested the question. Izuku copied several quirks in quick succession and felt them. Evolve. Shock absorption became shock nullification. Super speed became peak human speed. Super regeneration became peak human regeneration. Super strength became peak human strength. The combination produced a clear peak human condition, and he also copied a strength enhancer. With those powers merged into him, Izuku hurled Bruce aside easily, sending the Nomu flying and leaving Tamura and Kurogiri stunned on the steps. Izuku then removed his cloak and cast it into the nearby flames, watching it burn away. Izuku took a strand of his hair and applied it to his costume, using matter creation to give the fabric his hair's properties and make it stretchy. When he finished, he looked at Bruce, who was already on his feet and waiting. Izuku challenged Bruce to a fight to the death to prove who was stronger. Everyone who heard this thought he was crazy, even Bruce. Inko shouted from the stairs, asking if he was sure, worried for her son. Izuku reassured his mother and told everyone not to interfere. Aizawa, Vlad, and 13, who had recovered from their wounds, arrived and heard the challenge. Aizawa snapped that he would not allow Izuku to fight that thing. Izuku insisted that if the opponents were beyond Aizawa's reach, he would handle them, and turned his attention back to Bruce to ask if he accepted. Bruce hesitated but accepted and warned Kurogiri and Shigaraki not to interfere. Kurogiri promised they would not, and Shigaraki agreed. Bruce then told Izuku to begin. Izuku grinned and said he would make the match a bit fair. White smoke began rising from his feet and his costume lightened. The smoke expanded into a swirling column around him. From within the vortex came a series of loud, cracking sounds and strained exhalations, and an overwhelming presence settled over the area. Those with animal-related quirks felt compelled to kneel as if before an alpha, Others felt the same instinct of deference. Even Bruce had to fight the urge to bow. On the stairs, people who were not kneeling looked confused. Kirishima asked why everyone was kneeling, and Kendo echoed the question. Shishida, Tsunatori, Kamakiri, Tokoyami, Koji, and Azui remained bowed, heads down. Shishida realized aloud that the Alpha had arrived, and Azui confirmed it. A long, piercing howl rose from the smoke, making everyone cover their ears. On a bus outside, the teachers heading toward the USJ heard the howl as well. Nizu and Hound Dog instinctively knelt. Recovery Girl asked what was wrong. Nizu said the Alpha had stirred, and Hound Dog confirmed that it had awakened. Present Mike decided they needed to hurry and accelerate it. When the smoke cleared, Izuku stood where the column had been transformed into a large werewolf the size of Bruce. White fur covered a powerful frame clad in a sleeveless white hero suit. Sharp claws and teeth gleamed, and his eyes burned with a crimson intensity. A smoke scarf, a hagoromo worn over his shoulders to signify divinity, trailed behind. Izuku announced that he was Izuku Midoriya, and that in this form he was an alpha, a godlike presence. Kurogiri noted that his master had mentioned someone by that name and would have to ask later. Bruce asked whether Izuku was ready. Izuku said he was, and the two assumed fighting stances. Everyone stepped back. The air tightened as if time had slowed. Then both launched themselves at each other at incredible speed. They collided with a shockwave that sent gusts of wind sweeping through the area. Their fists generated a dark, crackling energy as they struggled for dominance. Izuku ducked under Bruce's defense to deliver an uppercut, which Bruce caught and countered with a hammer fist. Izuku sidestepped, slipped behind Bruce, and executed a powerful suplex that sent Bruce's head into the floor, creating a massive crater. Izuku sprang toward the roof, planting his feet on the glass to pivot and drive back down at Bruce. Bruce met him with a brutal blow that sent Izuku soaring farther than expected. Izuku noted mentally that his shock nullification and kinetic stockpile had absorbed much of the impact. Using the momentum, he flipped off the roof and tackled Bruce, and the two plummeted together, shaking the USJ. Bruce struggled against Izuku's hold and landed repeated punches to buy himself space. Annoyed, Izuku threw him toward the mountain area. Bruce scrambled out of the crater and dropped to all fours. In a blur, he closed the distance to Bruce at breakneck speed. Bruce, still recovering, felt his super regeneration being pushed to its limits as he searched for a way out. Izuku struck Bruce across the face, sending him crashing through rock and into the flood zone. Submerged, Bruce fought the water, but Izuku used water manipulation to form a giant hand that held him in place and then froze it to secure his position. Izuku prepared a finishing move, coating his long claws in a diamond-like reinforcement and gathering power. He drew on a combination of abilities a fraction of advanced OFA, the diamond armament, strength enhancement, homing effects, and air manipulation and raised his arm. He named the attack and released 5 claw-shaped slashes of air aimed at Bruce. Bruce broke free from the frozen trap in a sudden, violent burst that shattered the ice and left the frozen chamber ruined. His momentum carried his upper body back into the crater. The landscape was battered and smoking from the impact. A tense pause followed as both combatants absorbed the consequences of that exchange. The claw slashes cut the ice cleanly and traveled through the air toward the urban fire zone, slicing through buildings until they struck the ground and left a long gouge. Izuku pursued Bruce back into the crater and found him on his back, barely able to regenerate. Izuku approached him and observed that Bruce's regeneration had finally caught up. Izuku noted that Bruce said he could not fight anymore, and Bruce murmured that he was weak. Izuku told Bruce that this was not true, that Bruce had matched him in strength at times and should be proud of how strong he was. Bruce responded that Izuku was also strong, and Izuku corrected him, saying he was beyond strength. Izuku then said he would lay Bruce to rest with one of his strongest attacks, acknowledging that Bruce had earned his respect. Bruce's origins were unclear. Izuku placed his giant wolf hand on Bruce's head and absorbed his quirks. He drew shock absorption, which combined with his own shock nullification to create shock negation. He absorbed super speed, which evolved to peak human speed, super regeneration, which synergized with his own abilities into absolute regeneration, super strength, which evolved to peak human body, strength enhancer, and minor intelligence, which evolved into peak human mind. The combined peak human condition, peak human body, peak human speed, and peak human mind formed an absolute condition for Izuku. Izuku prepared to finish Bruce. A small ball of energy began to form in his mouth, drawing on a combination of Quirk's 5% of advanced one for all, kinetic stockpile, explosion, electricity manipulation, fire manipulation, and air manipulation. The ball glowed deep black with red lightning, and everyone nearby took cover. Kurogyri grabbed Tamura and warped them both out of the area. Izuku's doppelgangers acted reinforced barriers with psychokinesis, air, earth, and ice manipulation to protect those who remained. The doors to the USJ burst open as Ida and the staff arrived, ready to fight. All Might called out for everyone not to fear and to stand strong, but Izuku launched the beast bomb before the declaration finished. The beast bomb struck its target, and for a heartbeat everything was quiet. Then a flash of black edged with red erupted into a pillar of destructive energy that shot out of the crater, through the dome, and into the sky, piercing into space. The pillar expanded rapidly, the barriers strained under the intense pressure of the blast. From the city outside, people could see the column of light emerging from the direction of UA and wondered at the spectacle. Somewhere in America, a technician sat at a desk watching a monitor that displayed a live feed of Earth. When the black and red beam shot into space, the technician hurried to his superior and insisted they had to look. His superior replied that he had already seen it and instructed him to keep an eye on Japan. In a building in central Tokyo, a blonde-haired woman asked her agent if he had seen the light. The agent confirmed that he had, and she ordered him to find who was responsible and to monitor them. He acknowledged the order and set to work. Back at the USJ, after 30 seconds of relentless energy, the pillar subsided and revealed a deep, smoking crater. Izuku's clones dropped the barriers and dismissed themselves, allowing the staff to cautiously begin investigating the site. Hound Dog and Nizu reacted on instinct and dropped to their knees. The other staff immediately assumed fighting stances. From the smoke, a giant white werewolf burst forth and landed among them, kicking up a wide dust cloud. The animal-affiliated personnel also knelt, while the rest moved cautiously. When the dust cleared, the enormous werewolf stood as tall as All Might, wearing a singed hero suit and staring at All Might with deep crimson eyes and a low growl. All Might prepared to strike, but Nizu put a paw figuratively and met the creature's gaze, asking who it was. The werewolf answered with a tone that mixed hurt and amusement, and then gave a low, primal chuckle that sent a hush through the crowd. Nizu's expression shifted as realization dawned. Nizu recognized the voice and asked if it was Izuku. Izuku confirmed that it was him, explaining that this was the perfected form of dire wolf and that it was the first time he had used it. Nizu praised the form and asked what had happened there. Izuku replied that they needed to evacuate everyone first, hand the captured villains over to the police, and contact Detective Tsukachi because the incident was connected to him. Nizu agreed and instructed Ectoplasm to move the villains. Ectoplasm created clones and began escorting the detainees to where police and medics were waiting. Izuku then told Nizu not to worry about the damage to the USJ and offered to cover the costs. Nizu accepted and asked Izuku for help on a long-term project he had been working on. Izuku agreed. Nizu climbed onto Izuku's broad shoulder and settled in. As everyone prepared to depart, All Might launched a fist toward Izuku's head, accusing him of being involved in the attack. Nizu sharply rebuked All Might, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. All Might insisted that Izuku must have been involved. Izuku began to protest that he had been trying to help, but another punch came at his head and was halted by an unseen force. All Might then noticed a pair of glowing green eyes filled with fierce protectiveness. Izuku's mother, Inko, stepped forward and issued a stern warning, making it clear she would not allow her son to be attacked. All Might, visibly intimidated, backed down. Inko took a position beside Izuku and Nizu as they moved toward the other side of the USJ, where police were arresting villains and medics were checking everyone over. Thanks to the healing efforts of Izuku's clones and Inko's care, Those injured were stabilized and doing well. Detective Tsukachi approached, surprised to see Nizu perched on the shoulder of a giant werewolf. He asked for a detailed account, but Nizu said it would be better to return to campus for a full meeting. Tsukachi agreed to wrap things up at the scene and meet them later. With the situation under control, the staff, students, and the rest boarded the buses to head back to the school. Because Izuku remained in werewolf form, he rode on the roof of the bus with Nizu. They both enjoyed the breeze and the return trip in. Silence for a moment. Nizu admired the form and asked if the flowing cloak was a Hagoromo. Izuku admitted that, in a way, it was his god form. Nizu joked that he was the only god present, and the two shared a light chuckle. Inside Class 1's bus, the students buzzed about the events. Kirishima praised the display as extremely manly. Kaminari compared it to a movie, while Yaoyorozu called the spectacle impressive. Tokoyami said it felt like being in the presence of a deity, and Dark Shadow agreed. Bakugo steamed with resentment as Uraraka tried to calm him. Uraraka then mentioned that she had overheard Izuku and his mother talking about how he took quirks and suggested they could use that information. Bakugo considered spreading rumors that Izuku could steal others' quirks, invoking the memory of a notorious villain from 18 years ago, as a way to undermine him. He intended to seed the rumor subtly so it would grow on its own, planning to discuss the idea with All Might later. Uraraka asked Azui what she thought Izuku and his mother had meant by took his quirks, since Izuku's ability was understood to be a copying quirk. Azui acknowledged that she had heard something along those lines and asked what it could mean. Yaoyorozu proposed a theory and raised the subject of the so-called king of the underworld, also known as the symbol of evil. She explained that some believed this man had lived for over 2 centuries, rising at the dawn of quirks and seeking to reshape the world. Rumors said he could take quirks and use them as his own, which left the students uneasy and speculative as they continued their ride back to campus. They discussed that he stole quirks that could extend his life. Sato expressed surprise at hearing of a quirk that could steal other quirks. Ida explained that her ancestors had faced such a monster before and had always called it not a man but a monster. Kaminari asked what the villain's name was. Yaoyorozu said the real name had been lost over the decades, so people referred to him by his quirk name, All for One. Kirishima asked again for confirmation. Yaoyorozu added that everyone knew who that referred to. He had been the villain All Might fought 18 years ago in a brutal battle that nearly killed All Might, but All Might had prevailed and become the symbol of peace. Ashido asked how this connected to Midoriya. Hagakure wondered whether Midoriya's quirk was a copying type. Tokoyami noted that Midoriya had never specified, offering only vague descriptions. Dark Shadow agreed that Midoriya changed the subject whenever asked. The students considered it and grew uneasy. Midoriya's evasive answers made it impossible to be certain he did not possess All for One. Kaminari suggested they ask him when they returned and assumed the worst if he refused to answer. Azui cautioned that might be mistrustful and that Midoriya could have reasons for his silence. Jiro sided with Tsu in saying they should not pry into someone's personal business. Kaminari countered that without certainty, they could not rule out the possibility that quirks Midoriya appeared to have copied had been stolen. Silence followed. Jiro sighed and admitted Kaminari had a fair point, though he hoped he was wrong. Everyone agreed. Bakugo declared bluntly that Izuku's time was up. They returned to the school building. Nizu told the students to get changed and head back for an announcement, while the staff, Izuku, and the detective went to the staff room for a recap. Once everyone was seated, Tsukachi began the meeting by asking what had happened and whether Izuku would revert. Izuku said he planned to stay like that for a while and that being larger felt fine. Nizu commented that Izuku's fur felt softer than his own, and Izuku thanked him. Tsukachi then asked Aizawa for his account. Aizawa described arriving to find 13 and Mrs. Midoriya waiting and All Might absent. The electronics had cut out, a purple portal had opened, and villains had poured out. Midoriya had insisted he could handle it, but Aizawa had ordered an evacuation while he and Vlad engaged the attackers. Midway through, they had been attacked by a giant bird as large as All Might. It had knocked out Vlad and nearly struck Aizawa before Izuku intervened. Aizawa said he had blacked out and later awakened to the howl of a massive werewolf. A fight had followed, and Izuku had emerged victorious. Izuku joked that Aizawa had given a brief summary, and Aizawa only grumbled. Nizu reminded Aizawa that Izuku should handle it when a situation became too dangerous. Aizawa stated plainly that he would not let a student do his job. Izuku pointed out that he had warned Aizawa of the danger and that Aizawa had nearly lost his life. Aizawa dismissed the comment. Tsukachi asked Izuku what the creature had been. Izuku explained it was a bioengineered weapon designed to kill All Might. Nizu asked how that could be accomplished. Izuku said the weapon had possessed multiple quirks, and he had received confirmation from allies that an old enemy of All Might had returned. The room grew tense. Yagi protested that it could not be, but Izuku insisted it could. All for One was alive. The name cast a long shadow as everyone absorbed the implication of a revived foe, and an attack on Yua Inko added that the attackers had called themselves the League of Villains, that the ringleader was the hands-wielding man Tamura Shigaraki, and that the mist user was Kurojairi. Tsukachi said they had gathered everything available for now and were stuck until new information arrived. Nizu shifted the meeting to the upcoming sports festival. Present Mike asked whether it would be cancelled. Nizu said no. Cancelling after a single attack would risk giving the impression that UA was weak. Showing they were still standing was important. Aizawa warned that it was risky. Nizu acknowledged the risk but said he and Izuku had a plan. Izuku feigned surprise, and Nizu said they would discuss details later, along with the project he had previously mentioned. Izuku agreed to talk after the meeting. Nizu announced that school activities would be put on hold for a month to allow students to prepare for the sports festival and dismissed the meeting. As everyone began to leave, Izuku and Nizu headed for Nizu's office but were stopped by Inko, who said she needed to speak about something important. The three hurried to the office, sat down, and Nizu prepared tea. Izuku asked what was on Inko's mind. Inko brought up the name Shigaraki. Aizawa entered his classroom to find the students unusually quiet. He told them there was an important announcement. Yaoyorozu asked where Midoriya was. Aizawa explained that Midoriya had stayed behind to speak with Nizu. The students absorbed the information. Aizawa informed the class they would have the month off because the sports festival was approaching. Tsu asked whether it was wise given the recent attack. Aizawa admitted it was not ideal, but said the principal believed the school should use the opportunity to demonstrate resilience after surviving the incident. Kirishima pointed out that much of the success had been due to Midoriya. Aizawa urged the students to be grateful and to use their time wisely, then dismissed the class. Kaminari asked again what Midoriya's quirk was. Aizawa declined to answer and told him to leave. Aizawa exited the classroom, leaving the students with lingering uncertainty. There were persistent suspicions that Midoriya might have a quirk, but everyone would have to wait until the sports festival to find out. As Class 1A and 1B began to leave the classroom, they were stopped by a gathering crowd. Kirishima asked the crowd to move aside. Ashido complained that the situation was not fair. A student with purple hair and pronounced under-eye bags stepped forward and remarked that this hero course was not impressive. Kaminari took offense and protested. Shiro demanded to know what the student's problem was. Bakugo interrupted loudly, calling the others extras and accusing the purple-haired student, known as Eyebags, of scouting the competition. Eyebags retorted that one of them at least had some sense. Bakugo erupted in anger, popping small explosions in his palms as he demanded to know what was said. Uraraka intervened and urged Bakugo to calm down, saying the student only wanted to provoke them and was not worth the trouble. Bakugo grudgingly eased his temper, declared he was leaving, and forced his way through the crowd to speak with All Might, leaving his classmates to manage the gathering. When Bakugo entered the room where All Might stood, he announced excitedly that he had a plan to take down Deku. All Might said he also had an idea but invited Bakugo to share his first. Bakugo began to explain what he planned. Elsewhere, in an unfamiliar bar, a portal opened and two figures, Tamura Shigaraki and Kurojairi, fell through. Kurojairi commented that their arrival had been too close for comfort. Shigaraki threw himself into a tantrum on the floor, insisting that the child had cheated somehow. An old television in the corner, showing no picture, suddenly produced sound as an unseen voice asked what had happened and whether they had succeeded. Kurogyri answered that they had been defeated by a child. The unseen voice demanded to know who the child was and what he had done. Kurogyri identified the child as Izuku Midoriya, described him as having white hair and crimson forest eyes, and reported that Midoriya appeared to possess multiple quirks, including one resembling All for One. Shigaraki exploded in fury at the claim that his quirk had been taken. After a pause, the voice reassured him that copies existed for situations like this and instructed Kurogyri to take Shigaraki to a doctor while the speaker devised the next plan. Kurogyri acknowledged the order, and the two left while the television remained on. Behind the television, a large man in a suit sat connected to medical equipment. He observed that something had been awakened and noted that they would meet again soon. The following were among the copied or taken quirks cataloged. Aquatic breathing. The user can breathe in both water and air and can stay underwater as long as needed before resurfacing to breathe normally. Technology stopping. The user can disable machines and digital systems by various means, rendering technology ineffective. Tungsten bones. The user's bones have properties similar to tungsten. Slime mimicry. The user can transform their body or parts of it into slime. Poisonous blood. The user has toxins in their blood that can be used defensively. Warp gate. The user can create and manipulate dark fog that functions as a portal. Decomposition manipulation. The user can influence the rate at which organic material breaks down, increasing, decreasing, or halting the process. Shock nullification. The user can reduce the impact of physical blows. Shock negation. The user can completely negate the effect of physical blows. Peak human speed. The user's speed reaches the highest limits of human potential. Peak human regeneration. The user can heal more rapidly than an average human. Absolute regeneration. The user can heal at an extremely accelerated and powerful rate. Peak human body. The user's physical attributes strength, speed, stamina, senses, agility, reflexes, accuracy, durability, healing time, flexibility, and combat skill are at the top of human capability without being superhuman. Peak human condition. The user possesses physical and mental attributes at the human limit. Absolute condition. The user has capabilities and attributes at a maximum level. Strength enhancer. The user receives a boost in physical strength. Minor intelligence boost. The user receives a small increase in intellectual ability. Chapter End. Week 1. At one of the fake cities, Izuku stood in the middle of a deserted avenue. Wearing shorts and a tank top, barefoot. He had a plan for the month of training before the sports festival. It was a risky plan but offered a good chance to push beyond his current level, so he got to work. He first used wood manipulation to cover the whole city in trees. Izuku planted his hands on the ground and summoned roots that snaked up buildings, overflowed the streets, and blossomed into trees of various shapes and sizes. Within a minute the entire city was green. He followed that by using wood manipulation to create clones. From the trees, thousands of wood clones formed, and soon the fake city was overrun by them. Combining quirks, he activated diamond armament with his constructability to form black diamond gauntlets around his hands. The gauntlets coated his forearms in a hard, dark sheen. Flashback. Nizu's office contained a quiet hush as Inko explained what she thought might have happened. Izuku and Nizu listened and considered her words. Nizu said that it was highly possible and that he would do research and report back if he found anything. Inko appreciated the response. Nizu then shifted the conversation to security upgrades, expressing that he did not want a repeat of what had occurred earlier that day. Izuku replied that he was already planning to speak with Mei about improving security and that he would cover necessary expenses. Nizu approved. Nizu went on to discuss establishing a dorm system at UA, explaining that he had wanted to do it for years but had lacked funds until Izuku's arrival. He asked if Izuku could help with construction and funding. Izuku agreed but requested something in return. He asked that when the dorms were built, he be allowed a private dorm building accessible only to him, Nizu, and his mother unless an emergency required entry, and that it be reinforced to serve as a bunker against incoming danger. Nizu thought it a splendid idea and suggested reinforcing the other dorms as well. Izuku added that he wanted to use one of the fake cities for training and intended to stay there for the month leading up to the sports festival. Nizu granted permission and arranged for lunch rush to prepare and deliver food each day while Izuku trained. Inko asked that he rest at night and not overwork himself. Izuku promised he would not overdo it. When Nizu asked about timing, Izuku agreed to have the dorms built during the summer because he was facing an exam in the coming months. Before leaving, Izuku told Nizu he would inform Mei about helping with security and possibly assisting her in preparations for the sports festival. He asked that no one disturb him during his training, and Nizu acknowledged the request. Izuku, still in his wolf form, stood and headed toward the support studio in the hope of finding Mei there. Later, at the support studio, Izuku reached the door. He was about to knock when his ultimate defense activated, enveloping him in a black cocoon just as the studio doors blew off their hinges and slammed into the protective shell. Smoke filled the air around the studio, and through it he heard an unknown voice speaking. Power Loader scolded Mei about the 5th explosion that week. Mei answered cheerfully from inside the smoke, insisting that explosions were the best way to learn what needed fixing. Power Loader admitted the logic made sense but still complained. As the smoke cleared, a giant black cocoon stood in the studio. Power Loader asked Mei if she had ordered it and if so, where she had bought it. Mei shrugged that one never knew when a giant cocoon might come in handy. The cocoon spoke in a calm voice, and both were startled to hear it. The cocoon unraveled and revealed a large white werewolf standing on its hind legs, a smudge of smoke on its fur. Midoriya introduced himself, and Power Loader admitted relief, saying Midoriya had scared him. Midoriya began an apology but was suddenly tackled and hugged by Mei. They shared a warm reunion until they pulled apart. Mei asked when Midoriya had turned into a werewolf. Midoriya explained that he had used the form to protect everyone from a threat named Bruce and that he liked the size. Power Loader warned that the form frightened people, and Midoriya laughed that it was amusing to see people run. Mei moved the conversation on and asked what he was doing there. Midoriya said he had a project that needed help and that he also wanted to help Mei prepare for the sports festival, although he planned to leave a clone behind to assist while he trained for the month. Mei invited him in and led the werewolf into her studio. As they left, Midoriya waved goodbye to Power Loader. Power Loader warned Mei not to blow anything up, and Mei responded with a laugh that she could not promise. They began talking about updating the security system and ideas for Mei's new creations. Later, in a training session flashback, Midoriya prepared to test himself against his clones. He shouted a battle cry and charged. The clones advanced with weapons formed from wood. Midoriya broke into a run and met them head-on, barreling through the first ranks and sending several clones flying. He grabbed one and tossed it into another, intercepted a stabbing attempt and kicked the attacker aside, and dodged a vertical strike before countering with a powerful blow that sent the attacker reeling. A clone was knocked off balance and Midoriya used the momentum to spring deeper into the formation. He landed amid the crowd with the force of an explosion of motion, scattering nearby clones. Midoriya moved through them with rapid, precise strikes, catching attacks from behind and countering to leave opponents incapacitated or off their feet. He ducked under attacks, turned opponents' weapons against them, and disarmed several assailants, neutralizing them without graphic harm. He used an improvised trick to place an explosive device onto a clone and send it tumbling into a group. The resulting blast ended several attackers and cleared space for him to press forward. He forced another clone out of the fight and sent several others flying with a decisive kick. As more clones came at him from all sides, Midoriya sharpened his focus. He combined danger prediction with fearful presence, making his eyes glow a bright crimson and unsettling some attackers, though others pressed on. He seized a katana in mid-swing and used it to parry and disable a blade-wielding clone, then spun and struck another to keep the pressure on. A thrown explosive was deftly caught, disassembled, and repurposed to disrupt the enemy arrangement, and Midoriya continued to move through his opponents with fluid, powerful motion. Within a cloud of smoke from an explosion, Midoriya intercepted a punch aimed at him, broke the attacker's guard, and sent that clone tumbling into another. The ground trembled beneath his feet as hands reached for him, but Midoriya leapt and executed a split kick that sent two attackers sprawling. He created a knife with matter manipulation to finish off a grounded opponent and then vaulted into the air, forming a tungsten pole to fend off more attackers. He swept through the formation, knocking clones out of the fight, sending opponents flying, and breaking the momentum of their assault. When he landed, the ground cracked and scattered the remaining clones. He launched back into the fray, striking with the pole and scattering the crowd. Projectiles were intercepted and deflected, and Midoriya's relentless tempo left the clones disabled or retreating. He spun the pole and tossed a handful of opponents into the air to clear space, moving through the battlefield like a whirlwind of controlled force. One clone tried to sneak up on OG, but OG met it with glowing crimson eyes, halting the attacker in its tracks. OG disarmed the clone and incapacitated it, then caught a knife thrown toward his head and redirected it at another clone armed with a katana. He seized a different clone by the throat, restraining it, until a gust of wind sent him flying through a nearby building and brought the structure down. The clones thought they had a moment to regroup, but the rubble shifted and OG emerged with his shirt torn and heavy scarring across his torso. He stood, dusted himself off, and gave no sign of concern. The clones, initially insulted by his indifference, grew fearful as he prepared his next move. Izuku called out majestic destroyer flames, and OG answered by unleashing a sea of fire. The flames raced toward the wood-based clones, blistering streets and damaging buildings with intense heat. Thinking quickly, the clones used water manipulation to unleash a torrent they called Great Flood. The torrent met the sea of flames and collided, forming a massive cloud that blocked everyone's vision. Then rumbling came from above. The clones looked up to see OG descending amid a shower of massive fireballs. The impacts sent explosions outward, scattering debris and shaking UA and the nearby city. Concerned observers and news crews rushed toward UA to find out what was happening. OG moved through the battlefield with swift, decisive strikes, sending clones tumbling and rendering them unable to continue. His advance was halted by an earth wall that blocked his path. He attempted to retrieve his weapon but was stopped again by another earth barrier, then narrowly avoided an earth hand that tried to crush him. Thinking he had escaped, OG looked up to find clones forming a dense sphere of compressed air aimed straight at him. The clones called out massive gale and unleashed the air attack, which struck with tremendous force, blasting outward and knocking back the clones and scattering debris into a dust cloud. From that cloud OG phased through the final impact with ultimate intangibility. A puff of white smoke revealed his perfected dire wolf form, white fur streaked with smoke. Using his construct ability, OG formed 4 giant arms from his back, each gripping diamond-coated katanas created and reinforced with matter creation and diamond armament. Combining his dire wolf form with construct, matter creation, and diamond armament, OG began to swing the massive blades. The giant weapons cleaved through the formations of clones and sheared through obstacles, rending the battlefield in sweeping arcs. The smaller katanas sent out razor air slices that cut through the attacker's defenses. Some clones attempted to counter with water and air manipulation, but OG's ultimate defense intercepted those efforts. Moving with synchronized offense and defense, OG pressed the assault with fierce precision and focus. Izuku invoked Ajura, heightening the assault. OG raised all his blades and brought them down with overwhelming force, cutting through the remaining resistance and clearing a devastating path through the battlefield and surrounding structures. A tree trunk grabbed OG's arm and hurled him into the air, and a giant earth hand then punched him away. OG landed with little effort and transformed back into human form. He looked up to see a clone holding a disc of rapidly spinning air. The clone launched the disc and identified it as Gale Shuriken. The disc flew at OG at blinding speed, but OG raised his hand and used spatial manipulation to stop it mid-flight. Izuku then activated Singularity Inducement, compressing the surrounding space and crushing the disc until it exploded with a loud boom, blowing away everything around it except OG. Izuku dismissed the attack as pathetic and vowed to show real power. OG leaped to the highest skyscraper, raised both hands to the sky, and used spatial manipulation until his hands glowed a soft blue. Izuku warned that this was not a power of the opposition's making and brought his hands down with great force. Outside UA, news reporters and journalists gathered for Principal Nizu's remarks as people across Japan and abroad tuned in. Nizu calmly assured everyone that nothing on campus posed a danger. A journalist pressed him about the cause of the earthquakes. Nizu replied that one of his students was training for the sports festival. Another journalist demanded to know which student was responsible, but Nizu said he could not reveal the identity and that viewers would find out at the festival. A news reporter then pointed toward the fake city where Izuku was training and alerted everyone to a meteor falling from the sky toward it. Someone perched atop a skyscraper with a video recorder reported the sighting to an observer. The observer asked for a closer look. The agent zoomed the recorder and shifted the camera slightly, revealing a blurred image of a white boy standing on the rooftop. The observer identified him as responsible for the meteorite and instructed the agent to monitor the boy and scout him at the sports festival to judge his suitability. The agent acknowledged the order and vowed not to let the observer claim the boy. Back among the crowd outside UA, a reporter cried out in alarm. Nizu smiled and said his student appeared to be finishing training. The broadcast continued. In America, officials discussed monitoring the situation and possibly recruiting the boy into the World Heroes Association when the time came. In an abandoned factory, a large man in a suit and medical equipment watched the news and noted that the boy was growing strong. As the meteorite drew closer, OG watched with his arms crossed while the clones enacted their plan using wood manipulation and earth manipulation. The clones called forth a massive earth tree. The ground rumbled and roots shot upward, coiling and growing until they towered above the buildings. The roots formed a vast tree whose branches spread across the fake city and caught the meteorite, straining to hold it. The clones believed they had stopped it, but the clouds parted to reveal a second meteorite. The second meteorite struck, colliding with the first and adding more weight than the tree could support. The tree broke under the impact, and the combined meteorites smashed into the city, destroying structures within the impact zone and shaking the ground. After a few minutes, the shaking stopped. OG flew above the massive dust cloud the meteorite had produced and swiped his hands down to clear the air, revealing the ruined mock city. None of the clones remained. Satisfied with his work, OG moved on to the next city to rest and eat lunch. At the UA gates, Nizu announced that the incident was over and politely asked everyone to leave the school premises. One journalist pressed about the identity of the student responsible, but Nizu replied that it was for him to know and for them to find out. He left the gate and headed back toward the UA building, quietly pleased that his nephew was training so hard. The week closed with the start of construction on a new UA security system, overseen by an Izuku doppelganger, an energetic Mei, and a very pleased rat god. The public still had questions about the student, who could summon meteors, but anticipation for the upcoming sports festival grew. 2. Izuku stood in the industrial sector of the fake city. This week's training would focus on fighting in a confined environment. He used doppelgangers rather than his previous wooden clones, knowing the session would be intense even for anyone watching. He distributed his doubles throughout the area and instructed them to produce weapons, mostly swords and knives. His plan was to rely on ultimate intangibility, size manipulation, and matter creation to build a relentlessly offensive fighting style. To a person without protective quirks, that level of offense would be suicidal, but Izuku had stared death in the face so often during his years of hardship that fear held him less now. He intended to become a ruthless force for the sake of training. He activated fearful presence, and his eyes took on a menacing crimson glow. Even his own doppelgangers stepped back at the change. Everyone took their stances, weapons ready, when OG appeared, letting out a strained cry that sounded more like pain than triumph. One doppelganger formed several knives and hurled them at OG, but they phased through him and struck a nearby structure. OG regarded the thrower with a contemptuous look and then sprinted forward. Each of his steps cracked the ground beneath him as he closed the distance. The clone raised a sword to defend, but OG struck first. Using matter creation, he produced a cluster of small, needle-like implements and immediately enlarged them with size manipulation. He delivered a blunt, powerful strike that drove the enlarged implements into his target and the surrounding doppelgangers, leaving them collapsed and disabled. OG withdrew his hand from the fallen form and fashioned another pole-like weapon, advancing on a clone that had survived the first strike. 4 more doppelgangers dropped from above with swords to intercept him. When their blades passed through OG, they struck the clones behind them instead, incapacitating them. OG leapt from the tangled weapons and executed a spinning kick that sent the 4 attackers tumbling and rendered them unable to continue. Others tried to flee, but OG pursued, moving through oncoming attacks that simply phased through him and hit their intended owners. Each attempt to block or strike him resulted in the attackers stumbling or falling short, giving OG a clear path to his targets. He created more needle-like constructs and launched them. They struck their marks and restrained the clones, ending the assault without any graphic injury. He heard footsteps behind him and turned to face the newcomer. Standing there was Katsuki Bakugo, wearing an arrogant grin. Unexpected and unwelcome, Bakugo's presence snapped something in Izuku. The rage he had bottled for years erupted. Izuku attacked Bakugo with a ferocity he rarely allowed himself. He struck and kicked, driving Bakugo back and forcing him to the floor. Gripping Bakugo by the hair, Izuku delivered a series of blows while letting his accumulated anger pour out. He accused Bakugo of how he had been treated, of being made Izuku's target, and of using him to feel stronger. Each strike was punctuated by a remembered slight and a raw, vocalized grievance. The onslaught left Bakugo unconscious and motionless on the floor. Izuku pushed himself upright and turned, and saw that several replicas of Bakugo now surrounded him, wearing the same grin that had haunted him for years. He looked at each of them in turn. Then, without warning, something inside him snapped. The last thing he could recall before the scene blurred were the terrified voices around him. When he came to, he saw a scene of complete destruction. The entire training area had been wrecked, flames licked at broken structures, and claw marks scarred walls and supports. Izuku was somewhat impressed by the scale of the devastation and wanted to remember how he had done it, but he decided to eat and rest first. He also noticed his hair had grown to shoulder length and decided he might as well grow it out a bit. With that, he left for the next city to rest. The week ended with the UA security construction well into progress and projected to be finished by the time of the sports festival, thanks to Izuku. He had invested in a construction company and become the majority shareholder, a purchase he had planned to make anyway. Week 3. This week promised the toughest training yet. Izuku prepared to fight a doppelganger of his perfected dire wolf form, limiting himself to advanced OFA at 10% and using kinetic stockpile, fly, explosion, fire, and earth manipulation. He activated Doppelganger and created a clone, which fell back a distance and began to transform. Izuku noted that when a doppelganger took the perfected dire wolf form, the smoke shroud was black instead of white. The clone was enveloped in black smoke until the werewolf emerged. Izuku assumed a fighting stance and activated advanced OFA. Black lightning danced across his body, and the clone mirrored the same effect. Staring each other down, they launched into motion. From a distance, the two figures appeared as streaks of light arcing across the skyline, one white, one black, trading blows in the air. The clone fired clusters of fire-fueled explosions that detonated on impact, but Izuku moved with practiced speed and slipped through them as if in slow motion. He used the ruined cityscape for cover, weaving through alleyways, passageways, and buildings while the clone kept relentless pursuit, leaving a trail of detonations in its wake. At one point, Izuku took to the sides of a skyscraper to gain height as the clone followed, raining destruction below. Growing bored of constant evasion, Izuku began batting explosions aside and redirecting them back at the clone, forcing it to defend and buying time to prepare a counterattack. He increased advanced OFA to 15%, the lightning around him growing. Erratic, the clone charged with its arm ped, ready to strike. Izuku blocked by crossing his arms in an X, sending the clone skidding backward. The clone recovered and surged forward. Izuku landed a precise kick to its chin, sending it tumbling, but it recovered swiftly and launched back into close-quarters combat. They traded blows in the air, each clash releasing shockwaves that echoed through the city. Their fight continued with rapid hand-to-hand exchanges, punches and blocks flowing like a choreographed storm. The clone scored a clean hit to Izuku's face, but Izuku answered with a blow to its chin, provoking a furious response. The clone threw a right hook that Izuku deftly diverted, then followed with an elbow to the clone's torso that emptied its breath before finishing the sequence with a spinning kick that sent it downward toward the ground. Izuku prepared a focused attack by moving his hand skyward, where a small red sphere of energy condensed. He combined advanced OFA at 5% with explosion and fire manipulation to form the attack. Calling it Meteor Shower, he unleashed a cascade of concentrated, fire-driven explosions that rained down and pinned the clone to the ground under a relentless barrage. The clone responded with a different approach. Using air manipulation amplified by sound manipulation, it unleashed a move known as Mighty Howl. The howl generated a wall of compressed air amplified into a resonant force that absorbed and pushed back the falling explosions. Izuku saw the incoming shockwave and evaded, but the brief distraction allowed the clone to strike from behind. They both resumed their fight at incredible speed, appearing to teleport around each other. After a prolonged exchange, they met in the middle and went to hand-to-hand combat. Izuku, smaller and quicker than the transformed clone, gained the advantage and landed a glancing blow that sent the clone reeling. The clone attempted to counter but kept missing until it was knocked to the ground again. It recovered and searched for Izuku, only to be met by a drop kick that sent it through a building. Izuku prepared another attack by igniting his hands, and the clone matched him by forming fire around its own fists. They circled for a moment before launching, their attacks colliding in a massive smoke screen, leaving only two pairs of glowing crimson eyes visible as they stared each other down. Within the smoke, the clone lunged at Izuku with a flurry of punches, but Izuku dodged expertly. Izuku returned with his own strikes, but the clone deflected most of them. The back and forth continued until the clone was pushed back and increased its power output, glowing brighter. Izuku tried to land a punch, but the clone caught his fist and countered with a heavy blow that sent him back. Izuku responded by raising his own output to match, and both began to glow as they faced one another. When they charged and their fists collided, a black lightning with a reddish outline erupted in a massive shockwave that cleared the smoke screen and leveled the nearby simulated buildings. The shockwave sent both fighters flying, but the clone recovered first and dashed toward Izuku. Izuku, waiting, coated his fist in intense fire and struck the clone, forcing it back. When it was far enough, Izuku crossed his arms and focused. The ground began to shake violently. Izuku combined his fire and earth manipulation quirks to form a technique he called eruption. A geyser of molten rock surged from the ground, engulfing the clone and shooting like a red column into the sky. The beam of molten rock was visible across the city. Somewhere in America, a man watching a live satellite feed of Japan remarked that it looked like the boy was trying to bring about an apocalypse. At the center of Tokyo, a blonde woman watching the beam told those with her that soon the Safety Commission would take control. When the eruption subsided, the clone stood scorched and clearly weakened. Izuku prepared a final attack to end the confrontation. He combined a precise portion of One for All with explosion, fire, and wind manipulation, building energy that crackled around him. He then unleashed his technique, plus ultra-final flash. A huge beam of blue fire surged from his hands, overwhelming the clone and sweeping through the simulated city sectors. The attack dissipated the clone and continued across the mock cityscapes until it stopped at the 8th sector, leaving a vast chasm where the beam had passed. Izuku thought that the damage and recovery would cost him dearly. He spent the remaining 3 weeks before the sports festival helping to complete construction on the security systems he and Mei had designed and assisting with reconstruction of the simulated cities they had damaged. Later, on his way to the teacher's lounge to check on Nizu and his mother, Izuku heard voices from inside. He knocked and the voices quieted. The door opened to reveal Hound Dog, who instinctively attempted to kneel. Izuku stopped him and reassured him that there was no need to kneel, which eased Hound Dog's tension. Hound Dog thanked him nervously, admitting that it was difficult not to submit to an alpha. Izuku stepped inside. His mother, Inko, immediately embraced him in a tight, emotional hug. She expressed how happy she was to see him back, noting that it felt like ages and commenting on his longer hair. Izuku returned the hug, gently asking her to ease up because he could barely breathe. She let go apologetically. Nizu explained that they had been discussing the commotion during Izuku's training and the security measures for the sports festival. Izuku apologized for the disturbance and promised to help rebuild the cities he had damaged, admitting he had gotten carried away. Present Mike reacted with incredulity at the scale of Izuku's actions, pointing out that he had dropped 2 simulated meteors during training. Izuku chuckled nervously and repeated his apology. Nizu asked if Izuku intended to rest until the sports festival. Izuku replied that he planned to continue assisting with the security system and do light training to stay warmed up. Nizu approved and left Izuku to his tasks. Izuku returned home to shower and rest. Meanwhile, in a tower near Tokyo, a large, muscular man with gravity-defying blonde hair sparred with a young blonde fighter. The younger fighter moved with quick, relentless punches while orange lightning danced over his body, their training intense and focused. Bakugo attempted a punch but All Might caught it and countered, striking him in the gut and sending him flying back. All Might barked that this was not impressive for someone with 15% of One for All. Bakugo struggled to his feet and lashed out at the old man. All Might insisted that Bakugo would face All for One at the sports festival and that when All for One reached the finals, Bakugo would have to expose and defeat him there. Bakugo vowed to make Deku pay for what he believed Deku had done. As Bakugo tried to activate One for All, a sharp pain hit his chest and his body began to tremble. He demanded to know what was happening. He dropped to his knees and began coughing violently. All Might rushed to his side, alarmed. Yagi asked if Bakugo was all right. Bakugo could barely speak and then passed out. Yagi wondered if he had been pushing the boy too hard but reminded himself that All for One was still alive and that it was up to him and Bakugo to stop him. For now, he would let Bakugo rest after 3 weeks of training at my tower. Yagi carried Bakugo to the room he had been using, but something was stirring inside Bakugo's mind. In the mindscape, Bakugo floated in a vast abyss of dark fog. The mist clung to him, preventing movement, and he could not make sense of his surroundings. Footsteps approached and a cold female voice said that Toshinori had chosen poorly for a successor. Bakugo felt insulted and tried to turn, but he could not. A younger voice replied that they could not act until they found a proper vessel and that, for now, they would limit what he could use because he might cause more problems later. A third voice agreed. Bakugo struggled as the fog tightened. He then felt 6 hands press against his back and a wave of his energy drain away until almost nothing remained. The voices declared the task finished and left, and Bakugo was forcefully expelled from his own mind. He woke abruptly, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. In the bathroom mirror, he thought he saw 7 ghostly, mist-covered figures behind him. 6 of them looked hostile. When he blinked, they were gone, leaving him alone. He muttered an angry curse. With the sports festival a day away, preparations and security were finalized. In a tower at the center of Tokyo, a blonde woman at a desk instructed an agent to identify the white-haired boy and to send him an invitation to work for them if he could be found. Purple-haired. Agent acknowledged the order. Somewhere else, a man on a bar television lectured a young leader about the importance of observation to learn an opponent's weaknesses and take them down efficiently. The young man indicated that he understood. In an old abandoned factory, a tall, large man connected to medical equipment said he could not wait to see how someone had grown. After a month of intense training, the sports festival began. Students, professional heroes, and viewers across Japan and the world prepared to watch this year's class demonstrate their abilities. The security systems designed by Izuku, Mei, and Nizu were active, and many pros attended to both secure the event and scout students for internships. The festival's purpose remained the same. Students would showcase their skills to attract professional attention and internship offers. Class 1A waited in the preparation room for the opening ceremony, trying to psych each other up. Kaminari was buzzing with excitement that it was finally happening, and Kirishima agreed that it was going to be intense. Their banter was interrupted when Todoroki approached Izuku, who sat with his arms crossed and eyes closed, mentally preparing himself for the competition ahead. Izuku felt someone approaching and opened one eye to find Todoroki standing over him. Todoroki told Midoriya that on power alone he believed Midoriya was the strongest, but he vowed to win the festival and claim that title. Izuku sat up fully and met Todoroki's gaze. Izuku insisted that Todoroki would only beat him by using his full power, not half, and warned that holding back was an insult to an opponent. He turned to the rest of the class and advised everyone that when fighting someone they should honor their opponent by going all out, because it showed they considered them worthy. Then he returned his attention to Todoroki and made it clear that if Todoroki intended to use only half his strength, Izuku would not use his full strength in response. He left the room as the first years were announced to enter. Present Mike loudly introduced the sports festival, hyping the crowd and declaring that it was time for the first year's events. He also called attention to the two classes that had survived the USJ attack, announcing Class 1A and Class 1B from the hero course. Class 1A and 1B emerged from the tunnels to loud cheering and camera flashes. Some students were nervous at the attention while others soaked in the moment. Izuku was annoyed by Present Mike's flourish, but the classes reached the grass field and lined up. Present Mike continued the introductions for the Department of General Education and the support course, and those students took their places as well. The crowd's reactions varied, and some attendees felt overlooked by comparison. The chief referee for the freshman stage of the sports festival was introduced as Midnight. She took the stage in her role as referee, and the audience reacted with a mixture of enthusiasm and chatter. Izuku felt uncomfortable with some of the comments from the crowd. In response, he inadvertently gave off an intense, intimidating aura that made the surrounding spectators tense and short of breath. Even seasoned pros in attendance felt the effect. He realized what was happening and forced himself to calm down, letting the atmosphere return to normal. Midnight collected herself and resumed the proceedings. Midnight called Izuku Midoriya to the stage as this year's player representative. He stepped up slowly and stood beside her. Midnight quietly thanked him, and Izuku replied softly that there was no need to thank him, addressing her by her real name, Nemuri. Izuku scanned the crowd from the stage, recognizing many faces from the news and the Hero Network. One person in particular caught his eye, a woman he remembered as Kana Tsutsumi, better known as Lady Nagant. He recalled that after graduation she had risen quickly in the hero rankings and was currently ranked 11th. He also noted with concern that she worked with the commission. From the stands, Nagant noticed Izuku looking in her direction and wondered how he could see her so clearly from where she sat. In a booth overlooking the stadium, Nizu sat comfortably with Inko and the rest of the UA staff. Inko expressed how proud she was of her child, and Nizu agreed that Izuku seemed well prepared, though he admitted he should have warned him about the responsibilities that came with being the representative. Yagi watched Izuku with a hard expression, privately thinking that the event could be dangerous for the boy. The booth door opened to reveal Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo. They came in to speak with Toshinori Yagi. The Bakugo family's presence was the result of legal arrangements handled through Yagi's office. Lawyers acting on Yagi's instructions had worked to secure Katsuki's situation, and part of the agreement involved a close connection to Yagi and his legacy. Yagi stood to greet them warmly. Mitsuki spoke with obvious disdain when she saw Inko, and Inko returned the same look. Nizu asked if they knew each other. Inko replied that they had once been friends, but their relationship had become strained after Izuku had been diagnosed as quirkless. Nizu nodded, acknowledging the explanation, and the conversation continued as the festival proceeded. Nizu asked with a very calm face whether anyone had a problem with Midoriya serving as staff at the school, though it was clear he was not pleased by their presence. Mitsuki answered through gritted teeth as she sat down, insisting there was no problem. The air in the room remained tense. In an abandoned warehouse, a large man hooked up to medical equipment commented to his son that he had grown so much and he could not wait to see what he would do. In a bar, Shigaraki reacted sharply to someone nearby. In a building at the center of Tokyo, the president watched a monitor showing the sports festival and wondered aloud about Izuku Midoriya's quirk. Back at the venue, Midnight handed Izuku a microphone and invited him to address the crowd. He cleared his throat and spoke to the students and attendees, warning that the world was not all sunshine and rainbows and could be a harsh place that would knock people down if they let it. He urged everyone to remember that how they fought would define them, to seize the opportunity to rise and seek glory, and to keep pushing through even when they felt they could not. He finished by calling out the school's rallying cry, inspiring the crowd. The audience erupted in cheers. Many spectators noted how moving his words were, and Midnight praised Izuku's speech before turning to the first event. A large wheel on the Jumbotron was spun until it stopped on an obstacle race. Midnight explained that the nearly 4-kilometer race would include obstacles, that the first 42 students to finish would advance, and that competitors had to stay on the track and avoid directly harming one another. The students were instructed to gather at the far side tunnel and wait for the start signal. Everyone hurried into the narrow tunnel. Izuku lingered at the back doing stretches when Mei approached and asked if he was ready to race. He admitted he was unsure whether to use a shortcut or compete normally. Mei suggested he use his werewolf form to win attention from the audience. Izuku considered it and agreed, and Mei asked if she could ride on his back when he transformed. Izuku consented. They shared a brief moment of excitement before the announcer called for the start. As students took their positions, Izuku told Mei to hold back slightly. White smoke began to coil around him as his clothing shifted, and he used matter creation to form gym clothes that could transform and stretch with him. The transformation produced loud, shifting sounds that caught the attention of nearby students and the audience. Izuku signaled for Mei to climb on his back, and she did so without hesitation. The signal to go was given, and the students surged through the tunnel, quickly becoming jammed because of the tight space. The announcer described the challenge as getting through the tunnel. Many competitors complained about the cramped conditions until Todoroki froze the ground beneath others' feet to get past them, apologizing briefly that he had to win. The announcer noted Todoroki taking the lead by immobilizing the crowd. Suddenly, a white blur shot from the tunnel, accompanied by a powerful howl that changed the stadium's atmosphere. Izuku burst forth in his perfected dire wolf form with Mei riding on his back, both laughing with exhilaration. The announcer remarked that Izuku had taken the lead in dramatic fashion. The crowd was in awe of the transformation. Some spectators reacted with exaggerated reverence. Bakugo ordered his teammate to act quickly to chase them. Uraraka used her quirk to make herself and Bakugo weightless, climbed onto Bakugo's back, and they were propelled forward by Bakugo's explosions. Todoroki, annoyed at falling behind, created an icy path he could skate along as he pursued the leaders. Izuku ran at half his top speed, pushing forward through the course as the race continued. He accelerated to keep Mei from falling, when suddenly a metallic fist shot out of nowhere. Turning back, he recognized it as one of the robots from the entrance exam. Izuku noted that they were using the bots and worried about the implications. Mei shouted a warning, and his thoughts were cut off. Looking up, he saw a giant metallic fist hurtling toward them and stepped back to avoid being slammed. Present Mike announced that Midoriya and Mei had discovered the first obstacle, the robot inferno. The two of them were quickly surrounded by robots, and Izuku could hear the other students closing in. Bakugo's yelling stood out above the rest, so he needed a plan. Izuku told Mei he had an idea and asked her to trust him. Mei affirmed that she trusted him. Izuku then called for his wolf pack. He used darkness manipulation and watched his shadow expand and rise, shaping itself into the forms of wolves to confront the approaching machines. The audience watched in fascination as the wolves formed and bowed to their creator. Izuku told Mei to go with them because they would protect her with their lives. Mei asked what would happen to him, and Izuku reassured her that he would catch up. Mei agreed. Mei stepped down from Izuku and moved off with the wolves, who disabled the robots in their path as they went. Izuku remained to face the robots and the zero-pointers, which had somehow appeared on the track. Bakugo shouted for Midoriya as a small figure rocketed directly toward him. Izuku had no time for distractions and jumped onto a robot, using it as a springboard to launch himself toward the outstretched arm of a zero-pointer, drawing the attention of the other zero-pointers. Uraraka encouraged Bakugo that he would get to Izuku soon but urged him to help catch up with the student with the pink dreadlocks. Bakugo and Uraraka flew over the smaller bots and moved toward the second obstacle, followed by other students who used Izuku's distraction to pass through the robot inferno and reach the next challenge. Present Mike announced to the stadium that Izuku had stayed behind to fight the zero-pointers, making it easier for the others to reach the second obstacle. He explained that the second obstacle, the fall, was a deep pit with pillars and ropes that could be used to cross, and that Mei Hatsum had already crossed it and was approaching the final obstacle, the minefield. Back with Izuku, he ran up the arm of the zero-pointer and reached its head. Kana wondered aloud what he was doing. Izuku leapt from the head and used his fly quirk to stay aloft, combining fire and air manipulation into a powerful technique. He took a deep breath and unleashed a high-powered inferno burst that struck the zero-pointer and quickly disabled it. The conflagration spread to the other zero-pointers, each one shorting out and collapsing amid sparks and smoke until they were neutralized. The crowd reacted in stunned excitement, whispering that he could breathe fire and questioning how strong he might be. Kana remarked that he seemed to have two unrelated quirks, which felt impossible. From the opposite side of the stadium, a large man in a flaming costume observed with interest at the sight of Izuku's abilities. Izuku glanced toward Mei and saw that she was nearing the minefield with the pack of wolves close behind. He dropped down, opened a green warp gate, and dove through it. Another warp gate opened right next to Mei as she ran toward the minefield. The crowd erupted as they realized he could teleport as well. Kana was incredulous at the thought of him having 4 distinct quirks. Izuku told Mei to get on, and she quickly climbed onto him while the wolves fell back into the shadows. Izuku dropped to all fours and prepared to blitz through the minefield, powering his one for all at a low percentage and creating a construct HRSS to keep Mei secure. He told Mei to hold on tight, and before she could finish responding he dashed across the field. Each footstep triggered mines, but he moved fast enough that the explosions fell behind him, leaving a trail of controlled blasts. Present Mike narrated that Midoriya had destroyed the zero-pointers, teleported back to first place, picked up Hatsum, and was now moving faster than the mines could detonate. Bakugo and Uraraka flew over the mines, following the path of explosions. Bakugo muttered his frustration at the situation. Several other students used the cleared path to get through the minefield. Izuku reached the finish line first and came to a complete stop. Present Mike announced that Izuku Midoriya had finished in first place and Mei Hatsum in second. Izuku let a disoriented Mei lie on the ground briefly before transforming back in a small puff of smoke. He checked on her to make sure she was all right, and Mei said she just needed a minute. Present Mike reported that Katsuki Bakugo and Achiko Uraraka had taken third and fourth places respectively. Bakugo landed and moved aggressively toward Izuku, clearly intending to attack, but Izuku warned him that attacking a fellow student in front of everyone would look bad. Bakugo hesitated, glanced around, and then retreated to Uraraka's side, still fuming. The remaining students crossed the finish line shortly after. Present Mike concluded the obstacle race and announced that the top 42 students would advance, while the rest were out. He called for a 10-minute break to let those students rest. The remaining competitors sat on the grass to catch their breath as others moved toward the stands. Mei said she was feeling better, and Izuku used his matter creation quirk to form a deck of cards. He offered to pass the time with a game, and Mei agreed. They sat and played cards while talking about the next event. Mei asked what he thought it would be, and Izuku suggested it would probably be something team-related. Mei asked if he wanted to team up, and Izuku agreed. She said she would save her gadgets for the final event, and they continued to play until the break ended. When the break was over, Midnight announced the second event. The Jumbotron wheel spun and landed on a cavalry battle. Izuku, still shuffling cards, noted that a cavalry battle sounded interesting. Midnight explained the rules. The top 42 students would form teams of 2 to 4 for the event and earn points by grabbing headbands from other teams, with points awarded based on each student's placement from the obstacle course. Izuku calculated that he had 210 points. Midnight added that there was a twist. The first-place headband would be worth an enormous 10 million points. As soon as she revealed that, everyone's attention snapped to the competitors and the course. Izuku met hostile glares but returned one that made the others back away. He sighed and thought to himself that it looked like he was public enemy number 1. Mei reassured him that he did not need to worry and that they would not be reached. Izuku answered that it was just a pain. Midnight announced that the cavalry battle would last 15 minutes and that each team's point value would be the total of the headbands taken. She explained that the accumulated headband would mark the rider, that headbands could be worn around the head or the neck, and that if a team lost a headband they would not be eliminated. Quirks were allowed so long as they were not used with malicious intent. Teams had 15 minutes to form. Students immediately began forming teams. Many rushed toward Bakugo and Todoroki while avoiding Izuku and Mei. Kirishima, Shiro, and Ishido called out to Bakugo, each trying to secure a spot. Bakugo snapped and ordered Kirishima and Shiro to join his team, and they eagerly accepted. Ishido was disappointed, but Uraraka told her not to worry. Ishido walked off to look for other teammates. Bakugo warned Izuku that he had almost gotten him and that he should wait. Todoroki, watching Izuku and Mei, decided there was no way to defeat them directly and resolved to target other competitors until the event ended. Yaoyorozu, Ida, and Kaminari approached Todoroki and proposed joining forces. They argued that with their combined strengths, Ida's speed, Kaminari's electricity, Yaoyorozu's strategy, and Todoroki's power, they could earn a large number of points without confronting Midoriya. Todoroki accepted their plan. Izuku and Mei continued playing cards while they waited. Mei asked how Izuku wanted to handle the match. Izuku described a plan to teleport them high above the stadium and remain there, defending if anyone attacked. Mei agreed the plan sounded good. Kana observed that Izuku and Mei did not seem particularly worried. When the 15 minutes ended, Midnight distributed the headbands and called everyone to prepare. Midnight counted down, and Izuku put Mei on his back, ready to teleport. When Midnight gave the signal, teams rushed for Izuku and Mei, but before they could reach them the pair dropped through a green warp gate. Another gate opened high near the stadium roof where they reappeared and floated, Izuku creating a construct to serve as a chair for Mei. Some students complained that the maneuver seemed unfair, but Midnight reminded them that Izuku and Mei were still within the stadium and the strategy was legal. The crowd reacted with a mixture of dismay and admiration, and some onlookers speculated about future prospects for Izuku. On the ground, Bakugo swore in frustration. Nido Monoma seized the opportunity and swiped Bakugo's headband, taunting him by saying it had been easy to take and that he and his team had used observations from the obstacle course to target Bakugo's group. Monoma ran off, provoking Bakugo into furious pursuit. Kirishima and the others rallied to Bakugo's side and set off to retrieve the stolen headband. Todoroki's team moved through the field with coordinated attacks, using controlled ice and electricity to disable opponents without causing lasting harm, and collected headbands efficiently. Meanwhile, Bakugo engaged Monoma in a heated clash. Monoma demonstrated an ability to copy other people's quirks, using those borrowed abilities to put up a strong defense. The fight involved flurries of power and evasive maneuvers, with Bakugo relying on his aggressive, determined style. At one point a sudden blast knocked Bakugo back, but he recovered and redoubled his effort. Teaming up with his allies, Bakugo and his teammates used tape and maneuvering to reel Monoma's team in and catch them off guard. Bakugo's resolve pushed him through the confrontation, and he managed to defeat Monoma and reclaim the stolen headbands. As the final minute ticked away, teams grew desperate. Todoroki's team had amassed enough points to be comfortable. Izuku and Mei remained calm and elevated, finishing their cards as they floated. Bakugo's team continued their assault until the buzzer sounded. Present Mike announced the end of the cavalry battle and declared the winners. He described Team Midoriya as first place, Team Todoroki as second, and Team Bakugo in third, while noting a surprising fourth-place finish from Team Hitoshi. The crowd erupted at the display of teamwork and strategy. Izuku and Mei returned to the ground through their warp gate. Present Mike then announced an hour lunch break to prepare everyone for the final event. Students streamed toward the cafeteria. Todoroki approached Izuku and requested a private word. Izuku agreed even though they would miss lunch because Todoroki indicated the matter was serious. Izuku recognized the urgency and followed Todoroki, but before they could speak further they were interrupted. So they could reach their destination, Izuku created a clone to take his place while he slipped away to eat. Izuku thought he knew what Todoroki wanted to talk about, but food came first. He would deal with the information later. The original Izuku headed to the cafeteria while the clone followed Todoroki into the tunnels. Todoroki remembered what he had said to Midoriya before the sports festival. The clone mocked him about his earlier claim that he would beat Todoroki and become number one, which Todoroki took badly. Todoroki explained that although he had lost the past two events, he intended to win this last one. The clone pressed, and Todoroki admitted the real reason he had called him over, the conversation they had been about to have on the bus to the USJ, which had been cut off. Todoroki brought up the idea of the Quirk marriage and then asked if the clone knew about his father, Endeavor. The clone answered that he did, mentioning Endeavor's reputation as the current number 2 on the hero billboard and that he had used questionable methods to get there. Todoroki growled that his father cared only about being number 1 and had tried to force that ambition onto his children. He said he wanted to win to spite his father and to prove he could succeed relying only on his eyesight. The clone asked for clarification, and Todoroki revealed that his father had tried to engineer a child with an enhanced quirk through a quirk marriage plan, planning to raise that child to surpass all might. Todoroki refused to become a tool of his father's ambition. He recounted his memories of his mother, mostly her tears and her rejection of his left side because it reminded her of Endeavor. She once hurt his left side with hot water. The clone reacted angrily. Todoroki insisted that he had to take the throne from the current champion and become number 1 without relying on his father's fire as a total disavowal of Endeavor. When he finished, he walked away, leaving the clone alone in the tunnel. The clone was about to dismiss when it felt watched. It turned left and used Quirk's sight to find Bakugo hiding behind a wall. The clone warned Bakugo to keep what he had heard to himself before dismissing. Back in the cafeteria, the memories returned to the original Izuku, who was finishing his food. He rose as a sudden realization hit him hard, and the name Endeavor flashed through his mind with palpable anger. After lunch, the sports festival resumed with the announcement of the final event. Midnight declared that the last event would be the one-on-one tournament, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Ojiro stood and asked to withdraw, explaining that he did not feel he had earned his place after the cavalry battle because he had been manipulated and had not been himself. Hagakure and Ishido tried to persuade him, but Ojiro said he would rather keep his dignity than ride on someone else's coattails. Another student from Class 1B, Shota, stepped forward with the same request and reason. Midnight considered this and then allowed both Ojiro and Shota to withdraw from the tournament. Their slots would go to a team that had placed 5th. Kendo volunteered to give the opportunity to Team Tetsu, saying their team had done the most work. Tetsu accepted the chance with strong, grateful emotion and promised not to let their classmates down, while Ibra pledged to make Class 1B proud. The draw for the tournament began, resulting in the following matchups. Izuku Midoriya vs Hitoshi Shinso. Shoto Todoroki vs Hantashiro. Denki Kaminari vs Ibara Shiozaki. Yuga Aoyama vs Nito Minoma. Momo Yaoyorozu vs Reiko Yanagi. Eijiro Kirishima vs Tetsu. Mei Hatsum vs Achiko Uraraka. Tenya Ida vs Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku wondered who Hitoshi Shinso was and used Quirk's sight to look for him. He identified Shinso's quirk as brainwashing, which allowed its user to force a target to obey commands after eliciting a verbal response. Izuku recognized how powerful that could be if used correctly and considered how it might be applied. When Izuku turned off Quirk's sight, he saw a young man with purple hair and pronounced under-eye bags approaching. Shinso extended his hand to introduce himself and offer a handshake. As their hands met, a phantom-like tail passed through and touched Shinso's hand. The brainwashing quirk was copied and transformed into a variant Izuku now understood as command inducement. Izuku immediately conveyed that Shinso's quirk would not work on him and suggested Shinso reconsider his plan to fight. Shinso was taken aback and wondered aloud how Izuku had known, half convinced someone else had warned him. Shinso withdrew his hand and retreated to his waiting area, leaving Izuku satisfied and Ojiro confused. Izuku then guessed that Ojiro had intended to warn him about Shinso's quirk. Ojiro admitted that was the case, and Izuku said that warning was unnecessary because he already knew. Ojiro felt embarrassed and apologized, wishing Izuku good luck in his match. Izuku thanked him, walked to his waiting room, and sat down to think. Izuku considered that Hitoshi Shinso would rely on his quirk, But it would not be decisive because his copied quirk, which had evolved from brainwashing into command inducement, included a passive ability that granted immunity to mind-based attacks. He realized Shinso did not look like he could fight effectively without his quirk, so the match would likely come down to Izuku if he wanted a quick finish. Present Mike announced that Izuku Midoriya and Hitoshi Shinso were to come down to the stage. The first round of the finals was Izuku Midoriya versus Hitoshi Shinso. Izuku walked through the tunnel and stepped out to a cheering crowd. Present Mike introduced Izuku as a top contender and the crowd roared when Izuku stood on the stage. Present Mike then introduced Hitoshi Shinso. Aizawa interjected to ask the announcer to keep it down. The crowd's cheer for Shinso was noticeably more muted, and Shinso looked displeased, pushing through to stand opposite Izuku with a hard glare. Midnight explained the rules and warned against lethal moves, noting Cementos would prevent serious harm and that victory could only come by ring out, knockout, or SB Emerson. Both competitors acknowledged the rules, and Midnight started the match. At first, neither of them moved. Shinso taunted Izuku about wasting his chance over dignity, and Izuku found the remark rude. Shinso demanded to know why Izuku did not step aside, and then launched forward intending to punch. Izuku decided to test his quirk. Izuku activated command inducement and silently ordered Shinso to stop running. Shinso froze in his tracks with a blank expression, surprising the crowd and himself. Izuku then ordered Shinso to walk out of bounds, and Shinso complied, moving toward the edge of the ring. The crowd whispered among themselves, speculating about the nature of Izuku's quirk and whether he might possess multiple abilities. Some feared that such a combination could lead people to label him a villain. Kana reacted internally, determined not to let that happen. Midnight declared Hitoshi Shinso out of bounds and announced Izuku Midoriya the winner. The crowd's applause was tempered by unease. Bakugo, watching from the student section, grinned broadly. Back on the stage, Izuku released Shinso from the effect. Shinso collapsed to his knees in disbelief. He wondered how he had lost without really trying and suspected Izuku had used his own quirk against him. Shinso looked at Izuku, who walked back to the stands carrying a mixture of hatred and fear in his eyes. The next match was Shoto Todoroki versus Hantashiro. Todoroki left his waiting room thinking about Izuku's victory and worrying that Izuku might use opponents' quirks against him. In the hallway he encountered his father, Endeavor. Endeavor criticized Todoroki for holding back in earlier events and urged him to stop rebelling, reminding him of the duty to surpass the top hero. He told Todoroki he was different from his siblings and called him his masterpiece. Todoroki, infuriated, vowed that he would win the tournament without giving his father the satisfaction of seeing him use his left side. Endeavor warned that even relying only on his ice power, Todoroki would eventually meet the limits of his mother's quirk. Later, Todoroki and Shiro took the stage and were introduced. Midnight started the second match of the finals. Shiro opened with a swift tape maneuver, attempting to wrap Todoroki and fling him out of bounds. As Todoroki was almost thrown, he used his ice to stop the motion, creating a surge that spread across the arena. He unleashed a large wave of ice that rapidly expanded and left much of the festival arena covered in frost. The move entrapped Shiro, immobilizing him. Todoroki freed himself from his restraints while Shiro remained unable to move. Midnight checked on Shiro's condition, and when Shiro confirmed he could not continue, Midnight declared Todoroki the winner. For a moment the arena fell silent, stunned by the display, and then the crowd began to chant in support of Shiro, commending his effort. Todoroki approached Shiro and apologized for being a little angry. Shiro stammered that there was no need to worry, his speech broken by the fact that he was frozen in place. Todoroki began to slowly melt the ice and then turned to Midnight and noted that it might take a while. Midnight was interrupted by a green warp gate as Izuku walked out and offered to help. Todoroki felt slightly offended but let Izuku handle it and walked back into the tunnels. Izuku placed his hand on the ice covering Shiro and used a technique called fire manipulation to free him, his right hand glowing as a wave of heat spread through Shiro and into the ice. The ice turned to steam and formed a large cloud, and the crowd watched in awe. Endeavor watched especially closely, thinking that level of control was something he could only dream of and that he needed to talk to Izuku. When the steam cleared, Shiro lay unconscious and slightly wet from the steam, and Izuku stood with his hands in his pockets. Midnight thanked Midoriya and asked him to send Shiro to Recovery Girl. Izuku opened a warp gate under Shiro that led to Recovery Girl and then opened another gate back to the stands, leaving the crowd impressed and a little unsettled. The show continued. Match 3. Denki Kaminari vs. Ibara Shiozaki. Present Mike welcomed both competitors to the stage after the removal of the ice. Shiozaki questioned why she had been introduced as an assassin and explained that her goal was to spread good and salvation across the world. Present Mike apologized for the mischaracterization. Kaminari admitted that maybe not everyone in Class 1B was a JRK. He found Shiozaki quietly admirable and considered asking her out, but tried to stay focused on the match. The battle began and Kaminari asked Shiozaki if they could go out to eat after the match, saying he would comfort her if she lost and claiming the match would be over in seconds. Kaminari charged his electricity and unleashed his indiscriminate shock, 1.3 million volts. Shiozaki turned her back to the attack and commanded her hair to form a shield of vines that absorbed the shock. Kaminari became distracted and dazed, and Shiozaki counterattacked, sending vines to entangle him and lift him off the stage, immobilizing him. Midnight declared Shiozaki the winner. Yuga Aoyama vs. Nito Minoma. Present Mike introduced Nito Minoma and Yuga Aoyama for the fourth match. Minoma confidently claimed the win would be easy, while Aoyama planned to make him eat his words. Class 1B cheered for Minoma from the stands. Class 1A grumbled that they wanted Minoma knocked out of the ring. Izuku observed that the outcome depended on whether Minoma could avoid Aoyama's lasers. Aoyama fired his naval laser at Minoma, who hardened his arms like steel to tank the beam he had copied some quirks before coming to the ring. Aoyama continued to fire, but Minoma either evaded or endured the shots, claiming he already knew Aoyama's weakness from watching footage of the battle training. After a larger shot missed, Aoyama felt a pain in his stomach. Minoma seized the opening, fired scales from his arms at Aoyama's belt, breaking it and causing Aoyama's pants to fall in an embarrassing moment. Minoma capitalized on that distraction with a strong uppercut. Midnight declared Nito Minoma the winner. Match 5. Momo Yaoyorozu vs. Reiko Yanagi. Present Mike introduced Yanagi and Yaoyorozu for the fifth match. Izuku noted that timing would be key. Yaoyorozu would need to analyze Yanagi's abilities and plan before acting. The match began suddenly and caught Yaoyorozu off guard. Yanagi charged in, and Yaoyorozu defended by creating a shield. Yaoyorozu attempted to form a polearm, but Yanagi used her quirk to snatch the shield and used it to strike Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu formed another shield, but Yanagi rammed the previous shield into her, knocking her back. The assault stopped unexpectedly, confusing Yaoyorozu. She then realized she had been knocked out of bounds without noticing. Looking down, Yaoyorozu saw one foot had slid out of the ring. Midnight announced Yanagi as the winner. Match 6. Eijiro Kirishima vs. Tetsu. This match had been anticipated since Tetsu and Kirishima first met during the obstacle race. Present Mike pointed out that their quirks were virtually the same and introduced them to the crowd. Kendo cheered for Tetsu while Kyoka used her earphone jack to wake up a sleeping Mineta. Kirishima and Tetsu charged at each other with their quirks active, planted their feet, and collided. They traded hardened blows enhanced by their quirks, taunting and testing each other as they pressed and broke through defenses. The two persevering fighters continued battering one another until they both knocked each other out at the same instant. Midnight declared that they were both down and that the battle had ended in a draw. She arranged an arm wrestling tiebreaker. Spectating pro heroes praised the two for their inspiring spirit and effort. Kirishima and Tetsu were carried off the stage to receive treatment so they could participate in the tiebreaker. After a few minutes, both returned fully healed thanks to Recovery Girl, and they began the arm wrestling contest with their quirks active. Eijiro Kirishima ultimately won when Tetsu's iron arm cracked. Match 7 Mei Hatsum vs. Achiko Uraraka. Present Mike announced the two competitors for the next bout. Both Mei and Uraraka emerged from the tunnels. and Mei wore several inventions that Izuku had helped her build. Uraraka, displeased, questioned why Mei was allowed to bring gadgets into the ring. Midnight explained that support corps students were permitted to bring certified devices. Mei boasted that her inventions would catch the attention of the bigwigs in the stands and that she would demonstrate they could beat Uraraka. Uraraka responded that it would not happen. The two stepped into their ready positions, and Midnight signaled the start of the match. Uraraka charged with her arms outstretched but was quickly cut off by a grenade launched from Mei's handheld device. The device burst into a white, malleable substance that hardened on contact and immobilized Uraraka. Mei explained that her goo shooter fired a reactive chemical that solidified in air to render a target unable to move. Uraraka struggled but remained locked in place. Midnight declared Uraraka unable to move and asked Mei if she could free her. Mei loaded a different round and fired. It detonated into a clear liquid that dissolved the hardened material and released Uraraka. Mei left the arena and returned to the stands, while Uraraka retreated to the waiting room with Bakugo following behind, visibly angry. In the waiting room, Uraraka sought comfort from Bakugo and cried into his shoulder. Bakugo held her steady and promised he would make Dreadlocks pay. After a short time, Uraraka calmed down just in time for Bakugo's match. Match 8: Tenya Ida vs. Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mike introduced Tenya Ida and Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo looked furious as the match began. He exploded forward, using his quirk for propulsion, while Ida sprinted to meet him. The two traded rapid attacks in an energetic, anime-style exchange. Ida's speed let him dodge Bakugo's blasts and land several precise strikes, forcing Bakugo to reassess his opponent's persistence. Ida launched a flurry of kicks that pushed Bakugo onto the defensive and cost Bakugo some ground, but Bakugo answered with concentrated explosions that kept pressuring Ida and nearly overwhelmed him. Bakugo prepared a large, concentrated explosion while Ida readied himself to go all out. Ida managed a last-moment dodge when struck, but Bakugo followed with a relentless barrage of blasts that forced Ida out of bounds. Bakugo was declared the winner. Present Mike concluded the first round of the finals and noted that more exciting matches awaited in the semifinals. The semifinal draw paired the remaining competitors as follows: Izuka Midoriya vs. Shoto Todoroki, Ibra Shiozaki vs. Nito Minoma, Reiko Yanagi vs. Eijiro Kirishima, and Mei Hatsum vs. Katsuki Bakugo.